"But she's not good enough," one of them said. "Dr. Cates isn't the best doctor for that child." Ellie smiled and pushed them out the door, locking it behind them. When it was quiet again, the dogs started to whine upstairs. Julia could hear them pacing outside the bedroom door. Alice is upset. The dogs always respond to her emotions. I should get back. Ellie moved forward fast, touched Julia's arm. "Are you okay?" "Fine. I should have expected it. Mort's picture and the press conference. My past. There are all kinds of doctors who would use Alice to advance their careers." On that, her voice finally broke. "Don't let them get to you," Ellie said. "You're helping that little girl." Julia looked down at her sister. "I missed things with Amber. Important things. Maybe—" "Don't," Ellie said. "They want you to question yourself, to lose confidence. Don't let them win." Julia sighed. She felt as if she were melting from the inside out, shrinking. It's not a game. It's her life. If I'm not the best doctor for her... Go back upstairs, Jules. Do what you do best. Ellie smiled. You hear that howling? That's her, telling you she needs you. You! I'm afraid. We're all afraid. To that, Julia had no answer. With another heavy sigh, she left the living room and went upstairs. In the hallway, the dogs were going crazy, whining and howling and running into each other. Alice's low, keening growl could be heard through the door. Julia paused, trying to re-find her confidence. In its place, she found a fake smile and shaking hands. Pushing past the dogs, she went into her old bedroom. Alice immediately stopped howling. I need to know if you can speak. It's getting desperate, actually. To Julia's horror, her voice broke on that last revealing word. All the emotions she tamped down and stored away rose again. All she could think about now was her failure with Amber. She wiped her eyes, although no tears had fallen. I'm sorry, Alice. It's just been a bad day. She went to the table and sat down, needing the safe harbor of her profession. She studied her notes, trying to concentrate. At first, the touch was so soft that Julia failed to notice. She looked down. Alice was staring up at her, stroking Julia's arm. She wiped her eyes, although she wasn't crying. Sympathy. Alice was offering sympathy. The child had recognized her sadness and wanted to alleviate it. She was connecting, answering in the only way she knew how. Suddenly, none of the rest of it mattered. Julia felt a wave of gratitude to this poor, strange little girl who had just reached out to her, reminded her that she made a difference. No ugly headlines or ambitious doctors or unfeeling child welfare system could steal that from her. She touched Alice's soft, scarred cheek. Thank you. Alice flinched at the touch. She started to pull away, probably so that she could go hide among the plants again. Stay, Julia said, grasping her frail, thin wrist. Please? Her voice broke on the sharp desperation of that word. Alice drew in a deep, shaky breath and stared at Julia. You know that word, don't you? Stay. I need something from you too, Alice. I need to help you. They sat that way for a long time, staring at each other. You're not autistic, are you? Julia said finally. "You're worried about my feelings. Now, how about I return the favor? You tell me something secret, and I'll be here for you." 15. For the next 2 weeks, the story of the disgraced doctor and the nameless, voiceless girl was headline news. The phones at the police station were jammed with calls from doctors, psychiatrists, and counselors, kooks, and scientists. Everyone, it seemed, wanted to save Alice from Julia's incompetence. Doctors Kletch and Goldberg called daily. The Department of Social and Health Services required updates twice a week. They were beginning to suggest residential care at almost every turn. Julia worked 18 hours a day. She was with Alice from sunup to sundown. After the child fell asleep, she went to the library and spent more hours in front of a computer screen or online. Everything she did was for Alice. On Wednesdays and Fridays, like clockwork, she went to the police station, where she conducted a press conference. She stood at that podium, inches from the microphones that amplified her words. She told them every aspect of Alice's treatment, offered every identity hint that was revealed. None of it interested them. They asked endless questions about Julia's past, about her regrets and failures and lost patience. They cared nothing for the milestones of Alice's recovery. Still, Julia tried. She reached for me today. She buttoned her blouse. She pointed at a bird. She used a fork. All that mattered to the reporters was that Alice hadn't spoken. To them, it was more proof that Julia could no longer be trusted to help even one troubled child. But in time, even the rehashing of Julia's past began to lose momentum. The stories went from headline news on page 1 to a paragraph or two in the local interest or life sections. Local water cooler conversation left the unknown girl behind. Now the mini quakes shaking Mount St. Helens were on everyone's mind. From her podium, Julia stared out at the few reporters in the police station. CNN, USA Today, the New York Times, and the national television stations weren't here anymore. Only a few of the local papers were left, and most of them were from small peninsula communities like Rain Valley. Their questions were still pointed and cruel, but they were asked in dull, monotone voices. No one expected any of it to matter anymore. "That's all for this week," Julia said, realizing the room had gone still. "The big news is that she can dress herself, and she shows a true affinity for anything made of plastic. She can take or leave television. I think the images move too quickly for her, but she can watch cooking programs all day. Maybe that will strike a chord with someone." "Come on, Dr. Cates," said a man at the back of the room. He was desperately thin, with shaggy hair and a mouth made for cigarettes. "No one is looking for this kid." There was a murmur of assent from the crowd as they talked among themselves. Julia heard the papery rustle of their laughter. "That's not true. A child doesn't simply appear and disappear in this world. Someone is missing her." A man from KIRO-TV stepped forward. The compassion in his dark eyes was almost harder to bear than the disinterest of his colleagues. "I don't know what's true about your past and what's media spin, Dr. Cates, but I know that you're a smart woman. There's something wrong with this kid, big time wrong. I think that's why her family dumped her in the woods and walked away." Julia stepped out from behind the podium and moved toward him. "You have no evidence to support that. It's just as likely that she was kidnapped so long ago that her family has given up on her, stopped looking." His gaze was steady. "Stopped looking for their daughter? I wish you luck, I really do, but KIRO is pulling out. The rumblings at Mount St. Helens are front and center now." He reached into his rumpled white shirt pocket and withdrew a card. "My wife's a therapist. I'll be fair to you. Call me if you find out something substantive." She looked down at his card. John Smith, TV News. KIRO, she knew, had a top-notch research staff and access to people and places she couldn't begin to reach. "How hard did you guys try to find out who she is?" 4 researchers worked on it full-time for the first 2 weeks. Julia nodded. She'd been afraid of that. "Good luck." She watched him leave, thinking, "And there goes the last of the good ones." Next Wednesday, she'd be giving her update to representatives of local newspapers, with smaller circulations than most high schools, and, if she was lucky, some low-rent stringer for the tabloids. Peanut crossed the room, weaving through the row of metal folding chairs, picking up the discarded news releases they'd handed out. Her black rubber clogs made a thumping sound on the floor. Cal went along behind her, grabbing the chairs, clanging them shut. Within moments, the podium was the only remaining evidence of today's press conference. Soon there would be no audience for any of this. The pressure of that knowledge had been building in Julia, filling her lungs like a slow-growing case of pneumonia. The milestones she'd reported to the media today were important. In ordinary therapy, the amount of progress Alice had made in 3 weeks would be considered successful. Now the child could eat with utensils and use the toilet. She'd even come so far as to show sympathy for someone else. But none of it answered the central question of identity. None of it would get Alice back to her family and her real life. None of it would guarantee that Julia could keep working with her. In fact, with every day that passed in the child's silence, Julia felt her grasp on her confidence loosen. At night, as she lay in her bed, listening to Alice's quiet nightmares and violent moments, Julia thought, "Am I good enough? Or worse, what am I missing this time?" "You did a great job today," Peanut said, trying to force a smile. It was the same thing she'd said after each press conference. "Thanks," was Julia's standard answer. "I better get back," she said, bending down for her briefcase. Peanut nodded, then yelled to Cal, "I'm taking her home." Julia followed Peanut out of the station and into the gunmetal gray light of sundown. In the car, they both stared straight ahead. Garth Brooks's voice floated through the speakers, complaining about friends in low places. "So, I guess it isn't going so well, huh?" Peanut said, strumming her black and white checkerboard fingernails on the steering wheel at the four-way stop. "She's made huge progress, but she still isn't talking. Are you sure she can?" The same series of questions ran like an endless monologue through Julia's thoughts. Day and night, she thought, can she? Will she? When? "I believe it with my whole heart," Julia said slowly. Then she smiled ruefully. "My head is beginning to wonder, however." "When I was a young mother, the thing I hated most was changing diapers. So the day my Tara turned 2, I set about teaching her to use the toilet. I followed all the how-to books down to the letter. And you know what happened? My Tara stopped pooping. Just stopped. After about 5 days, I took her to Doc Fisher. I was worried sick. He examined my baby girl, then looked at me over his glasses. He said, "Penelope Nutter, this girl is trying to tell you something. She doesn't want to be potty trained." Peanut laughed, then hit the turn signal and veered onto the old highway. "There's no metal on earth stronger than a child's will. I guess your Alice will talk when she's ready." Peanut turned down their driveway and pulled up in front of the house, honking twice. Ellie came out of the house almost immediately. So quickly, in fact, that Julia suspected she'd been at the door, waiting. "Thanks for the ride, Peanut. See you Wednesday." Julia got out of the car and slammed the door shut. She met Ellie halfway across the yard. "She's howling again," Ellie said miserably. "When did she wake up?" "5 minutes ago. She's early. How'd it go?" "Bad," she said, trying to sound strong and failing. "The DNA results will be back soon. Maybe they will give us an answer. If she's a kidnap victim, there will be crime scene evidence to compare to." They'd tossed this idea back and forth like a life ring in the last few days, though it had lost its buoyancy. "I know. Hopefully she's in the system." It was what Julia always said. "Hopefully." They looked at each other. The word was starting to sound frayed. Julia went into the house and up the stairs. With each step, the howling grew in volume. She knew what she'd find when she entered her room. Alice would be kneeling behind her plants, head down, face in her hands, rocking and howling. It was her only means of expressing sadness or fear. She was afraid now because she'd wakened alone. To an ordinary child, this might be frustrating. To Alice, it was terrifying. Julia was already talking when she opened the door. "Now, what's all this racket about, Alice? Everything is fine. You're just scared. That's natural." Alice streaked across the room in a blur of black hair, yellow dress, and spindly arms and legs. She pressed herself against Julia so closely that there was contact from waist to calf. Alice put her hand in Julia's pocket. This was how it was lately. Alice needed to be next to Julia always, connected. She was sucking her thumb and looking up at Julia with a vulnerability that was both heartbreaking and terrifying. "Come on, Alice," Julia said, pretending it was perfectly natural to have a young human barnacle attached to her hip. She got out her Denver kit, a collection of toys that were helpful in gauging a child's development. At the table she set out the bell, the block, and the doll. "Sit down, Alice," she said, knowing Alice would sit down when she did. The chairs were close enough that they could still be together. Side by side, with Alice's tiny hand still tucked in Julia's pocket, they sat down. With the Denver kit spread out in front of them, Julia waited for Alice to make a move. "Come on," Julia said. "I need you to talk, little one. I know you can do it." Nothing. Just the gentle in and out of the girl's breathing. Desperation plucked at Julia's confidence, broke a tender strand of it. "Please." Her voice was a whisper now, not her therapist voice at all. She thought about the passing of time and the dwindling media interest and the increasingly quiet phone lines in the police station. "Please, come on." When Ellie and Peanut arrived at the police station, the building was quiet. Cal was at his desk, headphones on his head, drawing a picture of some winged creature. At their entrance, he turned the paper face down. As if Ellie cared to see his bizarre sketches. He'd been doing them since 6th grade. The only difference between him and every other guy she'd ever known was that Cal had never outgrown it. There were always doodles on her pink while you were out messages. "Earl signed out," Cal said, pushing a lock of hair out of his eyes. "Mel is going to make one more pass out toward the lake to check on the teens, and then he's off too." In other words, life in Rain Valley was back to normal. The phones weren't ringing, and her 2 patrol officers were off unless someone called in. "And the DNA results are back. I put them on your desk." Ellie stopped. They all looked at one another. After a long moment, she went to her desk and sat down. The chair squeaked in protest. She picked up the official-looking envelope and opened it. The pages inside had a lot of mumbo-jumbo scientist speak, but none of it mattered. At the midsection was the sentence, "No match found." The second page was a lab report on the dress fibers. As expected, it revealed only that the dress was made of inexpensive white cotton that could have come from any of a dozen textile mills. There were no blood or semen traces in the fabric, no DNA present. The final paragraph of the report outlined the procedure to be followed in the event that the DNA collected from Alice was to be tested against a found sample. Ellie felt a wave of defeat. What now? She'd done everything she knew. Hell, she'd thrown her sister to the wolves, and for what? They were no closer to an ID now than they'd been 3 weeks ago, and the people at DSHS were breathing down her neck. Cal and Peanut pulled chairs across the room and sat in front of the desk. "No ID?" Peanut asked. Ellie shook her head, unable to say it out loud. "You did the best you could," Cal said gently. "No one could have done any better," Peanut agreed. After that, no one spoke. A real rarity here. Finally, Ellie pushed the papers across her desk. "Send these results out to the people who are waiting. How many requests have we gotten?" 33. Maybe one of them is the match," Peanut said hopefully. Ellie opened her desk drawer and pulled out the stack of papers she'd gotten from the National Center for Missing Children. She'd read it at least 100 times, using it as the only guidance she could find. The final paragraph had been burned into her brain. She didn't need to read it again to know what it said. If none of this produces a positive identification of the child, then social services should be called in. The child will most likely be placed in a permanent foster home or a residential treatment facility or adopted out. "What do we do next?" Peanut asked. Ellie sighed. "We pray this DNA produces a match." They all knew how unlikely that was. None of the 33 requests had seemed particularly promising. Most of them had been made by people, parents and lawyers and cops from other jurisdictions, who believed the child being sought was dead. None of them had described Alice's birthmark. Ellie rubbed her eyes. "Let's pack it in for the night. You can send out the DNA reports tomorrow, P. I have another phone conference with the lady from DSHS. That should be fun." Peanut stood up. "I'm meeting Benji at the Big Bowl. Anyone want to join me?" "There's nothing I like better than hanging around with fat men in matching polyester shirts," said Cal. "I'm in." Peanut glared at him. "You want me to tell Benji you called him fat?" Cal laughed. "It'll come as no surprise to him, P." "Don't get started, you two," Ellie said tiredly. The last thing she wanted to listen to was a he-said-she-said fight over nothing. "I'm going home. You should too, Cal. It's Friday night. The girls will miss you." The girls and Lisa went to Aberdeen to see her folks. I'm a bachelor this weekend. So, it's the Big Bowl for me. He looked at her. "You used to love bowling." Ellie found herself remembering the summer she and Cal had worked at the Big Bowl's lunch counter. It had been that last magical year of childhood, before all the sharp edges of adolescence poked through. They'd been outcasts together that summer, best friends in the way that only two social rejects can be. The next summer, she'd been too cool for the Big Bowl. "That was a long time ago, Cal. I can't believe you remember it." "I remember." There was an edge to his voice that was odd. He walked over to the hooks by the door and grabbed his coat. "It's karaoke night," Peanut said, smiling. Ellie was lost, and Peanut damn well knew it. "I guess a margarita couldn't hurt." It was better than going home. The thought of telling Julia about the DNA, was more than she could bear. On either side of River Road, giant Douglas fir trees were an endless black saw blade of sharp tips and serrated edges. Overhead, the sky was cut into bite-sized pieces by treetops and mountain peaks. There were stars everywhere, some bright and so close you felt certain their light would reach down to the soggy earth. But when Ellie looked at her feet, there was only dark gravel beneath her. She giggled. For a second, she'd almost expected to look down and see a black mist there. "Slow down," Cal said, coming around the car. He took hold of Ellie's arm, steadying her. She couldn't seem to stop looking at the sky. Her head felt heavy. So, too, her eyelids. "You see the Big Dipper?" It was directly to the left and above her house. "My dad used to say that God used it to pour magic down our chimney." Her voice cracked on that. The memory surprised her. She hadn't had time to raise her shield. "This is why I don't drink." Cal put an arm around her. "I thought you didn't drink because of the senior prom. Remember when you puked on Principal Haley?" "I need new friends," Ellie muttered. She let herself be guided into the house, where the dogs rammed into her so hard she almost fell again. "Jake! Elwood!" She bent down and hugged them, letting them lick her cheek until it was so wet it felt like she'd been swimming. "You need to train those dogs," Cal said, stepping away from their sniffing noses. "Training anything with a penis is impossible." She grinned at him. "And you thought I didn't learn anything from my marriages?" She pointed to the stairs. "Upstairs, boys. I'll be right up." She only had to say it another 15 times before they obeyed. Once the dogs were gone, Cal said, "You better get to bed." "I'm sick of sleeping alone. Pretend I didn't say that." She started to pull away from Cal, then stopped dead. "Did you hear that? Someone's playing the piano. Delta Dawn." She started singing. "Delta Dawn, what's that flower you have on?" She danced across the room. "No one is playing music," Cal said. He glanced over at the corner where her mom's old piano sat, gathering dust. "That's the song you sang tonight for karaoke. One of them, anyway." Ellie came to an unsteady stop and looked at Cal. "I'm the chief of police." "Yes." "I got drunk on margaritas and sang karaoke in public. In my uniform." Cal was trying not to smile. "Look at the bright side. You didn't strip, and you didn't drive home." She covered her eyes with her hand. "That's my bright side? I didn't get naked or commit a crime?" "Well, there was that time." "I am definitely making new friends. You can go home. I won't be seeing you anymore." She turned away from him too quickly, lost her balance, and went down like a tree at harvest time. The only thing missing was a cry of timber. "Wow, you really hit hard." She rolled over and lay there. "Are you going to just stand there, or are you going to hook me up to some sort of pulley system and get me up?" Cal was openly smiling now. "I'm going to stand here. Us not being friends anymore and all." "Oh, damn it. We're back on." She reached up. He took her hand and helped her to her feet. "That hurt," she said, brushing dust off her pants. "It looked like it did." Cal was still holding her hand. She turned to him. It's okay, big brother. I'm not going to fall again. Sure? Semi-sure. She pulled free. Thanks for driving me home. See you back at the station at 8 sharp. The DNA will find a match. I feel it in my blood. That might be tequila. Naysayer. Night. She lurched toward the stairs, grabbing the handrail just as she started to fall. Cal was beside her in an instant. Hey, she frowned, feeling his hold on her forearm. I thought you left. I'm right here. She looked at him. With her on the stair and him on the floor, they were eye to eye, and so close she could see where he'd nicked himself shaving that morning. She noticed the jagged scar along his jawline. He'd gotten that the summer he turned 12. His dad had come after him with a broken beer bottle. It was Ellie's dad who'd gotten him to the hospital. How come you're so good to me, Cal? I was crappy to you in high school. It was true. Once she'd sprouted boobs, plucked her eyebrows, and outgrown her acne, everything had changed. Boys had noticed her, even the football players. She'd left Cal behind in the blink of an eye, and yet he'd never made her feel bad about it. Old habits die hard, I guess. She backed up one step. It was just enough to put some distance between them. How come you never drink with us? I drink. I know. I said with us. Someone has to drive you home. But it's always you. Doesn't Lisa care that we keep you out all night? He was looking at her closely. I told you. She's gone this weekend. She's always gone. He didn't answer. After a minute, she'd forgotten what they were talking about. And suddenly she was thinking about the girl again, and failure. I won't find her family, will I? You've always found a way to get what you want, Elle. That was never your problem. Oh? What is my problem, then? You always wanted the wrong things. Gee, thanks. He seemed disappointed by that, like he'd wanted her to say something else. She couldn't imagine how she'd let him down, but somehow she had. If she were sober, she'd probably know the answer. You're welcome. You want me to pick you up tomorrow morning? No need. I'll get Jules or Peanut to give me a ride. Okay. See ya. See ya. She watched him walk away, close the front door behind him. The house fell silent again. With a sigh, she navigated the narrow, too-steep stairway and emerged onto the second floor. She meant to turn left, to her parents', now her, bedroom, but her mind was on autopilot and steered her right into her old room. It wasn't until she saw that both twin beds were full that she realized she'd made a wrong turn. The girl was awake and watching her. She'd been asleep when the door opened. Ellie was certain of it. Hello, little one, she whispered, flinching when she heard the low, answering growl. I would never hurt you, she said, backing toward the door. I only want to help. I wish... What did she wish? She didn't know. When she thought about it, that was the problem with her life, now and always. She'd never known what to wish for until it was too late. She wanted to promise that they'd find the girl's family, but she didn't believe it. Not anymore. Like a riverbank in a spring thaw, the erosion of Julia's self-confidence was a steady, plucking movement. No instant of it could really be seen. No giant chunks of earth fell away, but the end result was a change in the course of things, a new direction. More and more she found herself retreating to the safe world of her notes. There, on those thin blue lines, she analyzed everything. While she still believed that Alice understood, at least at the toddler level, a few words here and there, she was making no real progress in getting the girl to speak. The authorities were breathing down her neck. Every day Dr. Kletch left a message on the machine. It was always the same. "You're not helping this child enough, Dr. Cates. Let us step in." This afternoon, when she'd put Alice down for her nap, Julia had knelt by the bed, stroking the girl's soft black hair, patting her back, thinking, "How can I help you?" She'd felt the sting of tears in her eyes. Before she knew it, they were falling freely down her cheeks. She'd had to go to the bathroom and redo her makeup for the press conference. She'd only just finished her mascara when a car drove up outside. She was halfway down the stairs when she ran into Ellie, coming up. "You okay?" Ellie asked, frowning. "I'm fine. She's asleep." "Well, Peanut's waiting in the car. I'll stay here today." Julia nodded. She grabbed her briefcase and left the house. They drove the 1.5 miles to town in a heavy rain. The drops on the windshield and roof were so loud that conversation was impossible. Rain seemed to be boiling on the hood. While Peanut parked the car, Julia opened an umbrella and ran for the station. She was hanging up her coat and walking to the podium when it struck her. Every seat was empty. No one had come. Cal sat at the dispatch desk, looking at her with pity. She glanced at the clock. The press conference should have started 5 minutes ago. Maybe... The door burst open. Peanut stood there wearing her department-issue slicker, rain dripping down her face. "Where the hell is everyone?" "No one showed," Cal said. Peanut's fleshy face seemed to fall at that. Her eyes rounded, first in understanding, then in resignation. She went over to where Cal stood and tucked in close to him. He took hold of her hand. "This is bad." "Very bad," Julia agreed. For the next 30 minutes they waited in terrible silence, jumping every time the phone rang. By 4:45, no one could pretend that it wasn't over. Julia stood. "I need to get back, Peanut. Alice will be waking up soon." She reached for her briefcase and followed Peanut into the car. Outside, the rain had stopped. The sky looked gray and bruised. Exactly how she felt. She knew she should make small talk with Peanut, at least answer her endless string of questions, but she didn't feel like it. Peanut turned onto Main Street. After a quick, "Aha!" she pulled into one of the slanted parking stalls in front of the Raindrop Diner. "I promised Cal I'd get him dinner. It'll only take a jiff." She was gone before Julia could answer. Julia got out of the car. She'd intended to get herself a cup of coffee, but now that she was here, she couldn't seem to move. Across the street was Self Park. It was where Alice had first appeared. The maple tree, now bare, sent empty branches reaching for the darkening sky. The forest in the distance was too dark to see. "How long were you out there?" Julia felt someone beside her. She pulled her thoughts back to the now and turned, expecting to see Peanut's smiling face. Max stood there, wearing a black leather jacket, jeans, and a white t-shirt. It was the first time she'd seen him in weeks. The avoidance had been entirely intentional, and now here he was, looking down at her, taking up too much space and breathing too much air. Long time no see. "I've been busy." "Me too." They stood there staring at each other. "How's Alice?" "She's making progress." Still not talking? She winced. Not yet. He frowned. It lasted only a second, maybe less. She thought perhaps she'd imagined it, until he said, "Don't be frustrated. You're helping her." She was surprised by how much those simple words meant to her. "How is it you always know what I need to hear?" He smiled. "It's my superpower." Beside them, a bell tinkled, and Peanut came out of the diner. "Dr. Saracen, how are you?" Peanut said, looking from one of them to the other. She seemed certain that she'd missed something important. Fine. You?" "Good," Peanut said. Max stared at Julia. She felt a little shiver move through her. It was probably from the cold. "Well," she said, trying to follow it up with anything that made sense, but all she could do was stare at him. "I should go," he finally said. Later, when Peanut and Julia were in the car, driving home, Peanut said, "That Dr. Saracen is certainly a fine-looking man." "Is he?" Julia said, staring out the window. "I didn't notice." Peanut burst out laughing. 16. Ellie was in the living room, reading through the missing children reports. Again. When Julia got home. She knew how the press conference had gone, by the disappointed look on her sister's face. It was one of those moments when Ellie wished she weren't so observant. She saw all the new lines on Julia's face, the pallor of her skin, and the pounds she'd lost. The woman was practically a scarecrow. Ellie felt a tinge of guilt. It was her fault that Julia was disappearing. If she had done her job better, the whole burden of identification wouldn't have fallen on Julia's thin shoulders. Amazingly, though, Julia had never once blamed her. Of course, they hardly spent any time together these days. Since the press conferences began, Julia had worked like a machine. Every hour of every day she kept herself in that bedroom upstairs. "No one showed," Julia said, tossing her briefcase on the sofa. There was the merest tremble in her voice. It could be exhaustion or defeat. She sat down in Mom's favorite rocker, but didn't relax. She sat stiffly. Ellie was reminded of a sliver of pale ash that had been filed too thin. There wasn't enough left to bend without snapping in half. A silence followed, broken only by the crackling of the fire in the fireplace. Ellie glanced up the stairs, thinking of Alice. "What do we do now?" Julia looked down at her hands, balled up in her lap. Her sudden fragility was sad to see. "I'm making remarkable progress, but—" Ellie waited. The sentence remained a fragment, swallowed by the stillness in the room. "But what?" Julia finally looked up at her. "Maybe I'm not good enough." Ellie saw how vulnerable her sister was right now and knew she needed to say just the right thing. It was a talent she'd rarely possessed. "Dad used to tell me all the time how brilliant you were, how you were going to light up the world with your brightness. We all saw it. Of course you're good enough." Julia made a funny sound, almost a snort. "Dad? You must be joking. All he ever thought about was himself." Ellie was so stunned by that observation that it took her a moment to marshal a response. "Dad? He had huge dreams for us. Well, me he gave up on by the second failed marriage, but you were his pride and joy." "Are we talking about Big Tom Cates, who used up all the air in the room and squashed his wife's personality?" Ellie laughed at the sheer ridiculousness of that. "Are you kidding? He adored Mom. He couldn't breathe without her. And she couldn't breathe beside him. She left him once, for 2 days. Did you know that? When I was 14. Ellie frowned. time she went to Grandma Dottie's? She came right back." Ellie made an impatient gesture with her hand. "The point is, they both believed in you, and it would break their hearts to see you questioning yourself. What would you do right now if you were your old self and that girl upstairs needed your help?" Julia shrugged. "I'd go up and try something radical, see if a little shaking up would help." "So, do it. And if it doesn't work, then you'll try something else. It's not like she'll kill herself if you're wrong." Ellie realized a second too late what she'd said. When she looked at Julia, saw her sister's pale face and watery eyes, it all finally fell into place. "That's it, isn't it? This is about what happened in Silverwood. I should have figured it out. Some things scar you." Ellie couldn't imagine how heavy that weight was, how her sister could bear it. But there was still only one thing to say. "You've got to keep trying." "And what if I'm not helping her enough? The doctors at the care facility are assholes." She leaned forward, made eye contact. "Remember when you came home for Dad's funeral? You were in the middle of your surgical rotation. I asked you how you could stand it, knowing that if you screwed up, people could die." "Yeah?" "You said, and I quote, 'That's part of being a doctor.' You said that sometimes you just kept going because you had to." Julia closed her eyes and sighed. "I remember. Well, now is the time to keep going. That little girl upstairs needs you to believe in yourself." Julia glanced up the stairs. It was a long moment before she said, "If I were going to do something radical, I'd need your help." "What can I do?" Julia's frown was there and gone so quickly Ellie thought she'd imagined it. Then Julia stood. "Find a place in the shadows. Park your butt and sit quietly. And wait." Julia felt a surprising buoyancy in her step as she went up the stairs. Until the conversation downstairs, she hadn't even realized that she'd been quietly giving up. Not on Alice, never that. On herself. More and more often, in the deepest, darkest hours of the night, she'd been questioning her abilities, wondering if she was helping Alice or hurting her, wondering about Amber and the other victims. The more she wondered about it all, the weaker she became, and the weaker she became, the more she wondered. It was a vicious cycle that could destroy her. She squared her shoulders and tilted her chin up, adopting a winner's stance. Combined with this fledgling hope of, maybe I'm still okay, it gave her the strength to open her old bedroom door. Alice lay in her bed, curled up like a little cinnamon roll. As always, she was on top of the covers. No matter how cold the room got, she never pulled the blankets over her. Julia glanced at the clock. It was nearing 6 o'clock. Any minute, Alice would wake from her nap. The child was like a Japanese train in the adherence to her routine. She woke at 5:30 every morning, took a nap from 4:30 to 6, and fell asleep at 10:45 each night. Julia could have set her watch by it. That schedule had allowed them to conduct the press conferences. She shut the door behind her. It clicked hard. She took her notebooks out of their storage box on the uppermost shelf of the closet and went to the table, where she read through her morning's notes. Today, Alice picked up our copy of The Secret Garden. With remarkable dexterity, she flipped through the pages. Whenever she found a drawing, she made a noise and hit the page with her palm, then looked up to find me. She seems to want me watching her all the time. She is still following me like a shadow everywhere I go. She often tucks her hand into my belt or the waistband of my pants and presses against me, moving with a surprising ability to gauge where I'm going. She still shows no real interest in other people. When anyone comes into the room, she races to the jungle of hers and hides. I believe she thinks we can't see her. She's increasingly possessive of me, especially when we are not alone. This shows me that she has the ability to make attachments and bond. Unable or unwilling to vocalize this possessiveness when others are speaking to me, she uses whatever is available to make noise, hitting the wall, snorting, shuffling her feet, howling. I'm hopeful that someday soon her frustration at the limitations of these forms of communication will force her to try verbalizing her feelings. Julia picked up her pen and added, "In the past week, she's become quite comfortable in her new environment. She spends long spans of time at the window, but only if I will stand with her. I have noticed increasing curiosity about her world. She looks under and around things, pulls out drawers, opens closets. She still won't touch anything metal, and screams when an accidental contact is made, but she's edging toward the door. Twice today she dragged me to the door and then forced me to lie down beside her. She spent almost an hour in total silence, staring at the bar of light from the hallway. The dogs were on the other side, whining and scratching to be let in. Alice is beginning to wonder what's beyond this room. That's a good sign. She's gone from fear to curiosity. Thus, I think it's time to expand her world a bit, but we'll have to be very careful. I believe the forest will exert a powerful pull on her. Somewhere out there, in all that darkness, is the place that was her home." Julia heard a movement on the bed. The old wooden frame creaked as Alice got up. As always, the girl woke up and went straight into the bathroom. She ran nimbly, almost soundlessly, across the floor and ducked into the smaller room. Moments later, the toilet flushed. Then Alice ran for Julia, tucking up alongside her, putting her tiny hand in Julia's pants pocket. She put her pen down, then gathered up her journals and notebooks and put everything on a high shelf. Alice moved soundlessly beside her, never losing contact. Julia went to the chest of drawers and withdrew a pair of blue overalls and a pretty pink sweater. "Put these on," she said, handing them to Alice, who complied. It took her several attempts to put on the sweater. She kept confusing the neck and sleeves. When she grew frustrated and started breathing heavily and snorting, Julia dropped to her knees. "You're getting frustrated. That's okay. Here. This is where your head goes through." Alice instantly calmed and let Julia help her. But she drew the line at shoes. She simply would not put them on. Finally, Julia conceded defeat. "Come with me," she said, "but your feet will be cold." She held out her hand. Alice sidled up to Julia, put her hand in the pocket again. Very gently, Julia eased Alice away from her. Then she held out her hand again. "Take my hand, Alice." She made her voice as soft as a piece of silk. Alice's breathing grew heavier. Confusion tugged at her brow and forehead. "It's okay." Long minutes passed. They both stood perfectly still. Twice more Alice went for Julia's pocket and was very carefully rebuffed. Finally, just when Julia was considering the viability of her plan, Alice took a step toward her. "That's it," Julia said. "Take my hand." Alice's reaching out was slow, unsteady, and perhaps the most courageous moment Julia had ever witnessed. The girl was clearly terrified. She was breathing hard, trembling. The look in her eyes was of near terror, and yet she reached out. Julia held the tiny, shaking hand in hers. "No hurt," she said, looking down at Alice. Alice breathed a sigh of relief. Holding hands, Julia led her toward the door. Alice halted as they drew close. This was the closest she'd ever really been to the door. She stared at the bright, shiny knob in horror. "It's okay. No hurt. You're safe." Julia squeezed Alice's hand in reassurance. She didn't move. Let Alice accept the moment thus far. When the girl's trembling subsided, Julia reached for the door. Alice tried to pull back. Julia held fast to her hand, saying soothingly, "It's okay. You're afraid, but no hurt." She twisted the knob and pushed the door open. The hallway was revealed. Long and straight, illuminated by sconces, there were no shadows in front of them, no hidden spaces. The dogs were there. At Alice's presence, they erupted into barking, prancing movements and started to run toward her. Alice pressed against Julia. At the dog's approach, she held out one small, pale hand and made a gurgling sound in the back of her throat. The dogs stopped in their tracks and dropped to their haunches, waiting. Alice looked up at Julia. Julia couldn't make sense of it. "Okay, Alice," she said, not even sure what she was agreeing to, but she saw the question in the child's eye. Very slowly, Alice let go of Julia's hand and moved toward the dogs. They remained perfectly still. When Alice reached them, it was as if a switch had been turned. The dogs pounced to life, licking Alice and pawing her. Alice threw herself at the dogs, giggling hard when they nuzzled her throat. Julia soaked in the new sight of Alice's smile. Long minutes passed. Finally, Alice drew back from the dogs and returned to Julia's side. She tucked her hand in Julia's waistband. "Come on, Alice," Julia said. Alice let herself be pulled slowly into the hallway. Once there, she got nervous. She looked longingly back at the plants in the bedroom. When she tried to take a step backward, Julia firmly said, "This way." She led Alice to the top of the stairs. Here they paused again. The dogs followed them, moving quietly. Julia wanted to scoop Alice into her arms and carry her down each step, but she didn't dare. The girl might flail so mightily to be free that Julia would lose her hold. Instead, still holding the little hand, Julia took one step down. Alice gazed at her for a long time, obviously gauging this turn of events. Finally, she followed. They made their way down to the living room, one step at a time. By the time they reached the sofa, it was full-on night. She opened the porch door, revealing the darkness outside. The air smelled of coming winter, of dying leaves and rain-soaked grass, and the last few roses on the bushes along the side of the house. The dogs made a beeline for the yard and started playing. Alice made a quiet, gasping sound and took a step on her own, then another, until they were on the porch. The old cedar floorboards creaked in welcome. Mom's rocker was touched by the breeze and rocked to and fro. Alice was easily led now, down the steps and around the corner and into the grassy yard. The sound of the river was loud. Leaves whispered among themselves and floated downward. Thousands of them all at once, though the breeze was as soft as a baby's breath. Alice let go of Julia's hand and grabbed onto her pant leg instead. Then she dropped to her knees. She sat utterly still, her head bowed. The sound was so quiet at first, so thready, that Julia mistook it for a growing wind. Alice lifted her face to the night sky and let out a howl, that undulated on the air. It was a noise so sad and lonely that you wanted to cry or howl along with her. It made you think of all that you'd ever loved, all that you'd lost, and all the love you'd never known. "Go ahead, Alice," Julia said, hearing the throatiness of her voice. It was unprofessional to be so moved, but there was no way to help it. "Let it all out. This is crying for you, isn't it?" When the howling faded, Alice was quiet again. She sat there, kneeling in the grass. She was so motionless, it was as if she'd melted onto the landscape. Then, all at once, she moved. She bent forward and picked up a tiny yellow dandelion from the darkness in front of her. Julia hadn't even been able to see the flower. In a single motion, she separated the root from the stem and ate the root. "This is the world you know, isn't it?" Julia tried to get Alice to let go of her pants so the child could wander freely, but Alice wouldn't let go. "I won't leave you. But you don't know that, do you? Someone has already left you out in these woods, haven't they?" In the silence that followed the question, a crow cawed, then an owl hooted. Within seconds, the forest at the edge of their property was alive with birdsong. The unseen branches creaked and sighed. The pine needles rustled. Alice imitated each of the calls, each of her versions flawless. The birds answered her. In the darkness, it took Julia's eyes a moment to notice what was happening. The yard was full of birds. They formed a wide circle around them. "My God!" It was Ellie's voice from somewhere in the shadows. At the sound, the birds flew away, their wings sounding breathy and fast. Somewhere, far away, a wolf howled. Alice answered the call. A shiver crept down Julia's spine. Suddenly she was icy cold. "Don't move," she said to Ellie when she heard a rustling in the leaves. And don't talk." Alice tugged on Julia's hand. It was the first time the girl had ever tried to lead. Julia couldn't help smiling. "That's good, little one. I'll follow." A cloud moved away from the moon, floated across the sky. In its wake, moonlight painted the grass, lit the river. Everything looked silvery and magical. Alice pointed at the rose bushes. They were leggy and winter bare, sorely in need of cutting back. She pulled free and approached the roses with a confidence Julia had never seen before. She straightened, lifted her chin. For once she didn't hunch over and hold an arm across her stomach. Moonlight glanced off her hair. It looked black as a crow's wing tinged with blue. The night felt steeped in magic, shimmering with it. Stars sparkled in the sky. Julia would have sworn she could hear the ocean. She backed away slowly, letting Alice explore this perimeter of her own world. She felt her sister's approach. Ellie stopped beside her. "How do you know she won't run away?" "I don't. I'm betting on her attachment to me, though. There are bad memories out there for her." "A mammoth understatement." Julia watched Alice draw nearer to the rose bush, wondering what the girl would do if a thorn bit her flesh. Would she turn to her for help or comfort? Had she learned at all that she wasn't alone any longer? Or would she feel betrayed by this strange place and run back to the world she knew? "Be careful, Alice," Julia said. "There are thorns." The girl reached for a single pink bud, plucked it from the bush. Alice petted the rose with a gentleness that surprised Julia. Then she turned away. Moving slowly, she walked toward the river. When she reached a little lip of land, she paused. Julia and Ellie followed her, both ready to save her if she jumped. But Alice kept moving down the bank, to the place where the grass was tamped down and dead. There she dropped to her knees and bowed her head, howling softly. "She's calling her wolf," Julia said quietly, "telling him her story and that she misses him." They waited for an answer, breath held, but all they heard were the trees whispering overhead and the river's throaty laughter. "He's at the game farm with other wolves," Ellie finally said, "too far away to hear her." Julia left Ellie standing there and moved toward Alice. Coming up behind the girl, Julia touched her shoulder. Alice turned around and peered up at Julia through eyes so dark and unfathomable they seemed to reflect the endless night sky. Julia knelt in the damp grass. "Talk to me, Alice. What are you feeling right now? You don't need to be afraid. You're safe here." The night is full of noises. Sometimes it is so loud that Girl has trouble hearing the quiet that lies beneath. It has always been like that for her. She has to work hard at not hearing the animals, the insects, the wind, and the leaves. She needs to close her eyes and listen to her own heartbeat until that's all there is. Even in the moonless dark, she sees too much. A spider crawling along the ground at her feet, a pair of crows watching her from the purple tree, a moth flying along the river. In the distance, she hears the rustling movement of a hunting cat. If only the two hers would stop talking so loudly, then Girl could breathe again. She feels a tightness in her chest, and it scares her. She should feel safe out here on the edge of her world. She could run away now if she wanted to. If she was careful and followed the river, she could find her cave again. All those times she stood at the lying box with her arm held out in the green-scented air, she imagined a chance like this. The moment when Sunhair would look away and Girl would run. But now, she doesn't want to leave. She looks down at her feet. They are planted as firmly as any tree root. This is where she wants to be, with Sunhair. "Talk to me, Alice." Sunhair is there, in front of her, reaching a hand out to Girl. In the light of this round-faced moon, everything about Sunhair is white. Girl is afraid and confused. What if Sunhair doesn't want Girl to stay? Maybe she is being let go now? She doesn't want to go back to the cold, hungry darkness of her cave. Maybe him is there. Sunhair bends down. "Can you talk to me, Alice?" The other one, the big, jangling, night-haired her, says something from the shadows. There is no color around that one, no scent. Girl cannot sense what that one feels or thinks, but she knows it is bad. Something is wrong. "Leave this. Too damn spooky," Nighthair says. She shivers as if it is cold, which confuses Girl even more. It is moons and moons away from cold. "Go ahead and leave. I'll stay." Sunhair is looking at Girl and smiling. "I need you to talk, Alice. Is any of this making sense?" Girl hears something. It sneaks up on her like a hunting wolf. She frowns, trying to understand. Need. Talk. Did Sunhair want Girl to make the sounds that meant things? No, it couldn't be. That is the bad thing. Sunhair's smile slowly disappears. The color of her eyes seems to change from green to the palest gray. It is the color of lostness, of the water that leaks from your eyes. At last, Sunhair makes a sad, lonely sound and straightens. Maybe I was right, Ellen. I'm not the one to help this girl. It seems now that Sunhair is miles away from Girl and getting farther. Soon they will be so far apart that Girl won't be able to find her. I need you to talk, little one. Sunhair takes a breath. Please. Please. From somewhere, Girl remembers this sound. It is special, like the first bud in spring. Sunhair wants Girl to make the forbidden noises. Girl gets slowly to her feet. She feels lightheaded with fear. Sunhair is walking away now. Leaving. Girl's fear pushes her forward. She follows, grabs Sunhair's hand, and holds so tightly it hurts. Sunhair turns to her, kneels. It's okay, Alice, it's okay. I'm not leaving you. Leaving. Out of the jumble of sounds, Girl hears this. It is as clear as the sound of a river rising. Girl looks at Sunhair. Holding tightly to her hand, she wants to look away or close her eyes, so that if Sunhair is going to hit her, she will not have to see it coming, but she forces her eyes to stay open. It will take all her heart, everything she has inside of her, to think and remember and make the forbidden noise. What is it? Are you okay? Sunhair's voice is so soft it makes Girl's heart ache. She looks up into those pretty green eyes. Girl wants to be good. She licks her lips, then says quietly, Stay. Sunhair makes a sound like a stone falling in deep water. Did you say stay? Girl gives her the special rose. Peace. Sunhair's eyes start leaking again, but this time her mouth is curled up in a way that makes Girl feel warm inside. She puts her arms around Girl and pulls Girl toward her. It is a feeling Girl has never known before, this holding of the wholeness of her. She closes her eyes and lets her face burrow into the softness of Sunhair's neck, which smells of the flowers that grow when the sun comes sneaking up through nighttime. Stay, she whispers again, smiling now. 17. Ellie sat in her dad's old chair on the porch, wrapped up in a heavy woolen blanket. Beside her, a cup of tea sent thin shoots of steam into the air. Although it had been almost 3 hours since the Alice in the Woods show, she could still hear the sad, wavery notes of the girls howling, like a mournful music of the night. So much had happened tonight. The hell of it was, had anything changed? Alice could speak, that much they knew now, and it might be the open door they needed through which they could find her identity. But for some reason, Ellie didn't believe it. She didn't think Alice belonged anywhere or to anyone. Somehow she'd been set adrift in her life, like one of those elder Eskimo women who crawl out onto the ice floes, where they remain, cold and alone and infinitely unwanted, until they simply give up their lives. Ellie wrapped her hands around the cup of tea. Steam pelted her face, brought with it the scent of oranges. Behind her, the porch door squeaked open. Julia took a seat in Mom's rocker. "Is she asleep?" Ellie asked. "Like a baby." Ellie tried to corral her thoughts. They were like mustangs on the open range, running wild at her approach. "Did she say anything else?" That was the starting place. Hopefully the 2 words had been only the beginning. No. and it might be a while. Tonight was a big event, to be sure. But did you hear the way she said please? Peas. Like a 2-year-old. And she didn't put the two words together as a sentence. To her, I believe the words were separate entities. Julia was smiling brightly. Ellie couldn't remember the last time she'd seen that. What does all that mean? It took Julia a moment to answer. It's all very complicated and scientific, and I need a lot more information to really form a solid opinion. But, in a nutshell, Alice is either electively mute, which means that she is choosing not to speak because of the traumas she's experienced, or she is developmentally delayed in her acquisition of speech. I believe it is the latter. I say this for a couple of reasons. First, she seems to understand specific, simple words, but not sentences comprised of those words. Secondly, tonight, she used the two words independently, which reveals the level of syntax learning of an average 2-year-old. Think of how children learn language. First, it's simple word identification. Mama, dada, ball, dog. Gradually, they'll string two words together to communicate a more complex idea, then 3. In time, they learn to form negative sentences. No play, no nap, and begin to use pronouns. As they become more proficient, they will form their sentences into questions. Most scientists believe that a child can learn these complex unvoiced rules and acquire language at any age up to puberty. After that, for some reason, it becomes almost impossible. It's why kids learn foreign languages so much easier than adults do. Ellie held up her hand. Slow down, Einstein. Are you saying that Alice can speak but hasn't been taught much? So she's got the verbal skills of a toddler? That's my guess. I think she was raised in a verbal, perhaps even a caring environment for the first 18 months to 2 years of her life. It was then that she began to learn a few words and bonded physically with someone. After that, something very bad happened, and she stopped developing her language skills. Something very bad. The words left a heaviness behind, a residue. A toddler doesn't know her name. Not her last name, anyway. I know. Ellie leaned back in her dad's chair and sighed heavily. It seems like no one is looking for this kid, Jules. The NCIC has come up completely blank on any known missing or kidnapped children who match her description. The DNA has done nothing for us, and the press isn't interested anymore. And now, you're telling me that even if you get her to start talking up a blue streak, she may have no idea what her name is, or who her parents are, or what city she lives in? Geez, Elle, I was feeling pretty good about tonight. We got her outside and talking. I'm sorry. You've done a hell of a job with her, Jules. Really. But I have responsibilities, too. DSHS thinks we should start permanent foster care proceedings. Don't do it, Elle, please. I have a chance with her. It's not only about finding her family anymore. It's about saving her, bringing her back to the world. You reminded me of all that, of how much good I can do for Alice. You make it sound like you'll stay as long as you need to. Why wouldn't I? There's nothing left for me in L.A. When you don't have a husband or kids or a job, it's easy to walk away from your life. Just lock up your condo and go. She finally lifted her gaze. The truth is, I need Alice right now. I'll do whatever I have to do to help her. Can that be enough for now? Can we just let the temporary custody agreement stand? Of course. Ellie didn't know how she felt about the idea of her sister living here all through the winter. It was something she'd have to worry over later, in the dark, while she tried to fall asleep. but she knew she appreciated someone else shouldering the burden of little Alice's damaged soul. What about all that weirdness? The birds? Julia stared over the rim of her teacup at the moonlit river beyond. I don't know. She's lived in a world that's different than ours, with different fundamental rules. When I was doing research on the documented cases of wild children, it was clear that in most previous centuries these children were romanticized, seen as examples of true nature, uncorrupted and uncivilized. They came to represent a purity of man that couldn't exist in a society that set down rules of behavior. And all that means what? Maybe she's more a part of nature than of man, more connected to the natural world, sights, smells, plants, animals, than to us. Ellie didn't even know what to make of that. It looked more like magic than science to me. That's another explanation. So what now? How do we get her to start talking? Julia looked at her. She needs to learn that she's safe here. I think we need to show her what a family is. Maybe it'll ring some bells with her, make her remember. And we teach her the way you'd teach any 2-year-old, one word at a time. Later that night, after Ellie went to bed, Julia lay in her bed, staring at the ceiling. She was too wound up to sleep. Her blood seemed to be tingling just beneath her skin. Stay. That moment kept repeating itself over and over. Each time she remembered it, she felt a shiver of awe at what it meant. Until tonight, that very moment when Alice had spoken her first word, Julia hadn't even realized how lost she'd become, how far she'd fallen. Her grasp on confidence had been fragile and slippery, but now she was back. She was her old self. And she'd never give up again. First thing tomorrow morning, she would call the team of doctors and scientists who wanted to study Alice and tell them to back off. Then she'd convince DSHS that they had nothing to worry about with the girl's current placement. Maybe that was the lesson she'd needed to learn from the tragedy with Amber, the missing sign she'd been so desperate to find. In her business, there would be failures, heartbreaking losses. But to be the best, she had to stay strong in her belief that she made a difference. She was strong again. No phone calls from scientists or so-called colleagues or questions from the media would ruin her again. No one would take Alice from her. She needed to talk to someone tonight, to share her triumph. And there was only one person who would understand. You're crazy, Julia. She threw the covers back and got out of bed. Dressing in a pair of well-worn black sweats and a blue t-shirt, she kissed Alice's soft cheek and then left the room. Outside Ellie's bedroom, Julia paused. There was no light from beneath the door, no sounds from within. She didn't want to wake her sister. Besides, Ellie didn't truly appreciate the importance of tonight's events. Without letting herself think, she moved. She went out to the car and drove toward the old highway. There were no other cars on the road this time of night. The world was dark and still. Stars splattered the sky like a Jackson Pollock painting. Just before the entrance to the national park, she turned onto a rutted gravel road. At the final bend, she flicked off her headlights. Under cover of darkness, she pulled into his yard. In truth, she didn't know why she was here, parked in front of his house like a teenage girl on a lonely Saturday night. That wasn't true. She didn't want to admit why she was here, perhaps, but she knew. No matter how often she'd told herself she was being stupid, the fly going straight into the web, she couldn't seem to stop herself. She got out of the Suburban and walked across the dark yard, hearing the gentle lapping of the lake along the shore. Max heard the car drive up and hoped like hell it wasn't a medical emergency. This was his only night off call this week, and he had already finished his second scotch. He heard footsteps on the porch, then a knock on his front door. "I'm out here," he called out, "on the deck." There was a pause, a long time of quiet. He was about to call out again when he heard footsteps. It was Julia. At the sight of him in the hot tub, she stopped dead. She stood beneath the orangey bulb that illuminated the covered deck. He hadn't seen her since the diner, and yet, to be honest, he'd thought about her often. He couldn't help noticing how pale she looked, how thin and drawn. Her stunning bone structure now looked edgy and sharp. Her chin was pointier than before. But it was her eyes that caught him, held him as firmly as a child's grip on a favorite toy. "A hot tub, doctor? How cliché." "I went climbing today. My back is killing me." "Get in." "I don't have a suit." "Here, I'll turn off the light." He pressed the button and the tub went dark. "There's wine in the fridge. Glasses are above the sink." She stood there for a long time. So long, in fact, he thought she was going to decline. Finally, she turned and left. He heard the front door open and close. A few moments later, she returned, holding a wine glass and wearing a towel. "Close your eyes," she said. "I can see your bra straps, Julia." "Are you going to close your eyes?" "What are we, 8th graders? Are you planning on spin the bottle later? I doubt—" She walked away. Okay, he said, laughing. "My eyes are closed." He heard her return, heard the muffled thump of the towel landing in a chair, and the quiet splashing of her getting in the hot tub. Water rippled against his chest. For a split second he thought it was her touch. He opened his eyes. She sat pressed to her side of the tub, her arms at her sides. The white lacy bra she wore had gone transparent. He saw the creamy swell of her breasts above the fabric and the water, and the dark spots of her barely covered nipples. "You're staring," she said, sipping her wine. "You're beautiful." He was surprised by the thready tone of his voice, surprised by how much he suddenly wanted her. "I struggle to calculate how many times you've said that to women foolish enough to get into this tub." "Are you foolish?" She looked at him. "Absolutely. But I'm not stupid. Stupid would be naked." "Actually, you're the first woman who has ever been in this hot tub." "Clothed, you mean?" He laughed. "Those see-through scraps are hardly clothed. But no, I mean the first woman, clothed or naked, to be here." She frowned. "Really?" "Really." She turned slightly, looked out at the lake. In the charcoal-hued distance, 2 white trumpeter swans floated lazily on the surface of the water. Moonlight seemed to make their feathers glow. The silence turned awkward. Julia must have noticed, too, because she finally turned to him and said, "Tell me something real, Max. I don't know anything about you." "What do you want to know?" "Why are you in Rain Valley?" He gave her the answer he gave everyone. "One too many gang shootings in L.A." "Why do I think that's only part of the story?" "I keep forgetting you're a shrink." "And a good one." She smiled, jumping to conclusions notwithstanding. "So, tell me." He shrugged. "I'd been having some personal issues, so I decided to make some changes. I quit my job and moved up here. I love the mountains." "Personal issues?" Of course she picked up on what mattered. "That's too real," he said quietly. "Sometimes you have to get away." He nodded. It was easy to leave Los Angeles. My family is crazy enough to be carnival workers, every one. My parents, Ted and Georgia, before you ask, are currently on leave from their jobs teaching at Berkeley. They're traveling through Central America in a motorhome called Dixie. Last I heard, they were looking for some bug that's been extinct for eons. Julia smiled. What do they teach? Biology and organic chemistry, respectively. My sister, Anne, is in Thailand. Tsunami relief. My brother Ken works for a big-time think tank in the Netherlands. No one has seen him in almost a decade. Every year I get a Christmas card that says, "My best wishes to you and yours, Dr. Kenneth Saracen." Julia laughed so hard she snorted. At the sound, she laughed harder. Max found himself laughing along with her. And I thought my family was strange. Pikers, he said, grinning. Were they there for you when your trouble happened? Max felt his smile fade. You sure know how to throw a punch, don't you? Hazard of the trade. It's just, I know how alone I felt during the mess in L.A. We're not that kind of family. So, you were alone, too. He put down his drink. Why are you here, Julia? In Rain Valley? You know why. Here, he said, letting his voice soften. Alice spoke tonight. She said, stay. I knew you'd do it. A smile overtook her face. It came all at once, as if she hadn't expected it. The porch light bathed her skin, tangled in her hair, made her lashes look spidery and fragile against her cheeks. She moved slightly. Water rippled against his chest. The thing is, I've been waiting every day for weeks for this to happen. And when it happened, all I could think was that I wanted to tell you. He couldn't have stopped himself if he'd tried. And he didn't try. He closed the tiny distance between them and kissed her. It was the kind of kiss he'd forgotten about. Whispering her name, he moved his right hand down her slick, naked back and reached around for her breast. He'd barely felt the full swell of it when she eased away from him. I'm sorry, she said, looking as pale and shaken as he felt. I need to go. There's something between us, he said. The words were out of his mouth before he knew what he was going to say. Yes, she said. That's why I'm leaving. They stared at each other. He had the strange sensation that he was losing something of value. Finally, she climbed out of the hot tub, went into the house, and retrieved her clothes. Without even bothering to say goodbye, she left him. He sat there a long time, alone, staring out at nothing. Julia dreamt of Max all night. She was so caught in the web that when she woke, it took her a second to realize that someone was knocking on the bedroom door. It sounded like an advancing army. She sat up in bed. There was no army at the door. It was instead one small, determined girl standing by the closed door. Julia smiled. This was what mattered, not some near sexual encounter. I'd say someone wants to go outside again. She swung her legs out of bed and stood up. After finishing her bathroom routine, she came back out into the bedroom, dressed now in a pair of faded jeans and an old gray sweatshirt. Alice stamped her foot and punched the door, grunting for emphasis. Julia walked casually toward their work table, where all the books and blocks and dolls were spread out. There she sat down and put her feet on the table. If a girl wanted to go outside, she should use her words. Alice frowned and hit the door again. "It won't work, Alice. You see, now I know you can talk." She got up and went to the window, pointing at the yard that was just beginning to turn pink with the dawn. "Outside." She said it over and over again, then went to Alice and took the girl's hand, leading her to the bathroom. She pointed at herself in the mirror. "Julia," she said. "Can you say that? Julia." "Her," Alice whispered. Julia's heart did a little flip at the voice, whisper soft and hesitant as it was. "Julia," she said again, pressing a hand to her own chest. "Julia." She saw when Alice understood. The child made a little sound of discovery. Her mouth formed an O. "Julie." Julia grinned. This was how people must feel when they scaled Everest without oxygen, light-headed and giddy with triumph. "Yes, yes, Julia." Now she pointed at Alice's reflection in the mirror. "The ya sound is hard to make, isn't it? Now, who are you?" She touched Alice's chest, just as she touched her own. Alice's frown deepened. "Girl?" "Yes, yes, you're a girl." She touched Alice's chest again. "Who are you?" "Julia. Me. And you?" "Girl," she said again, her frown turning into a scowl. "Do you know your name, little one?" This time there was no answer at all. Alice waited a long moment, still frowning, then thumped the door with her fist again. Julia couldn't help laughing at that. "You might not have much of a vocabulary, kiddo, but you know what you want and you learn fast. Okay, let's go outside." What had begun as a crisp, clear morning was slowly changing into an ominous afternoon. Heavy gray clouds bumped into one another and formed a mass that looked like steel wool. The pale sun that had lured Max out to the mountains on this cold autumn day had all but vanished. Every now and again a beam of light would poke through the clouds, but in the last hour even those moments of gold had become infrequent. Soon it would rain. He knew that he should hurry, but climbing down a rock face took time. That was one of the things he loved about climbing. You couldn't control it. He came to a drop-off. Below him, a lip of stone jutted out from the cliff. It was about the size of a kid's sled. Sweating hard, he continued climbing slowly down and to the left, choosing his hand and footholds with exquisite care. He was nearing the end of his climb. It was a dangerous time for climbers, the end of the day. It was all too easy to let your thoughts drift to the next step, to the packing of the supplies and the hike out, to Julia. He shook his head to clear it. Sweat blurred his vision. For a moment the granite looked like a solid sheet. He wiped his eyes, blinked, until the gradations and ledges and mosses reappeared. A raindrop hit his forehead so hard he flinched. Within moments the skies opened up and let loose. Thunder roared across the mountains. Rain hammered him. He got to the ledge and paused, looking down. He was no more than 40 feet from the ground now. He didn't need to rappel down this last distance. It would take time to set his equipment, to get ready, and it was a damned storm out here now. Wind rattled the trees and clawed his face. He inched downward, dangled over the ledge. He knew instantly that it was a mistake. The stone creaked and shifted, began to rotate. Tiny stones and wet dust rained down, hitting him in the face, blinding him. He was going to fall. Instinctively, he pushed back, trying to clear the jutting ledges and boulders below him. And then he was connected to nothing. In the air, falling fast. A rock smashed his cheekbone, another careened into his thigh. The boulder that had been his ledge fell alongside him. They hit the ground at the same time. It felt as if someone had just hit him in the chest with a shovel. He lay there, dazed, feeling the rain pummel his face, slide in rivulets down his throat. Finally, he crawled to his feet in the muddy ground and took stock. No broken bones, no extreme lacerations. Lucky. The thing was, he didn't feel lucky. As he stood there beside the boulder that could have killed him, looking up at the now slick rock face of the cliff, he realized something else. He didn't feel acutely alive, didn't want to laugh out loud at his triumph. He felt stupid. He picked up his gear, repacked his backpack, and headed down the long, winding trail to where he'd parked his car. All the way there, and all the way home, he tried to keep his mind blank. Failing that, he tried to relive his near miss and enjoy it. Neither attempt was successful. All he could think about was Julia, how she'd looked in the hot tub, how she'd tasted, how she'd sounded when she said, "all or nothing," and how those words had made him feel. No wonder he couldn't find that old adrenaline surge from mountain climbing today. The real danger lay in another direction. All or nothing. 18. In the 2 weeks since I showed Alice a glimpse of the world outside, she has become a different child. Everything fascinates her. She is constantly grabbing my hand and pulling me somewhere so she can point to an object and say, "What?" Each word I hand her, she holds on to tightly, remembering it with an ease and a will that surprises me. I can only assume that her quest for communication is so assertive because she was thwarted before. Now she seems desperate to become a part of this new world she's entered. She is slowly beginning to explore her emotions as well. Previously, when she was nonverbal, most of her anger was directed at herself. Now, occasionally, she is able to express her anger appropriately. Yesterday, when I told her it was time for bed, she hit me. Social acceptability will come later, for now I am pleased to see her get mad. She is also developing a sense of possession, which is a step on the road to a sense of self. She hoards everything read and has a special place for her books. She still has not provided a name for herself, nor has she accepted Alice. This is a task that requires more work. A name is integral to developing a sense of self. I am not making much progress on her past life. Obviously, until she can communicate more fully, there can be little discovery of her memories, but I am patient, for now I am her teacher. It is a surprisingly rewarding endeavor. Julia scratched out the last 2 sentences as too personal, then put her pen down. Alice was at the table, reading a picture book version of The Velveteen Rabbit. She hadn't moved in almost an hour. She appeared spellbound. Julia put her notebook away and went to the table. She sat down beside Alice, who immediately took hold of her hand, squeezing it hard. With her free hand, she pointed to the book and grunted. "Use your words, Alice."
"Read."
"Read what?"
"Book."
"Who wants me to read?" Alice frowned heavily.
"Girl?"
"Alice," Julia said gently. She had spent the better part of 2 weeks trying to get Alice to reveal her real name. With each passing day, however, and each instance of the girl's innate intelligence being shown, Julia was increasingly certain that whoever this girl really was, she didn't remember, or had never known, her real name. Whenever Julia thought about that, it devastated her. It had to mean that, at least in the formative years, after about 18 months to 2 years, no one had called this child by name. Alice. She said it gently. Does Alice want Julia to read the book? Alice thumped the book with her palm, nodding and smiling.
Read. Girl.
I'll tell you what. If you play with the blocks for a few minutes, I'll read to you. Okay? Alice made a disappointed face. I know. Smiling, Julia bent down and retrieved her box of blocks. She set them out on the table, arranging them carefully. They were big plastic blocks with numbers on one side and letters on the other. Often she used them to teach Alice the alphabet, but today they were going to count. Take the block that has the number 1 on it. 1. Alice immediately grabbed the single red block and pulled it toward her. Good girl. Now the number 4. They kept at the counting for almost an hour. Alice's progress was nothing short of amazing. In less than 2 weeks, she'd memorized all the numbers up to 15. Rarely did she make a mistake. But by 3 o'clock she was getting cranky and tired. It was nearing nap time. She smacked the book again.
Read.
Okay. Julia leaned over and pulled Alice into her lap. She held her tightly, smoothing the silky black hair from her face. Finally, Alice popped her thumb in her mouth and waited. Julia started to read. She had only gotten through the first paragraph when Alice tensed and let out a low growl. A moment later, there was a knock at the door. Alice growled again, then stopped herself, as if remembering that this was a word world.
Scared?
She whispered. I know, honey. Ellie opened the door and stepped into the room. Alice made a strangled sound, slid out of Julia's lap, and ran over to her hiding place in the potted plants. Ellie sighed. Is she ever going to stop being afraid of me? Julia smiled. Give her time. Ellie glanced around the room. How's she doing? She's like any developing toddler. She's learning words and reading expression and body language to pull it all together. How do I tell her I'm sorry? Make her understand I trapped her for her own good? She can't understand that complex an idea yet. 39 years old, and I can't make one little girl like me. No wonder I'm sterile. God saw my parenting potential. You're not sterile. If I'm not, it's over anyway. My eggs are drying up faster than fish on a barbecue. Julia went to her sister and said softly, That's about the 5th time you've told me you want to have kids. It comes out at the weirdest times. Dreams are like that. You can't keep them submerged. I'll tell you what, Ellie. Why don't you try to connect with Alice? I'll teach you how. Ellie sighed miserably. Yeah, right. I can't even get my dogs to heel. Alice will give you a chance. Just spend time with her. She can't stand to be in the same room with me. Try harder. Tonight, you'll read her a story after dinner. I'll go downstairs, leave you two alone. Ellie seemed to think about that. She'll stay in the fake forest. Then try again tomorrow night. Sooner or later, she'll give you a chance. You really think so? I know so. Ellie seemed to think about it. Okay, I'll give it a try. She looked at Julia. Thanks. Julia nodded. Ellie started to leave. At the door, she paused and turned around. I almost forgot why I came in here. Thursday is Thanksgiving. Can you cook? Salads. You? Only meals that involve melted cheese, preferably Velveeta. We're a pathetic pair. We are. Julia said, We could try Mom's old recipes. I'll order a turkey today and go shopping. How hard can it be? It'll be like the old days with Mom and Dad. We can invite people over. Cal's family?" Julia said. "Of course. Is there anyone else you'd like to ask?" "What about Max? He doesn't have any family here." Ellie's gaze was a laser beam. "No," she said slowly, "he doesn't." "I'll call him then." "You're playing with fire, little sister, and you burn easily. It's just a dinner invitation." "Yeah, right." "Have you seen the amount of butter that goes in Mom's dressing? This can't be right." Ellie didn't bother answering her sister. She was facing issues of her own. Somewhere in this turkey, what the hell had Julia been thinking to buy a 20-pound bird? They'd be eating turkey until Lent. Was a bag of body parts she didn't want to eat, but apparently also didn't want to cook. "You think the giblet bag dissolves during cooking? If I get my arm any farther up this bird's ass, I'm going to see my own fingers." Julia looked down at her own task, frowning. "Do you have an at-home defibrillator?" Ellie laughed at that. "Aha!" she said a minute later, finding the giblet bag and pulling it out. She then basted the bird with butter, to Julia's horror, and placed it on Grandma Dottie's roasting pan. "Are you going to put some of the dressing in the bird?" "I guess so." When the bird was stuffed and in the oven, Ellie looked around the kitchen. "What's next?" Julia pushed the hair out of her eyes and sighed. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning, and already she looked as wiped out as Ellie felt. "I guess we could start on Aunt Vivian's green bean recipe." "I always hated that. Green beans and mushroom soup? Why not just have a salad? We have a bagged one in the fridge." "You're a genius. I've been telling you that for years." "I'll get started on the potatoes." Julia headed for the porch. When she opened the door, cold air swept through, mingling with the hot air from the roaring fireplace to create a perfect mixture of warmth and crispness. On the top step, she sat down. A bag of potatoes was on the floor at her feet, along with a peeler. Ellie poured 2 mimosas and followed her sister out to the porch. "Here, I think we'll need alcohol. Last year a lady in Portland served wild mushrooms at a dinner party and killed all her guests." "Don't worry, I'm a doctor." Laughing, Ellie handed her a glass and sat down. Together they stared out at the backyard. Alice was dressed in a pretty eyelet dress and pink tights, sitting on a wool blanket. There were birds all around her, mostly crows and robins, fighting among themselves to eat from her hand. Beside her, a bag of past-their-prime potato chips provided her with endless crumbs. "Why don't you take her a glass of juice or something? She's really calm when she's with her birds. It might be a good time to start bonding." "She looks like a Hitchcock movie. What if the birds peck my eyes out?" Julia laughed. "They'll fly away when you get there." "But—" Julia touched Ellie's arm. "She's just a little girl who's been through hell. Don't saddle her with anything else." "She'll run away from me." "Then you'll try again." Julia reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a red plastic measuring cup. "Give her this." "She's still gaga over the color red?" "Yep." "What do you think that is?" "No idea yet." Julia stood up. "I'll go set the table. You'll be fine." "Okay." Ellie felt Julia's eyes on her back as she walked down the steps across the grass. Behind her, the screen door screeched open and banged shut. At the noise, the birds cawed and flew off. There were so many of them that for a second they were a dark blight against the gray sky. Ellie stepped on a twig, snapped it. Alice jumped up and spun around. She remained crouched, looking cornered, although the whole yard lay open behind her. Fear rounded the girl's eyes, making Ellie profoundly uncomfortable. She wasn't used to fighting for affection. All her life, people had liked her. "Hey," Ellie said, standing motionlessly. "No net. No shot." She held her hands out, palms up, to prove it. The red measuring cup was bright in her open hand. Alice saw it and frowned. After a minute or so, she pointed and grunted. Ellie felt the magical pull of possibility unwind between them. This was the first time that Alice hadn't run away from her. "Use your words, Alice." It was what Julia always said. As the silence went on, Ellie tried another tack. She started to sing, quietly at first, but as Alice's frown faded and an expression of interest began to take its place, Ellie turned up the volume. Just a bit. She sang one kid-friendly song after another. The kid could stay motionless forever. When she got to Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, Alice's whole demeanor changed. It was as if she'd been hypnotized or something. A curve that was almost a smile touched her lips. "Star," Alice whispered at exactly the right time in the song. Ellie bit back a grin by sheer force of will. When the song was over, she bent down and handed Alice the measuring cup. Alice stroked it, touched it to her cheek, then looked expectantly at Ellie. "Now what?" "Star. You want me to keep singing?" "Star. Please." Ellie did as she was asked. She was on her third go-round when Alice cautiously moved toward her. The little girl sat down in the grass not far from Ellie. Ellie felt as if she'd just bowled a strike in the 10th frame. She wanted to whoop out and high-five someone. Instead, she kept singing. At some point, Julia came out and joined them. The three of them sat in the grass beneath a graying November sky, while the Thanksgiving turkey browned inside the house, and sang the songs of their youth. Max knew he should have left the house a half hour ago. Instead, he'd poured himself a beer and turned on the television. He was afraid to see Julia again. All or nothing. "Go to her, Max." He could hear Susan's voice in his head, gently admonishing him. If she'd been here, beside him, she would have given him one of her crooked, "I know you" smiles. She knew that for all of his running, there was a time when it all caught up to him. The holidays. He picked up the phone and dialed a California number. Susan answered on the first ring. He wondered if she'd been waiting for his call. "Hey," he said. "Hey, happy Thanksgiving." "To you too." He waited for her to say something more. The quiet that crackled through the lines made him remember how easily they'd once talked. "Hard day for you, huh?" Her voice was soft, sad. He heard talking in the background. A man's voice, a child's. "I've been invited to Thanksgiving dinner." "That's great. Are you going?" He heard the doubt in her voice. "I am." "Good." They talked for a few minutes about little things, nothing that mattered, then came to a natural pause. Finally, Susan said, "I need to get back. We've got company." "Okay." "Take care of yourself." "You too," he said. "Tell your folks hi from me." "I will." She paused, her voice lowered. "Let it go, Max. It's been too long." She made it sound easy, but they both knew better than that. "I don't know how to do that, Suze." "So you keep risking your life. Why don't you try taking a real chance, Max?" She sighed and fell silent. "Maybe I will," he said softly. In the end, as always, it was Max who hung up first. He sat there, staring down at his watch. The minutes ticked past. It was time. There was no reason for him to be hiding out here, worrying, and the truth was, he wanted to go. It had been too long since he'd enjoyed a holiday. As the crow flies, if one followed the river, the distance between their two houses was less than a mile. Crows, however, flew well above the dense thicket of trees. On the old highway and out along the river road it was slow going. The week's rainfall had left huge potholes in the road. He parked back from the house and killed the lights and engine. Getting the wine from the back seat, he shut the car door with his hip and turned to the house. It was a pretty little farmhouse with a wraparound porch, perched on a patch of grass that rolled gently down to the river. An old, thick-stemmed garden of roses ran the length of the house. There were no blossoms now, just dark thorns and blackening leaves. Giant trees protected the west side of the house. Their tips pointed up to a velvety sky. Susan would have loved this house. She would have run across the yard now, pointing to places only she could see. The orchard will be there. The swing set goes there. They'd spent 2 years looking for their dream house. Why hadn't they seen that any house they'd chosen would have become the very thing they sought? He crossed the yard and slowly climbed the steps. As he neared the front door, he could hear music. It was John Denver's voice, coming home to a place he'd never been before. He could see them through the oval etched glass in the front door. Julia and Ellie were dancing with each other, bumping hips and falling sideways and laughing. Alice stood by the fireplace, watching them with huge, unblinking eyes, eating a flower. Every now and then a smile seemed to take her by surprise. He heard a car drive up behind him and then shut off. Doors opened, closed. Footsteps crunched through the gravel driveway, accompanied by the high-pitched chatter of children's voices. "Doc!" It was Cal's voice calling out to him. Before he could turn and answer, the front door opened and Ellie stood there staring up at him. It was a cop's look, assessing. "I'm glad you could make it," she said, stepping back to let him in. Dressed in emerald velvet pants and a sparkly black sweater, she was every inch the legendary small-town beauty queen. He handed her the bottles of wine he'd brought. "Thanks for inviting me." At the sound of his voice, he saw Julia look up. She was kneeling beside Alice in the living room. Ellie took his arm and maneuvered him over to Julia. "Look who's here, little sis." With that, she left them. He stared down at Julia, wondering if she felt as out of breath right now as he did. Slowly she stood. "Happy Thanksgiving, Max. I'm glad you could make it. I haven't had a real family holiday in years." "Me either." He saw how she reacted to his confession. The words connected them somehow. "So," he said quickly, "how's our wild one?" Julia seized on the subject and launched into a monologue about their therapy. As she spoke, she smiled often and looked down at Alice with a love so obvious it made him smile too. He felt swept along by her enthusiasm and caring, and then he remembered. All or nothing. He was looking at all. "Max?" She frowned up at him. "I'm putting you into a coma, aren't I? I'm sorry. Sometimes I just get carried away. I won't—" He touched her arm. Realizing it was a mistake, he pulled back sharply. Too late. It was like touching a light socket. She stared up at him. "I've been thinking about you." The words were out of his mouth before he could stop them. "Yeah," she said. "I know what you mean." Max had no idea what to say next, so he said nothing. Finally, when the silence grew uncomfortable, he made some lame excuse and made his way to the makeshift bar set up in the kitchen. For the next hour he tried not to look at Julia. He laughed with Cal and Ellie and the girls and helped out in the kitchen. At a few minutes before 4 o'clock, Ellie announced that dinner, such as it is, was ready. They all hurried around like ants, moving in and out of the bathroom, clustering in the tiny kitchen, offering to help serve. All the while, Julia was kneeling beside Alice, who stood hidden behind a potted ficus tree in the living room. The child was obviously frightened, and it was literally like seeing magic when Julia changed all that. Everyone else was seated at the oval oak table when Julia finally shuttled Alice to the table and seated her on a booster seat between herself and Cal. Max took the only available seat. It was next to Julia. At the head of the table, Ellie looked at them across a sea of food. "I'm so glad you're all here. It's been a long time since this table hosted a Thanksgiving dinner. Now, I'd like to follow an old Cates family tradition. Will everyone hold hands, please?" Max reached right and took Amanda's hand in his. Then he reached left and touched Julia. He didn't look at her. When they were all linked, Ellie smiled at Cal. "Why don't you start for us?" Cal looked thoughtful for a moment and then smiled. "I'm thankful for my beautiful daughters, and to be back in this house for Thanksgiving. I'm sure Lisa is really missing us all right now. There's nothing worse than a business trip over the holidays." His 3 daughters went next. "I'm thankful for my daddy, my puppy, my pretty new boots." Next came Ellie. "I'm thankful for my sister coming home." Julia smiled. "And I'm thankful for little Alice here, who has shown me so much." She leaned over and kissed the girl's cheek. All Max could think about was how warm Julia's hand felt in his, how steadied he was by her touch. "Max?" Ellie said finally. They were all looking at him, waiting. He looked at Julia. "I'm thankful to be here." 19. Winter came to the rainforest like a horde of greedy relatives, taking up every inch of space and blocking out the light. The rains became earnest in this darkening season of the year, changing from a comforting mist to a constant drizzle. In the midst of all this dark weather, Alice blossomed. There was no other word for it. Like a fragile orchid, she bloomed within the walls of this house, which each day felt more like a home. The girl's quest for language had been both tireless and desperate. Now she strung 2 words together regularly, and sometimes 3. She knew how to get her ideas and wants across to the 2 women who had become her world. As remarkable as Alice's changes were, Julia's were perhaps even more surprising. She smiled easier and more often. She made outrageously bad jokes at dinner, and danced with them at the drop of a hat. She'd stopped running every single morning and put on a few much-needed pounds. Most important, she had reclaimed her self-confidence. She was so proud of Alice's accomplishments. The 2 of them still spent every waking hour together, doing art projects, working with letters and numbers, taking long walks in the woods. They seemed almost to be communicating telepathically. That's how close they were. Alice still shadowed Julia everywhere. Often she kept a hand in Julia's pocket or on her belt. But more and more often, Alice would venture a little ways on her own. Sometimes she went to Lely, too, showing off some trinket she had made or found. Almost every night, Ellie read her a bedtime story, while Julia wrote in her notebook. Lately, Alice had begun to curl up against Ellie for story time. On very good nights, she petted Ellie's leg and said, "More, Lely, more." All of it, Ellie knew, should have made her happy. It was what Mom and Dad had always dreamed of for their daughter's future, and that this closeness would finally return in the house on River Road. Well, it couldn't get better than that. It made Ellie happy. And it didn't. The unhappiness was pale and seldom seen, like a spider's web in the deep woods. You only saw it when you were looking for it, or stumbled off the path. The new and tender closeness of their trio sometimes underscored the solitary edge of her life. A woman who'd fallen in love as often as she had didn't expect to be approaching 40 alone. Even though she was happy for Julia, sometimes Ellie watched her sister's growing bond with Alice, and it made her heart ache. Whether Julia knew it or not, or admitted it or not, she was becoming Alice's mother. They would leave this house someday, find their own home, and Ellie would be alone, like before. Only it would be different now, because she'd been part of a family again. She didn't want to go back to her previous life, where work and friends and dreams of falling in love made up the bulk of her life. She didn't know if it would be enough anymore. Now that she'd lived in a house where a child played games and followed you around and kissed you goodnight, would she be okay again on her own? "You don't look so good," Cal said from across the room. "Yeah? Well, you're ugly." Cal laughed. Taking off his headset, he put down his pencil and walked out of their office. A few moments later, he returned with 2 cups of coffee. "Maybe you need some caffeine." He handed her the cup. She looked up at him, wondering why she couldn't find men like him attractive. Men who kept their promises and raised their children and stayed in love. Oh, no, she had to fall head over heels for guys with issues. Guys who grew their hair too long and had trouble keeping a job and confused "I do" with "I did" pretty damned fast. "What I need is a new life." He pulled a chair from his desk and set it by hers. "We're getting to that age." "You used to tell me I was crazy when I said things like that." He leaned back in the chair and put his feet on her desk. She couldn't help noticing that the white soles of his tennis shoes were covered with purple ink. Someone had written his youngest daughter's name on the rubber, surrounded by pink hearts and stars. It made her heart lurch, that little sight. "It looks like someone wanted to decorate Daddy's shoes." "Sarah thought my shoes were dorky. I never should have given her a set of markers." "You're lucky to have those girls, Cal." She sighed. "I always thought I'd be the one with 3 daughters. Both times I got married, I went right off the pill and started praying." She tried to smile. "I guess I have divorce lawyers instead of babies." "You're 39, Ellie, not 59. The game isn't over." "It just feels that way, huh?" He rolled his eyes. "Oh, for God's sake, Ellie. Don't you ever get tired of telling the same story?" She sat upright. He sounded angry with her. It didn't make sense. She'd always been able to count on Cal. "What do you mean?" "We're pushing 40, but you still act like you're the homecoming queen, waiting to be swept off her feet by the football captain. It's not like that. Love rips the shit out of you and puts you back together like a broken toy, with all kinds of cracks and jagged edges. It's not about the falling in love. It's about the landing, the staying where you said you'd be, and working to keep the love strong. You never did get that." "That's easy for you to say, Cal. You've got a wife and kids who love you. Lisa left me." "What?" "In August," he said quietly. "We tried the old being separated in the same house, for the girls. But they were too smart for that. Amanda especially. She's like Julia was at that age. She sees everything, and isn't afraid to ask hard questions. Lisa moved out of our bedroom before Valentine's Day. Just before school started, she left for good." "And the girls?" Ellie could hardly ask the question. "They're with me. Lisa works too much. Every now and again she gets lonely and remembers that she's a mom, and she calls or comes by. She's in love now. We haven't heard from her in weeks, except for the divorce papers. She wants me to sell the house and split the proceeds.
I can't believe you've never told me this. We work together every day. Every day.
He looked at her oddly. When was the last time you asked about my life, Elle? She felt stung by that remark.
I always ask how you're doing.
And you give me 5 seconds to answer you before you launch into something more interesting. Usually about your own life. He sighed, ran a hand through his hair. I'm not judging you, Ellie, simply telling the truth.
The look in Cal's eyes was one of pity and perhaps disappointment.
He stood up slowly. Forget it. I shouldn't have said all this. You just got me on a bad day. I'm feeling low. I guess I just wanted a friend to tell me it would be okay. He headed for the door, grabbed his coat off the rack. See you tomorrow.
She was still there, standing in the middle of the office, staring at the closed door, when it hit her.
Lisa left me.
I can't believe you didn't tell me. She'd made it about her. Cal had shared with her his pain, and it was a lion-sized pain she knew all too well, and she'd said nothing to comfort him, nothing to help.
I just wanted a friend to tell me it would be okay.
Which she hadn't done. For years, people had made little remarks about her being selfish.
Ellie had always brushed them off with a pretty smile.
It wasn't true. Whoever said it was either jealous of her or wasn't a friend.
You're like me, Ellie, her dad had said to her once. A center stage actor. If you marry again, you'd best find someone who doesn't mind letting you have the spotlight all the time.
When he'd said it, Ellie had taken it as a compliment. She loved that her dad thought of her as a star. Now she saw the other meaning of his words, and once she opened that door, once she asked herself, is it true? She was barraged with memories, moments, questions. 2 lost marriages. Both had gone south, she'd thought, because her husbands didn't love her enough. Was that because she needed too much love? Did she return the amount she took? The answer to that was a resounding no. She'd loved her husbands, adored them, but not enough to follow Alvin to Alaska or to put Sammy through truck driver's school with the money she earned on the police force. No wonder her marriages had failed. It had always been her way or the highway, and one by one the men she'd married, and the others she'd loved, had chosen the highway. All these years, she'd called them the losers. Maybe it had been her all along. When Mel came in to work the night shift, Ellie nodded at him, made a point of asking about his family, then raced out to her car. She pulled up to Cal's house less than 30 minutes after he'd left the station and parked beneath a huge bare maple tree. A pretty little birdhouse hung from the lowest branch, swinging gently in the autumn breeze. One of the last dying leaves clung to its rough-hewn cedar roof. Ellie went to the front door and knocked. Cal opened the door. His face, usually so youthful and smiling, looked older, ruined. She wondered how long he'd looked like that, how often she hadn't noticed. "I'm a bitch," she said miserably. "Can you forgive me?" A tiny smile tugged at one side of his mouth. "A drama queen apology, if ever there was one." "I'm not a drama queen." "No, you're a bitch." His smile evened out, almost reached his eyes. "It's your beauty. Women like you are just used to being the center of attention. She moved toward him. "I am a bitch, Cal. A sorry one." He looked at her. "Thanks." "It'll be okay, Cal," she said, hoping late really was better than never. "You think so?" She felt as if she were drowning in the dark sadness she saw in his eyes. It so unnerved her she barely knew what to say. "Lisa loves you," she said at last. "She'll remember that and come back." "I thought that for a long time, El. Peanut kept saying the same thing. But now, I'm not so sure it's what I even want." Ellie's first reaction was, Peanut knew? But she wouldn't fall down that trap again. This wasn't about her bruised ego. She led Cal to the sofa and sat down beside him. "What do you want?" "Not to be so lonely all the time. Now, don't get me wrong, I adore my daughters and they're my life, but late at night, in bed, I want to turn to someone, just hold her and be held. Lisa and I stopped making love years ago. I thought I'd be less lonely when she was gone, or at least that it wouldn't make a difference. But it does." He looked at her, and in those eyes she knew so well, she saw a sadness that was new. How can a wife in a bed down the hall be more comforting than no wife at all? Ellie had gone to sleep next to that kind of loneliness for more winters than she wanted to count. "Does it get easier?" She sighed. This was where their conversation had begun. "Be thankful for your kids, Cal. At least you'll always have someone who loves you." Max finished his rounds at 6 o'clock. By 6:30, he'd completed all his chart notations and signed out. He was inches from the front door when they paged him.
"Dr. Saracen to OR2, stat."
Shit. He ran to the OR. There he found his patient, Crystal Smithson, in a hospital gown, in bed, screaming at her husband, who stood in the corner like a kid in a timeout, looking terrified. Crystal's stomach was huge. She pressed down on it, breathing in gasps until the contraction ended. Trudy was beside her, holding her hand. At Max's entrance, she smiled. "Now, Crystal, I thought I told you I didn't work Friday nights," he said, putting on his surgical gloves. Crystal smiled, but it was frail and tired. "Tell her that." She rubbed her bulging abdomen. "You might as well learn now," Trudy said. "Kids never listen to you." Another contraction hit, and Crystal screamed. "Is she going to be okay?" her husband said, taking a step toward them. Max moved down to the end of the bed. "Let's see what we've got." "She's fully dilated," Trudy said, moving in beside him, putting lubricant on his gloved fingers. Max's examination didn't take long. He'd delivered enough babies to know that this one was going to be quick. He could feel the baby's head starting to crown. "You ready to be a mom, Crystal?" Another contraction, another scream. "Yes," she panted. "The baby's crowning," Max said to Trudy. "Okay, Crystal, you can start pushing." Crystal grunted and wheezed and screamed. Her husband rushed to her side. "I'm here, Chrissy." He grabbed her hand. The baby's head appeared. "Push a little more for the shoulders, Crystal, and you'll be done," Max said. He gently pulled down on the baby's head to free the anterior, then eased up. The baby slid out, landed in Max's hands. "You have a beautiful little girl," he said, looking up. Both Crystal and her husband were crying. "You want to cut the cord, Dad?" Max said. No matter how many times he said those words, they always got to him. By the time they were done, he was exhausted. He took a long, hot shower, got dressed, and headed for the nurse's station. Trudy was there, all alone. At his approach, she came out from around the desk and smiled up at him. "They're naming the baby Maxine."
"Poor kid," he said, then fell silent.
"You haven't been to the house in a while." It would have been easy to change the subject, but Trudy deserved better than that.
"I guess we should talk."
Trudy laughed. "You always said talking wasn't our best skill." She leaned closer. "Let me guess. It's about a certain doctor who had Thanksgiving dinner at the local police chief's house. Since I know you're not interested in Ellie, it must be her sister, Julia." He shook his head.
"I don't even know what the hell's going on with her.
You don't have to tell me, Max."
"You know I wouldn't hurt you for the world."
She silenced him with a touch. "I'm glad for you. Really. You've been alone too long."
"You're a good woman, Trudy Hightower."
"And you're a good man. Now quit being such a chicken shit and ask her out for a date. Unless I miss my guess, it's Friday night. And I know a doctor who shouldn't be going to the movies alone anymore." He leaned down and kissed her.
"Goodbye, Trudy."
"Bye, Max." He climbed into his truck and headed for the theater. He had no intention of going to Julia, but when he came to Magnolia Street, he turned left instead of right and drove down Old Highway 101. All the way to her house, he told himself he was crazy. All or nothing. He'd had all once. It had practically killed him. In her yard, he parked and sat there, staring through the windshield at the house. Finally, he got out, walked up to the front door, and knocked. Julia opened the door. Even in a pair of faded Levi's and a white cable-knit sweater that was 2 sizes too big, she looked beautiful. "Max," she said, obviously surprised. She eased forward and closed the door behind her, blocking the way. "You want to go to the movies?" Idiot. He sounded like a desperate teenager. Her answer was a smile that started slowly, then overtook her face. "Cal and Ellie are here, playing Scrabble, so, yeah, I could go to the show. What's playing?"
"I have no idea."
She laughed. "That's my favorite." The movie, as it turned out, was To Have and Have Not. Julia sat next to Max in the darkened theater, watching one of the great screen pairings of all time. When it was over, and she and Max were walking through the beautifully restored lobby of the Rose Theater, Julia got the feeling that they were being stared at. "People are talking about us," she said, sidling close to him.
"Welcome to Rain Valley."
He took her arm and led her out of the theater and across the street to where his truck was parked.
"I'd take you out for some pie, but everything's closed."
"You do like your pie," he grinned.
"And you thought you knew nothing about me."
She turned, looked up at him, no longer smiling. "I don't know much." He stared down at her. She expected him to come up with some smart-ass comeback. Instead, he kissed her. When he drew back, he said quietly, "There. You know that." When she didn't say anything, he opened the door and she got in. All the way back to her house, they talked about things that didn't matter. The movie, the baby he delivered tonight, the waning salmon populations and declining old-growth forests, his plans for Christmas. At her front door, she let him take her in his arms. It was amazing how comfortable she felt there. This time, when he bent down to kiss her, she met him more than halfway. And when it was over and he drew back, she wanted more. For the first time with him, she was genuinely afraid. "Thanks for the movie, Max." He kissed her again, so softly she hardly had time to taste him before it was over. "Good night, Julia." By late December, the holidays were first and foremost on everyone's mind. The Rotary Club had hung the street lamp decorations, and the Elks had decorated their giving tree. On every corner in town there were tree lots set up. Local scout troops were going door to door, selling wrapping paper. Today had dawned bright and clear, with an ice-blue sky unmarred by even the thinnest cloud. Along the riverbanks, where the ground was warmer than the air, a layer of pink fog rose from the bending shoreline to the lowest branches of the trees, turning everything beyond it to a blurry uncertainty. It was easy to picture magic in that haze, fairies and spirits and animals that lived nowhere else on earth. All day, as usual, Julia had been at Alice's side. They'd spent a lot of time outside in the yard. Julia was trying to prepare Alice for the next big step. Town. It wouldn't be easy. The first hurdle was the car. Town, Julia said quietly, looking down at Alice. Remember the pictures in the books? I want us to go to town, where the people live. Alice's eyes widened. Out, she whispered, her mouth trembling. I'll be with you all the time. She shook her head. Julia carefully extricated herself from Alice's clinging hold. Very carefully she held Alice's hands in hers. She wanted to ask the girl if she trusted her, but trust was too complicated a concept for a child with such limited verbal skills. I know you're scared, honey. It's a big world out there, and you've seen the worst of it. She touched Alice's soft, warm cheek. But hiding out here with me and Ellie can't be your future. You've got to come into the world. Stay. Julia started to respond, but before she'd formed the first word, she was interrupted by a honking horn. Alice's face lit up. Lily! She let go of Julia and ran to the window by the front door. The dogs followed her, barking out a welcome, falling over themselves in a rush. Elwood knocked Alice over. The girl's giggles rose up from the tangle of bodies on the floor. Jake licked her cheek and nudged her. The front door opened. Ellie stood there, grinning, then dragged a Christmas tree into the house. For the next hour, Julia and Ellie struggled to get the tree in its stand, upright and clamped down. When they were finally finished, both of them were sweating. No wonder Dad always drank heavily before he put up the tree, Ellie said, standing back and surveying their work. It's not absolutely straight, Julia pointed out. Who are we, NASA engineers? It's straight enough. The dogs, sensing that Ellie was finally done with her task, made a run across the floor. Boys, down, Ellie said just before they ran into her and sent her flying. Alice giggled. The minute the sound slipped out, she covered her mouth with her hand. She looked at Julia and pointed at Ellie. Your Lily needs to get control over her animals, Julia said with a wry smile. Ellie emerged from the tangle of canine bodies. Laughing, she pushed the hair from her eyes. I should have disciplined them as puppies, it's true. Climbing free, she stepped away from the dogs and headed for the stairs. Where are you going? Julia called after her. You'll see. A few moments later, Ellie came back downstairs. She was carrying several huge, red, poinsettia-decorated boxes, which she set down on the floor by the Christmas tree. Julia recognized them instantly. Our ornaments? Every one. Julia moved closer. Lifting the first box top, she found skeins and skeins of lights. All the bulbs were white, because Mom said it was the color of angels and hope. She and Ellie coiled the tree in those lights, wrapped the branches in the way they'd been taught. It was the first time they'd decorated a tree together since high school. When the lights were all in place, Ellie plugged the cords into the wall. Alice gasped. You think she's ever seen a Christmas tree before? Ellie asked quietly, standing beside Julia. Julia shook her head. She went to the box and picked up a shiny red apple ornament. It hung from her finger on a filigree gold thread. Kneeling in front of Alice, she offered the girl the ornament. On the tree, Alice. Make it pretty. Alice frowned. Tea? Remember the book we read? How the Grinch Stole Christmas? Grinch. She nodded, but her frown didn't ease. Remember the Who's tree? Pretty tree, you said. Oh! Alice said, blowing out her breath on the word. She understood. Julia nodded. Alice took the ornament carefully, as if it were made of spun sugar instead of bright plastic. She walked slowly across the room, stepped over the dogs, and stopped, staring at the tree for a long time. Finally, she placed the gold thread on the very tip of the highest branch she could reach. Then, slowly, she turned around, looking worried. Ellie clapped enthusiastically. Perfect! A smile broke over Alice's face, transforming her for this wonderful moment into an ordinary little girl. She ran to the box, chose another ornament, then carried it carefully to Ellie. Lily! Pretty! Ellie bent down. Who is giving me this pretty ornament? Girl, give! Ellie touched Alice's hair, tucked a flyaway strand behind her little shell-pink ear. Can you say Alice? She pointed emphatically toward the tree. Put! You're creating a little dictator here, Jules, Ellie said, moving toward the tree. A nameless one, Julia said quietly. It stuck in her craw that Alice couldn't give them her name and wouldn't take the name they gave her. Alice ran to the box and chose another red ornament. After clapping and hopping up and down at Ellie's placement of her ornament, Alice darted over to Julia. Julie! Pretty! Alice was literally sparkling right now. Julia had never seen the girl smile so brightly. She swept down and pulled Alice into her arms for a hug. Alice giggled and hung on. Christmas tea! Nice! Julia twirled her around until they both were breathless. Then, smiling, they moved on to the task of decorating the tree. It's the prettiest tree we've ever had, Ellie said, sitting on the sofa with a mug of Bailey's in her hand and a Costco fake mink throw rug over her feet. That's because Dad used to buy the biggest one on the lot, then cut off the top to make it fit in the room. Ellie laughed at the memory. It was one she'd forgotten. The great big tree taking up the whole corner of the room, its top hacked off. Mom, frowning in disappointment, swatting Dad's arm. You never listen, Tom, Mom would say. A tree isn't supposed to be trimmed on top. I should make you get us another one. But it only took moments, sometimes less, before he had her smiling again, even laughing. Now, Bren, he'd say in that gravelly voice of his, why should our tree be like everyone else's? I've just given us a bit of oomph, I have. Right, girls? Ellie had always answered first, shouting out her agreement and then running to her dad for his hug. For the first time, as she held a memory in her hands, she tilted it, saw it instead from a different angle. The other little girl who'd been in the room, who'd never called out agreement with her father, whose opinion had never been sought. Ellie looked at Julia over the rim of her mug. How come he did it every year? Cut the top of the tree, I mean. Julia smiled. You know Dad. He cared about what he cared about. The tree didn't matter, so he didn't think about it. But you and Mom cared. You know Dad, Julia said. I'm like him, Ellie said. All her life she'd been proud of that fact. You always have been,
People adore you just as they adored him. Ellie took a sip of her drink. Cal accused me of being selfish, she said quietly. Really? The correct response would have been surprise, shock even, something like, how could he even think that? Oh, Julia said, trying not to smile. Say what's on your mind, Ellie snapped. When I was little, I had a huge crush on Cal. He was everything I dreamed of when I was 11, but he only had eyes for you. He followed you everywhere. I was jealous every time you snuck out to be with him. You knew about that? We shared a bedroom. What am I, deaf? Just because I never told doesn't mean I didn't know. The point is, I remember when you dumped him. He kept coming around for the rest of that summer, tossing rocks at the window, but you never answered. We grew apart. Julia gave her a look. Come on. Once those football boys saw your new boobs, you were in. Poor Cal was left in the dust. And when you made cheerleader, well, Julia shrugged, you became royalty in this town, and you loved every second. In that, you were like Dad. You moved on from Cal, but somehow you kept him around like a moon caught in your orbit. It's that magic you and Dad have. People can't help loving you, even if you're sometimes too focused on your own life. So, I am selfish. Is that why my marriage has failed? Is it? Is that the kind of questions you learned in that decade of college? Julia laughed. Exactly so. Here's another one. How does it make you feel? Ellie didn't quite know how to answer that. She'd heard this new picture of herself, but it didn't feel like a reflection yet. It felt like a possibility, one she could change or talk her way out of if she really wanted to. She'd always thought of herself as a good person who really cared about others. I'm sorry, she said quietly. For what? I threw you to the media wolves. All I cared about was... She started to say, finding Alice's name, but the pretty little lie caught in her throat. It was only partially true. I didn't want to fail. I hardly thought about your feelings. Julia surprised her by smiling. Don't worry about it. If it matters, I didn't really know how bad it would be for you. Maybe if I'd known... At Julia's look, Ellie laughed. Okay, it wouldn't have mattered. But I am sorry. Don't be. Really. Alice is my second chance. I don't know what I would have done without her. They were silent for a long moment. I want to adopt her, Julia said finally. Alice needs to know she belongs someplace, and with someone, even if she doesn't really understand it all yet. And I need her. What happens if someone shows up to claim her? Softly, Julia said, Then I'll need my sister, won't I? Ellie's throat tightened. She realized right then how much she'd missed when she and Julia went their separate ways, and how much it mattered to her that they had come back together. You can count on me? Alice, you're not paying attention. We're playing with the blocks now. The little girl shook her head and jutted her chin in stubborn defiance. No! Pretties! She jumped up from the chair and ran around to the Christmas tree. Each ornament fascinated her, but the red ones most of all. Julia couldn't help smiling. It had been this way from the moment they put the tree up. They'd had to work at the dining room table, so Alice could always see the ornaments. Come on, Alice. 5 more minutes with the blocks. Then I have a surprise for you. Alice turned to her. Prize? Julia nodded. After blocks. Alice sighed dramatically and stomped back to the dining table.
She plopped in her chair and crossed her arms. This time, Julia had to turn her head to hide her smile. Alice was certainly learning to express her emotions. "Show me 7 blocks." Alice rolled her eyes but didn't say anything as she culled 7 blocks from the pile beside her elbow. 7. "Now, show me 4 blocks." Alice removed 3 blocks from the string she'd just created, shoving them back into the pile. Julia frowned. "Wait a minute. Did you just subtract the blocks?" No, it couldn't be. The girl could only count to 20 so far. Addition and subtraction were too complex. Alice stared at her blankly. Before, in counting blocks, Alice had always started fresh, returning all the blocks to the pile and then choosing the newly requested number. "Are you rushing to get your surprise, or was that just a lucky guess?" "Prize?" "Show me 1 block." Alice's smile fell. Dutifully, she removed 3 blocks from the pile, leaving 1. "How many more blocks do you need to have 6? Alice held up 5 fingers. "And if I take 2, how many would be left?" Alice curled down 2 fingers. 3. "You are adding and subtracting." She shook her head. "Wow!" "Done?" Julia wondered what other tricks Alice had up her sleeve. Maybe it was time for an IQ test. She was about to ask Alice another question when the phone rang. Julia went into the kitchen to answer. "Hello?"
"Merry Christmas Eve,"
Ellie said. "Merry Christmas Eve."
"Are you coming?"
"Hopefully. We'll try to leave in a minute or 2.
"Will she make a scene?"
"She might."
"We're waiting."
"Okay." Julia said goodbye to her sister and hung up. She went to Alice then, bent down. "Julia would never hurt Alice. You know that, right?" Alice's face pulled into a frown. "I want to take you someplace special. Will you come with me?" Julia held out her hand. Alice took hold, but her frown didn't soften. She was confused, and as often happened, confusion frightened her. "First, you have to put on boots and your coat. It's cold outside." "No." Julia sighed. The fight over shoes never ended. "Cold outside." She reached for the fake fur-lined rubber boots and black wool coat she'd put by the door. "Come on. I'll give you a surprise if you put them on." "No." "No surprise? Oh, well then."
"Stop!"
Alice cried out as Julia walked away. Frowning, she stuck her bare feet in the boots, put on her coat, and clumped across the wood floor.
"Smelly shoes!"
Julia smiled down at her. Smelly was the word for anything Alice didn't like. "You're such a good girl." Reaching down, she took hold of Alice's hand. "Will you follow me?" Slowly, Alice nodded. Julia led the girl out of the house and toward Peanut's truck. As she opened the door, she heard Alice start to make noises. It was the low, throaty growl she used to make. "Use your words, Alice."
"Stay!"
She looked terrified. This reaction didn't surprise Julia. She'd anticipated it. At some point in her life, Alice had been taken somewhere, by someone, in a car. Perhaps that trip was the start of the bad times. "I won't hurt you, Alice, and I won't let anyone else hurt you." Her blue-green eyes were huge in the tiny white oval of her face. She was trying so hard to be brave.
"No leave, girl?"
"Never. No." Julia tightened her hold on Alice's hand. "We'll go see Ellie."
"Lely?"
Julia nodded, then tugged on the girl's hand.
Come on, Alice. Please.
Alice swallowed hard.
Okay.
Very slowly she climbed into the passenger side of the truck. Julia helped her into the booster seat they'd purchased last week for this very occasion. When she snapped the seatbelt in place, Alice started to whimper. At the shutting of the door, that pathetic whimper grew into a desperate howling. Julia hurried around the car and slipped into the driver's seat. By now, Alice was hyperventilating, trying to unhook the straps.
It's okay, Alice. You're scared. That's okay.
Julia said the words over and over again until Alice calmed down enough to hear her.
I'm putting on my seatbelt. See? Now I'm hooked in, too.
Alice whimpered, pulled on the strap.
Use your words, Alice.
Fee. Peace. Girl fee.
All at once Julia got it. Idiot! She should have foreseen this. The memory of those tiny pale scars on Alice's ankle. Ligature marks.
Oh, Alice,
she said, feeling tears well in her eyes. Maybe she should quit now, try another time. No. Alice had to come into this world sometime, and in this world kids sat in car seats. But there was one concession she could make. Julia moved Alice and the car seat to the middle of the bench seat in the old truck, then held the girl's hand. Is that better?
Wait. Girl, wait.
I know, baby, but I won't let you go. You're safe, okay?
Alice's gaze was steady, trusting.
"'Kay."
Julia started the car. Alice screamed and tightened her hold on Julia's hand.
It's okay, honey,
Julia said over and over, until Alice quieted. It took them almost 10 minutes to get down the driveway. By the time they reached the highway, she had almost no feeling left in her right hand. She ignored the pain and kept up a steady stream of comforting dialogue. Looking back on it, Julia could pinpoint when Alice changed. It was at the corner of Azalea Street and West End Avenue. Earl and Myra's house, to be precise. As always, the couple had decorated as if it were an Olympic event. White lights twinkled from every surface. A giant Santa and sleigh arced above the peak of the roof in a brilliant display of red and green lights. On the front door was a twinkling green wreath, and tiny green-lit trees outlined the path from street to house. Alice made a sound of pure delight. For the first time, she let go of Julia's hand and pointed at the house.
"Look!"
This was as good a place as any to stop. They were a block from the police station. Julia pulled over to the curb and parked, then went around to Alice's door, opening it. Before she'd even finished unstrapping Alice, the girl was slithering out of the seat and climbing out of the truck. At the edge of the sidewalk, Alice paused, staring up at the house.
"Pretty,"
she breathed. Julia came up beside her. Alice immediately took her hand. Julia waited patiently, knowing Alice's penchant for studying things. It was entirely possible that they'd stand here for an hour. At some point, the red door opened. Myra stood there, dressed in a long black velvet skirt and a red knit sweater. Carrying a tray of cookies, she walked slowly toward them. Julia felt Alice's tension.
It's okay, honey. Myra is nice.
Alice slid behind Julia but didn't let go of her hand.
"Do you like cookies?"
Myra said when she was closer.
"My Marjorie liked Spritz best when she was your age."
Julia turned slightly and looked down at Alice.
She has cookies.
"Cookies?"
"I made them myself," Myra said, winking up at Julia. Cautiously, Alice peered around Julia's body.
In a lightning-quick move, she grabbed a red wreath cookie and popped the whole thing in her mouth. By the third cookie, she'd moved out from behind Julia and stood tucked along her side.
"I brought you this, too," Myra said, offering Alice a bright red plastic purse. "It was Marjorie's favorite, but when I saw it, I thought of you." Alice's eyes widened, her mouth rounded. "Red!" she whispered, taking the purse in her hands, holding it to her cheek.
"How did you know she loved anything red?" Julia asked. Myra shrugged. "I didn't." "Well, tell Earl Merry Christmas from me. He's not home yet from the men's choir practice, but I'll pass it along. And to you, too." Holding hands, Julia and Alice walked down to Main Street and turned left. The streets were full of parked cars, but empty of people on this ultimate family night. The parking lot behind City Hall only had 3 cars in it. Julia led Alice up the steps. "We're going to get Ellie, and then we'll walk downtown. I'll show you the pretty lights." Alice was so busy petting her purse, she barely nodded. Julia opened the door. Inside the police station, Cal and his 3 daughters, and Peanut and Benji and their teenage son and daughter, and Ellie were dancing to an ear-splitting rendition of Jingle Bell Rock. Mel and his family were setting food out on the table. Alice shrieked and started to howl. Ellie ran for the stereo and shut it off. Silence descended. Everyone stared at one another. Cal was the first to move. He herded his girls into a group. They moved toward Julia. Alice glommed onto her side, trying to disappear. The whimpering started again. The thumb popped into her mouth. Close, but not too close. Cal dropped down on one knee. "Hey, Alice. We're the Wallace family. You remember us, I bet. I'm Cal, and these are my girls. Amanda, Emily, and Sarah." Alice was trembling. She tightened her hold on Julia's hand. Peanut bustled her family forward. Her husband, Benji, was a big, burly-looking man with twinkling eyes and a ready smile. Not once during the party did he let go of his wife's hand. Their teenagers were clearly trying to appear cool, but every now and then they grinned like little kids. Introductions were made quietly. Benji knelt down slowly in front of Alice and wished her a very Merry Christmas. Then he herded his children over to the tree. Peanut stayed behind. "I can't go over there," she said to Julia. "Eggnog. Some people can drink a glass of it. I'd like an IV." She laughed. At the sound, Alice looked up and smiled. "You've really worked a miracle with her," Peanut said, showing Alice her long red fingernails. Each one sported a sparkly wreath. "Thanks," Julia said. "Well, I better get over to my family, but before I go—" She leaned close to Julia, whispered, "I have a bit of gossip." Julia laughed. "I'm hardly the one to tell." "Oh, you're the only one. My sources, which are FBI good, tell me that a certain doctor in town took a date to the movies. That's like Paris Hilton moving into a double-wide. Some things don't happen. But this one did." "It was just a movie." "Was it?" Peanut gave her a wink, a pat on the arm, and she left. For the next 15 minutes, everyone went about celebrating Christmas. But it was as if the mute button had been pushed. The laughter was quiet, the talking even more so. In the background, the Vince Garibaldi Trio Christmas CD came on. It was the music from A Charlie Brown Christmas. Mom's favorite. At some point, Earl and Myra showed up with more food. Alice was mesmerized by the opening of presents.
She finally came out from behind Julia so she could see better. She didn't talk to anyone except Ellie, but she seemed content to watch it all. She dared to play alongside Sarah, who was a few years older. Not together, but side by side. Alice watched Sarah's every move and imitated it. By the time everyone started to leave, Alice could dress and undress Disco Barbie without help. After the party broke up, Ellie, Julia, and Alice walked downtown. Alice couldn't stop pointing at the various lights and decorations. She kept tugging on Julia's hand and dragging her forward. It was going better than Julia had anticipated, actually. Julia walked beside Ellie. Alice pointed at every light, every decoration. "She reminds me of you," Julia said to her sister. "You always had such enthusiasm for the holidays."
"You too."
"I was quieter, though, in everything."
"So, I'm a big mouth?"
Julia smiled. "Yes, and I'm ladylike." They walked on. "So," Julia finally said, trying to sound casual, "I hear the gossip mill is in high gear on Max and me." "I've been waiting for you to bring it up. What's the story with you two?" "I don't know," Julia answered truthfully. "There's something between us." Ellie turned to her. "I wouldn't want to see you get hurt." "Yeah," Julia said quietly. "I've had the same thought myself." In front of the Catholic church, Alice came to a stop. She pointed at the brightly lit manger scene set up in the yard.
"Pretty."
Then the bells of the church pealed. Ellie looked at Julia.
"The service should have been out an hour ago. I called Father James myself."
Before she'd finished the sentence, the double doors banged open and the parishioners came pouring out of St. Mark's in a rushing, chattering river of humanity. There were people everywhere, moving right at them, surging down the stairs. Alice screamed and yanked her hand free to cover her ears. Julia heard the scream, then a desperate howl. She turned toward Alice. "It's okay, honey. Don't be—" Alice was gone, lost in the sea of faces and bodies. 20. There are only strangers around, girl. Laughing, talking, singing strangers. She stumbles sideways, almost falls.
"Julie promised,"
she thinks. But it doesn't surprise her, even though she can feel a ripping in her chest and a swelling in her throat. There is something wrong with girl, something bad. It has always been that way. Him told her that all the time. Why had she let herself forget? Even worse, she'd let herself believe in Julie, and now girl is afraid again. This time there are people everywhere instead of nowhere, but this makes no difference. Some words she knows now. Lost is lost. It's when you want someone to hold you, but there is no one who can. Lost is alone, even when people are all around you. She pushes through the crowd of strangers. Any one of them could hurt her. Her heart is beating so hard and fast it makes her dizzy. They are reaching for her, trying to pull her back. She runs until the sound of voices is funny and far away, like the roar of water in the falls at her beloved river when the snow begins to melt. She stares out past this place called town. Her trees are there, dark now, and pointy against the sky. They would welcome her again. She knows this. She could follow the river to her cave and live there again. Cold, hungry, alone. Even Wolf is gone from her. She would be too alone out there. Now that she has known Julie and Lely, how can she go back to the nothing? She will miss being held, miss hearing the pretty story about the rabbit who wants to be real. Girl knows about that, wanting to be real. That ache in her chest is back. It is like swelling up.
She hopes her bones will not crack from it. A strange tightness squeezes her throat. She feels this all from far away and wonders if finally her eyes will leak. She wants them to. It will make the hurt in her chest ease. Then she sees the tree. It is where she first hid in this place. Trees have always protected her. She runs to her tree and climbs up higher and higher until an old bare limb cradles her. She tries not to think about how much better it felt to be held by Julie. No, leave, girl. She wishes she'd never believed in that promise.
Julia spun around, searching every face, reaching out. All around her, people kept moving, laughing, talking, singing Christmas carols. She wanted to scream at them to shut up, to please help her find this one little girl. Their voices were a white noise that roared in her head. "What happened?" Ellie said, shaking Julia's shoulders to get her attention. "She's gone." Julia almost started to cry. One minute she was here, holding my hand. Then the church let out, and there were people everywhere. It must have terrified her. She ran away. "Okay, don't move, you hear me?" Julia had trouble hearing it, actually. Her heart was pounding. All she could think about was earlier tonight, when Alice had been so afraid to get in the car, and even more afraid to be strapped into the booster seat. But she'd done it. That brave, bruised child had let herself be bound and looked up at her through those sad eyes and said, "No leave, girl?" She had promised, sworn, not to leave Alice alone. Julia pushed through the crowd, yelling for Alice, searching every face. She knew she looked like a madwoman, but she didn't care. A breeze blew in, scudded leaves down the street and across the grass. It smelled vaguely of the not-so-distant ocean. She had no doubt that if she drew in a lungful, it would taste like tears. She stopped, trying to quell her rising panic. Now she heard Ellie yelling for Alice, too, saw flashlight beams cut through the park. Think, what would bring Alice out? It came to her suddenly. Music! Alice spent hours standing by the speakers, listening to music. She loved dozens of songs, whole Disney soundtracks. But of all the songs she listened to, one was clearly her favorite. Julia took a deep breath and began to sing, "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." She walked all around the empty park, singing, "How I wonder where you are." A bird warbled its own song. For a moment, Julia didn't notice. Then it struck her that the bird's song matched her voice. "Alice?" she whispered. "Julie?" Julia's knees buckled. She looked up into the bare branches of the maple tree. Alice was there, looking down, her face pale with fear and lined by worry. She said, "No leave?" "Oh, honey, no leave." Alice jumped down from her perch in the maple tree. Julia scooped Alice into her arms and held her tightly. She felt the little girl tremble and knew how scared she'd been. Julia pulled back. "I'm sorry, Alice." A trembling smile formed on her face. "Stay?" "Yes, honey, I'll stay." Alice touched Julia's face, wiped her tears. "No water," she said, sounding worried. "Those are just tears, Alice. Tears. And they mean I love you." Ellie walked up just then and squatted down beside them. "There's our girl," she said with a sigh. Julia looked up at her sister through a blur of tears. "What's the local lawyer's name?" "John MacDonald. Why?"
I want to start adoption proceedings the day after Christmas. Are you sure? Julia pulled Alice against her even more tightly. I've never been more sure of anything in my life.
By noon on Christmas Day, Max had been to the hospital to visit his patients and the few children on the ward. He'd also ridden his bicycle 15 miles, dropped off a donation at the Catholic Church, and called every member of his family. Now he stood in his quiet living room, staring out at the gray-washed lake. It was raining so hard that the entire backyard looked colorless, even the trees. He should have put up a Christmas tree. Maybe that would have helped his mood, although he couldn't imagine why it would. He hadn't bought a tree in 7 years. He went to the sofa and sat down, but he knew instantly that it was a mistake. Ghosts and memories crowded in on him. He saw his mother sitting on her favorite chair, studying bugs through a magnifying glass, and his dad sleeping on his barca lounger with a hand pressed to his wrinkled cheek, and Susan knitting a pale blue blanket. He picked up the phone and called the hospital. "It's quiet here," he was told. "Don't come in." Hanging up, he got to his feet. He couldn't just sit here, remembering other Christmases. He needed to do something, go somewhere, climb a mountain maybe, or see Julia. That was all it took, the thought of her, and he was in motion. He got dressed, jumped in his truck, and drove to her house. Even though he knew he was being an idiot, he couldn't help himself. He had to see her. He knocked. Julia was laughing as she answered the door, saying something. When she saw him, her smile faded. "Oh, I thought you were going to L.A. for Christmas." "I stayed," he said softly. "If you're busy—" "Of course not. Come in. Would you like a drink? We have some hot buttered rum that's pretty good." "That would be great." She led him into the living room, then headed for the kitchen. Her gap-toothed little shadow matched her step for step. They looked almost conjoined. A gorgeous, beautifully decorated Christmas tree dominated the corner of the room. A rush of memories hit him. "Come on, Dan the man, let's put up the star for Mommy." He turned his back on the tree and sat down on the hearth. A fire crackled behind him, warmed his back. He wouldn't be able to sit here for long, but at least he wasn't facing the tree. A coil of sleeping dogs lay at his feet. "Well, well, well!" At the sound of Ellie's voice, he looked up. She stood behind the sofa with her hands on her hips. "It's nice to see you again, Max." "You too, Elle." She came around the sofa and sat down beside him. "You know what I hear? Trevor Macaulay is drinking again." "Old news." She looked at him. There was no smile left. This was her cop's face. "I hear you took my sister to the movies." "That come across the police scanner?" "I didn't say anything at Thanksgiving, it being a holiday and all, but—" Ellie leaned toward him. She got so close he could feel her breath on his neck. "Hurt her, and I'll cut your nuts off." She eased back, smiling again. "And you like your nuts." "I do indeed." "Then we understand each other." "Good. I'm glad we had this little heart-to-heart." "What if—" Ellie frowned. "What if what?" "Nothing." Julia and Alice returned. Ellie immediately stood. "I'm going to Cal's. You two be good." She picked up a box of packages and left the house. Julia handed Max a cup. They sat down side by side on the sofa. Neither said anything. Alice knelt at Julia's feet. She grunted at Julia and smacked the book in her lap. "Use your words, Alice," Julia said calmly. "Read, girl." "Not now. I'm talking to Dr. Max." "Now." Alice hit the book again. "No. Later." "Please?" Julia smiled gently and touched Alice's head. "In a little while, okay?" Alice's whole body slumped in disappointment. She popped a thumb in her mouth and started turning the pages. Julia turned to him then. "You're amazing," he said softly. "Thanks." He heard the throatiness in her voice and knew how much his compliment meant to her. She was close enough to kiss him right now, and he wanted her to. He moved away from her slightly, as if distance could provide protection. She noticed the movement. Of course she did. "What happened to you, Max?" He should have been surprised by the question, but he wasn't. "It doesn't matter." "I think it does." He was near enough now to see the tiny mole on her throat. Her cinnamon-scented breath fluttered against his chin. "Love," he said simply. "Yeah," she said at last. "It'll knock the shit out of you, that's for sure." "Why didn't you go home for Christmas?" "You." Her gaze searched his, as if looking deep for answers. She gave him a sad, knowing smile, and he wondered what it was she thought she knew. "How about a game of cards, Max?" she finally said. "Cards?" He couldn't help laughing. She smiled. "It's one of those things a man and a woman can do out of bed." "No wonder I'm confused." She laughed. "Go get the cards, Alice." Alice looked up. "Julie win?" "That's right, honey. Julie's gonna kick Dr. Max's ass." For the first Christmas in recent memory, this house had become a home again. There was nothing like a child to make Christmas a gala event. Not that Alice had understood it, of course. Ellie and Julia had both wakened at the crack of dawn and encouraged their sleepy girl to go downstairs. The presents had been unwrapped in the morning, one at a time, according to family tradition, and then carefully restacked under the tree. Except for Alice's. She loved her packages, had carried them around all day, and hugged them to her narrow little chest. Any attempts at unwrapping them had led to hysterics. So the toys inside remained hidden. The packages themselves were her gifts. In truth, Ellie hated to leave, but going to see Cal on Christmas was one of her few traditions. She'd never missed a year. That was how things were done in Rain Valley. Neighbors visited each other on holidays, usually staying just long enough to share a glass of wine or a mug of hot chocolate. For all his childhood, Cal had come to the Cates' house for Christmas, where he'd found a stocking with his name on it tacked to the mantel, and a pile of gifts under the tree. No one ever said why it was that way, but each of them knew. For Cal, who had lived alone with his wreck of a dad, Christmas only came to other addresses. That tradition had remained in place for as long as Brenda and Big Tom Cates were alive. Year after year, Cal bundled up his wife and daughters and brought them across the field and over the river for dinner. Even after Ellie's mom died, and the tradition began to weaken, Cal kept Christmas and the Cates together in his mind. When Dad died, a subtle shift had begun. For a few years, Cal and Lisa had invited Ellie for dinner at their house. They'd tried to form a new tradition, but nothing quite gelled. Lisa cooked the wrong foods and put on the wrong music. It no longer felt like Christmas to Ellie. She was an outsider somehow. This year, there had been no invitation at all. No doubt Cal assumed that she and Julia and Alice were a new Cates family and wanted to be alone. But she knew that without Lisa, he would be having a rough time of it. She walked down the driveway. On either side of her, magnificent fir and cedar trees grew tall and straight. Their green tips plunged into the swollen gray belly of the sky. Although the rain had stopped, drops still fell from leaves and branches and eaves, creating a steady drip, drip, drip that matched her footsteps. There were the other sounds of the forest, too. Water rushing, needles rustling, squirrels scurrying across branches, mice running for cover. Every now and then, a crow cawed or an owl hooted. These sounds were as familiar to her as the crackling of a fire in the fireplace. Without a worry, she turned onto the path and walked into the woods. There was no way to calculate the number of times she'd crossed this bridge or walked from one house to the other. Enough so that nothing ever grew up in the path. Even in recent years, when cars and telephones were more common than walking to the neighbor's house, nothing ever grew up to hide the way. She followed the beaten and stunted grass around the orchard and through the vegetable garden, past the old pond that used to be their childhood fishing hole. As she pushed through the cattails and heard her boots squish in the soggy ground, she heard a long-forgotten echo of their childish laughter. "There's a snake in the water, Cal! Get out!" "That's just an old twig. You need glasses. You're the one who needs glasses." She remembered their laughter, the way they'd sit on that muddy bank for hours, talking about nothing. She followed the path back around the bend, and there was the house. For a second she expected it to look as it once had, a slant-sided shack with fake shingles, shutters hanging askew on cracked, dirty windows, a battalion of snarling pit bulls chained in the yard. She blinked, and the memory moved on. She was staring at the house Cal had built by himself in the years after junior college and before marrying Lisa. He'd worked for a construction company back then. After a 45-hour work week, he'd piled on the extra hours at his own house, literally building the place around his drunken, useless father. It was a small house that seemed to have sprouted outward, growing in a collection of sharp angles and awkward slants. Rooms had been added on as money came in, without real rhyme or reason. Cal had poured his energy into the place, trying to build for his family the home he'd never had. The end result was a quaint, shingled cabin set on a patch of velvet green grass, surrounded by 200-year-old evergreens. As always, the holiday lights and decorations were world-class. Ellie always figured he went overboard to make up for all the years there hadn't even been a tree in the living room. The porch was studded with white lights. The railings were festooned with boughs. A giant homemade wreath decorated the front door. Ellie expected to hear music seeping through the walls, but it was oddly still. For a second she wondered if they were home. She glanced behind her and saw Cal's baby, the 1969 GTO he'd restored to perfection. She knocked on the door. When no one answered, she tried again. Finally, she heard a thunder of footsteps. The door wrenched open, and Cal's daughters stood there, huddled together, smiling brightly. Amanda, the 11-and-a-half-year-old, looked impossibly grown up in her low-rise jeans and studded silver belt and pink T-shirt. Her long black hair had been coiled into the haphazard braid that could only be made by a father's clumsy hands. 9-year-old Emily was dressed in a green velvet dress that was at least a size too big, and 8-year-old Sarah, the only child to have inherited her mother's strawberry blonde hair and freckled complexion, hadn't bothered to change out of her Princess Fiona pajamas. At the sight of Ellie, all three smiles faded. "It's just Aunt Ellie," Amanda said. The trio mumbled, "Merry Christmas." Then Emily called out for her dad. "Gee, thanks," Ellie said, watching them walk away. Cal came down the stairs. He was moving slowly, as if maybe he'd just woken up. His black hair was a tangled mess. Tiny pink lines creased his left cheek. He wore a pair of Levi's so old that both knees were gone and the hemlines were foamy fringe. His Metallica T-shirt had seen better days, too. "Ellie," he said, trying to smile. As he passed each of the girls, he hugged them, then let them go. "You look like hell," she said when the girls were gone. And I was going to say how beautiful you are." Ellie closed the door behind her and followed him to the living room, where a huge decorated tree took up the entire corner. Cal flopped down on the sofa, put his feet on the hammered copper coffee table. His sigh was loud enough to set a tiny ornament spinning and jingling. Ellie sat down beside him. It confused her to see Cal this way. He'd laughed his way through too many hard times to fall apart now. If Cal could become fragile, then nothing was safe. What happened? He glanced behind him, made sure no little ears were nearby. Lisa didn't come for Christmas morning, or dinner. She didn't send any presents. I told the girls she'd call, but I'm starting to wonder. Ellie frowned. "Is she okay?" "She's fine. I called her parents. She's out with her new guy." "That doesn't sound like Lisa." Cal looked at her. "Yes, it does." Ellie heard the wealth of pain behind those few words. She knew it was all Cal would ever tell her about his failed marriage. "I'm sorry." "You've been here before, right? A divorce is like a cut. It heals. That's what you always said." The truth was, she had never been in his shoes. She'd never stayed married for more than 2 years, never become a love instead of a lover with her spouse. God knew she'd never had children's hearts in her grasp. "I don't think my marriages should be compared to yours, Cal. You might hurt for a long time." Not loving her can't be more painful than loving her was. He stared into the fire. Ellie let him have his time. In a way, it was like the old days when they were kids. They'd sometimes sit on that bridge all day and never say more than, "You got any more bazooka?" "How was your Christmas?" he finally said. "Great. We made Dad's stew and Grandma Dottie's cornbread. Alice never could get the whole Santa down the chimney concept. She wouldn't unwrap her presents, either. She just carried the boxes around. By next year she'll be a champ. Gift holidays, they learn fast. I remember the first time I took Amanda trick-or-treating. It was to my house." He wanted to smile, she could tell. "Yeah, she couldn't figure out why she was dressed up like a pumpkin, but once you gave her the candy, she didn't care. She wore my mom's green felt hat, remember?" Cal looked at her. In his familiar eyes she saw a longing so deep and raw she wanted to reach out for him, tell him it would be okay. "I thought you'd forgotten all that." "How could I forget? We've been best friends for decades." He sighed, looked over at the tree. She got the feeling that she'd disappointed him again. That was starting to happen a lot, and she had no idea why. Then again, what she knew about a truly broken heart was only slightly more than she knew about kids. It was best, probably, to change the subject, get Cal thinking about something besides his cracked family on this special day. "Julia wants to adopt Alice. She thinks the kid needs permanence." "Good idea. How do you do it?" "We start with a motion to terminate parental rights. If no one comes forward to claim her in the publication period, Julia's in the clear." It was a moment before Cal said, "What if her folks finally do come forward, and they never knew she'd been found?" Ellie and Julia had avoided that question like the plague. It was the one that could ruin it all. That would be bad. Washington bends over backward for biological parents, even if they're scum. "Yeah," Ellie said, "I know." "So we go from hoping they show up to hoping they don't." "Right." Ellie paused, looked at him. They fell silent again. "It wasn't quite Christmas without you." "Yeah," he said with a faded smile. Things change. Ellie didn't want to walk down that road with him. Truthfully, she was afraid that if she did, she'd start thinking about her own loneliness. Being with Cal did that to her sometimes, reminded her of how much she'd missed out on in life. She got up and went into the kitchen. She poured 2 tequila straight shots and set them on a tray, alongside a shaker of salt. In the living room, she set the tray down on the coffee table, pushing his feet aside. "What the? Straight shots? On Christmas Day?"
"Sometimes a mood changes on its own," Ellie shrugged. "Sometimes it needs a shove."
She plopped down beside him. "Bottoms up? What's the salt for?"
"Decoration."
She clanked her glass against his and drank up.
"Here's to a better year coming up."
"Amen to that." Cal downed the drink and put his shot glass on the coffee table. When he turned to her again, he seemed to be studying her, looking for something hidden. "You've been in love a lot." She laughed.
"And out of it a lot."
"How do you keep believing in it? How do you tell someone you love them?" She felt her smile shake.
"Saying it is easy, Cal. Meaning it is practically impossible. I pity the poor guy who falls for me."
She wanted to smile again, but couldn't. This whole conversation was depressing her. The way Cal was looking at her made it all worse.
"Enough sadness. This is a holiday."
She cleared the alcoholic evidence away and went over to the stereo. There she put a CD in the player and turned the volume on high enough to bring the girls out of the family room, where they'd probably been watching another Hilary Duff movie.
"What's going on?"
Amanda asked, tugging on her askew, falling-out braid. The girls stood close together. All of them had sad eyes on this most magical of days.
"First off, you have presents to open."
That made them smile a little, but not all the way.
"Then, I'm taking you bowling."
Amanda made a very grown-up face.
"We don't bowl. Mom says it's for trailer trash."
Ellie looked at Cal.
"Are you telling me they don't know about secret bowling?"
Sarah took a step forward.
"What's secret bowling?"
Ellie bent down.
"It's bowling after hours, all by yourself, with the music blaring and all the junk food you can eat." "Mom would never agree to this," Amanda said. "I'll have you know," Ellie said, "that your dad and I used to work at the Big Bowl, and that's why you're the only kids in Rain Valley who get to know about secret bowling. Now, go get dressed."
Sarah tugged on Ellie's sleeve, said in a stage whisper,
"Can I be Princess Fiona?" "Absolutely," Ellie said. "In secret bowling you can wear whatever you want."
Amanda looked up.
"Can I wear makeup?"
Before Cal could answer, Ellie said,
"Sure."
In a flurry of laughter, the girls ran up the stairs. Cal looked at Ellie. "We haven't snuck into the Big Bowl in 25 years.
"I'll call Wayne and let him know. He still keeps the keys in the gnome's hat. We can leave $50 in the register."
"Thanks, Elle."
She smiled. "Just remember this the next time I get divorced. Tequila and midnight bowling."
"Is that the magic potion?" Her smile faded as she looked at him.
"No, but sometimes it's all there is."
21. It was nearing the end of January, that month when the skies were steely and tempers were lost as easily as car keys. All across town, children stood at windows, peering out at rainy backyards. Their mothers spent extra hours wiping fingerprints from the glass. Inside the Cates house, the only light came from artificial bulbs, and the pattern of rain falling from the eaves sounded like a quickened heartbeat that wouldn't calm down. It made Ellie uneasy. No, It wasn't the weather that had her so unnerved. It was the company. The woman from the Department of Social and Health Services sat stiffly erect on the sofa, as if she were terrified by the thought of an airborne dog hair finding a perch on her gray wool pants. Julia, who looked composed and comfortable in winter white, sat beside the woman. "May I answer any other questions for you, Miss Wharton?" The woman's smile was as nervous as the rest of her. There and gone. All Ellie really saw was a flash of crooked teeth. "Call me Helen, and I do have some final questions." Julia gave her the camera-ready smile. "Fire away." Helen put down her pen and looked across the room to where Alice played by herself. She had not made eye contact with Helen once. In fact, upon introduction to the woman, she'd howled and run away. After cowering behind a tiny potted ficus tree for almost an hour, she'd finally emerged from her hiding place, only to begin eating the flower arrangement. "Obviously, this environment is perfectly acceptable. Your home study was approved for temporary foster care of the minor child, and I see no deterioration that would warrant a reversal of our recommendation. As you've repeatedly reminded us, the child is flourishing in your care. My concern, actually, is for you, Dr. Cates. May I be frank?" "I'd love to hear what you have to say," Julia said. "Obviously, she's a profoundly damaged child. Perhaps you're correct, and she's not autistic or otherwise mentally challenged, but she clearly has issues. I doubt she'll ever be normal. All too often we find that parents go into adoption of special needs children with big hearts and high hopes, only to realize that they've taken on too much. The state has some wonderful facilities for kids like her." "There are no kids like her," Julia said. "She's been uniquely harmed, I think, and there's no way to judge her future. As you know, I'm more than qualified to treat her as a patient, and I'm entirely ready to love her as a parent. What could be a better situation for her?" Helen's smile came late and seemed as thin as non-fat milk. "She's a lucky young girl that you found her." She shot a glance at Alice, who was now standing at the window, talking to a squirrel. The social worker stood up and offered Julia her hand. "I see no reason to pretend anyone needs to review this. I'll certainly recommend placement with you from a home study perspective." "Thank you." After the social worker left, Julia's smile finally slipped. Alice ran to her, jumped into her arms. "Scared?" she whispered. "I know, honey." Julia held her tightly, stroked her hair. "You don't like people who wear glasses." And she had an awful lot of shiny jewelry, didn't she? "Still, you should have smiled at her." "Smelly lady." Ellie laughed. "I have to agree with the kid on that one." She headed for the coat rack by the front door and grabbed her jacket. "I'll call John and tell him you finished the home study. He can get started on the hearing date and start on the summons for termination of parental rights." Still holding Alice, Julia moved toward her. "Once a week, for 3 weeks, in all the area newspapers, huh? That's how we announce it to the world." "They have 60 days from the first publication to file a notice of appearance. After that, you're home free." They. Alice's biological family. Though they didn't speak of it, Julia and Ellie both knew that Alice wasn't like other kids who'd been lost or abandoned. Someone, somewhere, could be dreaming of her, remembering her, but not looking anymore. A parent could show up any time, even years from now, and lay a truer claim to the child's heart than Julia had. Ellie knew her sister had thought about that, agonized over it, in fact, and decided that she'd take the risk. It was better, Julia thought, to give Alice a home now, and worry about the future than to let the child spend a lifetime in limbo, waiting for a biological parent who might never arrive. "Well, it's off to work for me," Ellie said. "Bye, Alice." Alice hugged Ellie. "Bye, Lily." Ellie hugged her back. "Cal said it's a half day today at the girls' school. He'll bring Sarah by for a while after lunch." "Tell him thanks. Maybe Alice will talk to Sarah this time." She nuzzled Alice's neck. "Right, little girl?" Alice's answer was a high-pitched giggle. Ellie left the house and went out to her cruiser. With a quick honk, Alice loved that noise, she was off. In the weeks since Christmas and New Year's, Rain Valley had settled back into its usual midwinter routine. More often than not, the downtown streets were empty of both cars and people. The taverns filled up earlier and stayed busy longer. Ellie and Earl and Mel took turns waiting just off the highway for drivers who thought it was okay to pound beers and then operate a vehicle. Weekend matinees at the theater were jammed to the rafters with kids, and it was impossible to get a lane or a parking stall at the bowling alley. News of the flying wolf girl had all but faded from the newspapers. Even Mort had better things to write about these days, like the rumblings at Mount St. Helens and the court-sanctioned Macaw tribe whale hunt. Days at the station slid back into their comforting routine. Calm had returned to Rain Valley, and those who were charged with keeping that peace were glad. Cal had more time again to read his comics and draw his drawings, since the phone rarely rang. Peanut scheduled everyone according to their family needs and paid their paychecks on time. In short, life was good. Now, Ellie drove through the Ancient Grounds coffee stand, got a grande mocha latte, then continued on to the station. She pulled into her parking stall behind the station and went in the back door. She was in the lunchroom, checking out what was in the fridge, when Peanut bustled into the room and slammed the door shut behind her. "Ellen!" she said in the stage whisper she reserved for big gossip. Ellie took a sip of her coffee and glanced at the clock. 11:30 was pretty early for big news. "Let me guess. The wrong person was voted off Survivor." Peanut smacked her. "Survivor's over." Ellie shut the fridge. "Okay, what's the skinny, big girl?" "It's important that you keep your wits about you. Cal and I are worried." "That I'm witless? How comforting." "You know how stupid you get around certain men." "I'm not admitting that. However, the only good-looking man in town is hot for my sister." "Not anymore." "Max isn't into jewels anymore?" Peanut hit her in the shoulder. "Pay attention." Ellie frowned. "What in the hell are you babbling about?" "There's a guy waiting for you out front." "So? Why the full panic?" "He's gorgeous, and he won't talk to anyone but you." "No kidding." "You should see the way you're smiling. This is exactly what I was afraid of." Ellie eased out of the lunchroom and peered down the hallway. From here, all she could see was a man, with his back to her, sitting in the chair opposite her desk. He was dressed all in black. "Who is it?" "He wouldn't give his name. Won't take off his sunglasses either." She snorted. "Must be from California." Ellie ducked back into the lunchroom and grabbed her purse. 5 minutes in the bathroom and she'd touched up her makeup and brushed her teeth. Back in the lunchroom, she turned to Peanut. "How do I look?" "This is so not good. You're going to go into full slut mode now." "Bite me. I haven't had a date in months." Ellie smoothed the wrinkles from her uniform, adjusted the 3 gold stars on her collar, and walked out into the main room of the station house. Peanut hurried along behind her. Cal looked up at her approach. He immediately noticed her makeup, then glanced at the man across from him and shook his head. "Big surprise," he muttered. She kept moving. "Hello, I'm Chief Barton," she said, rounding her desk. "I understand—" He turned to her. Ellie forgot what she'd been about to say. All she saw were chiseled cheekbones, full lips, and a mass of unruly black hair. He took off his sunglasses and revealed a pair of electric blue eyes. "Holy Mother of God," she thought. Ellie sat down without shaking his hand. "I've come a long way to see you," he said in a worn, gravelly voice. An accent, just a hint of one, but enough. She couldn't place it. Australian, maybe, or Cajun. She loved a man with an accent. "I'm Georges Azel." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, which he set on her desk. The name registered. "I see you remember me." He leaned forward, pushing the paper closer to her. "Don't worry about the way you're looking at me. I've grown used to it. I'm here about her." Her? He unfolded the paper he'd pushed forward. It was a picture of Alice. "I'm her father." "Alice, how many times are we going to have this same discussion?" Julia couldn't help laughing at her own comment. She and Alice did many things together these days. None of them could accurately be characterized as a discussion. "Put your shoes on." "No." Julia went to the window and pointed outside. "It's raining." Alice collapsed to a sit on the floor. "No." "We're going to the diner. Remember the diner? We were there last week. Yummy pie." "Put your shoes on."
"No. Smelly shoes."
Julia threw up her hands in dramatic despair. "All right, then. You stay here with Jake and Elwood. I'll bring you home some pie." She went into the kitchen. With slow, exaggerated movements, she gathered her keys and purse, then put on her coat. She was halfway to the door when she heard Alice stand up.
"Girl, go?"
Julia didn't let herself smile as she turned around. Alice stood there, her little face scrunched in a scowl that was equal parts worry and anger. Her overalls were splattered with paint from their last art project. Julia meant to be firm, to say, "I'm sorry you can't go without shoes, not to a restaurant," and pretend to go on her way while Alice hurriedly put on her shoes. That was what she would have done with an ordinary stubborn child. Instead, Julia went to her and knelt down so that they were eye to eye. "Remember our talk about rules?"
"Good girl. Bad girl."
Julia winced at the characterization, but rules of behavior were a complex idea. They took years to process and understand. It was one of the hallmarks of socialization. Societies only existed in the presence of rules that governed people's behavior. Some places make little girls wear shoes.
"Girl no like."
"I know, honey. How about this? No shoes in the car. You put them on in town and take them off when we leave. Okay?" Alice frowned in thought.
"No socks."
"Okay." Alice dutifully crossed the room and got her shoes out of the box by the front door. Without bothering with a coat, she went outside. As she stepped onto the porch, a cloud crossed the sky overhead, casting the yard in shadow. The drizzling rain turned to tiny flakes of snow. They kissed Alice's dark head and upturned face, immediately turning to droplets of freezing water.
"Look, Julie! Pretty!"
It was snowing, and Alice was barefooted. Perfect. Julia grabbed Alice's coat and scooped the girl into her arms, carrying her to the car. She was halfway there when she heard the phone ring. "That's probably Aunt Ellie telling us to watch the snow." She strapped Alice into the car seat.
"Icky! Tight! Bad!"
Alice said, running through her words for displeasure.
"Smelly!" It does not smell, and it keeps you safe." That shut Alice up. Julia put a CD in the player and drove away. Alice listened to the Pete's Dragon soundtrack 7 times without pausing. Her favorite song was "Candle on the Water." Every time it ended, she cried out, "Again!" until Julia complied. Finally, they pulled into a spot in front of the Raindrop and parked. The song snapped off. "Again?" "No, Alice, not now." Julia leaned sideways and tried to put Alice's clammy feet into her boots. It was like trying to put surgical gloves on wet hands. "Next time, I'm going to the mat for socks." She got out of the car and came around to Alice's side. Opening the door, she smiled. "You ready?" Fear flashed through Alice's eyes, but she nodded. "You're such a brave girl." Julia helped Alice out of the seat. Alice moved slowly toward the restaurant, staring down at her feet. "Don't be afraid, Alice. I'm right here. I won't let go." Alice clung so tightly it hurt, but didn't say a word. Julia opened the diner's door. A bell tinkled overhead. At the sound, Alice shrieked and threw herself at Julia. She bent down to hug the girl, held her tightly. The Grimm sisters were at the cash register, standing shoulder to shoulder. They'd obviously turned in unison at the noise, for now they were staring at Alice. Rosie Tchaikovsky was behind them, tucking a pencil in her pink beehived hair. To the left, an old logger sat alone in a booth. Everyone was staring at Julia and Alice. They should have come an hour ago, between the breakfast and lunch crowds. That was what she'd done last week, and they'd had the place to themselves. Slowly, she stood back up. The Grimm sisters advanced, 3 abreast. Julia had a sudden thought about the horsemen of the apocalypse. These days, apparently, death rode in a battered urn in an old woman's arms. They stared at Julia, then at Alice. Julia stared back. Alice snorted nervously, tugged on Julia's hand. Violet reached into her purse and pulled out a bright purple plastic coin purse. "Here you go. My granddaughter loves these." Alice's eyes lit up at the gift. She touched it reverently, took it in her small hand, and stroked her cheek with it. After a moment she blinked up at Violet and said, "Uncle." The 3 old women gasped and looked at one another. Finally, they looked at Julia. "You saved her," Daisy said in a stiff voice, obviously bothered by the emotion behind the words. "Your mom would be so proud," Violet said, nodding to her sisters for confirmation. They bobbed their heads in unison. Julia smiled. For the first time in her life, she felt admired in this town, accepted. "Thank you. I couldn't have done it without all of you. The town really protected us." "You're one of us," Daisy said simply. As one, the trio turned and left the diner. Tightening her hold on Alice's hand, Julia led her to a booth in the corner. There they ordered grilled cheese sandwiches, fries, and milkshakes from Rosie. The food hadn't been served yet when the bell over the door tinkled again. Alice glanced up and said, "Max," matter-of-factly. He didn't see them until he'd picked up his lunch order and turned for the door. When he looked at her, Julia's heart did a little flip. "Hey," he said. She smiled up at him. "No date for lunch, Doctor?" "Not yet." "Then perhaps you should join us?" He looked down at Alice. "May I sit next to you?" Her little face scrunched in thought. "No hurt, Julie?" Max looked surprised by that. "I wouldn't dream of it." When he saw Alice's confusion, he said softly, "No hurt, Julia."
Alice finally scooted sideways to make room for him. Max sat down across from Julia. He'd barely made contact with the vinyl seat when Rosie swooped in beside him. She was grinning from ear to ear.
"It's like watching the moon landing. I knew it was true about you two."
She set out a place setting in front of him. "Alice is my patient," Max said evenly. Rosie winked one heavily made-up false-lashed eye.
"Course she is."
When she was gone, Max said, "Before I finish my sandwich, everyone in town will know about this. Every patient I see for a week will ask about you." A few minutes later, Rosie showed up with their lunches.
"Uncle,"
Alice said, grinning up at the waitress. Rosie returned to the kitchen. Julia was about to tell Alice to eat one French fry at a time when she realized that Max was staring at her. She met his gaze and saw fear in his blue eyes. He was afraid of her, of them. It was a fear she understood. It had shaped much of her life. Passion was a dangerous thing, and love even more so. More often than not, it was love that had devastated her patience, either its excess or its lack. But Alice had taught her a thing or two about love and courage. "What?" he said, unsmiling. Julia felt something new, a kind of opening wonder. She wasn't afraid anymore. "Come here," she said it softly. Frowning, he leaned toward her. She kissed him. For a heartbeat of time, he resisted. Then he gave in. Alice giggled.
"Kisses."
When Max drew back, he was pale. Julia laughed. Might as well give the gossips something to talk about. After that, they went back to their lunches as if it hadn't happened. Later, as they stood at the front door putting their coats on, Julia dared to touch his arm. She'd already branded him publicly with her mouth. What was a touch on the arm after that? "I'm taking Alice to the game farm in Squim. Would you like to join us?" He paused just long enough to look at his watch, then said, "I'll follow you." Julia bustled Alice out of the restaurant and back into the car. By the time they reached the entrance to the game farm, it was snowing in earnest. Big, fluffy white flakes fell from the sky. A few had begun to stick. A thin layer of white had formed on the fence line and on the grass. Julia pulled up to the small wooden house where the farm's owner lived. A pair of black bear cubs sat on the porch, chewing on huge sticks of wood. "You need to put on your boots, your gloves, and your coat," Julia said.
"No."
"Stay in the car, then." Julia bundled up and got out of the car. She joined Max, who stood by his own car. Snow peppered them, landed like bits of fire on her nose and cheeks. "What are we waiting for?" he asked. "You'll see." The car door opened. Alice climbed out. She was dressed for the weather, except that her boots were on the wrong feet. Just then, Floyd came out of the house, wearing a huge Arctic parka. Stepping past the playing bear cubs, he walked down the porch steps and across the snowy yard. "Hello, Dr. Cates. Dr. Saracen." At Alice, he bent down. "And you must be Alice. I know a friend of yours." Alice hid behind Julia. "It's okay, honey. This is your surprise." Alice looked up.
"Price?"
"Follow me," Floyd said. They hadn't taken more than 3 steps when the howling started. Alice looked up at Julia, who nodded. Alice ran toward the sound. It was sad and soulful, that cry. It floated on the icy air. Alice answered in her own howl. They came together at the chain-link fence, the little girl in the black woolen coat and the oversized boots on the wrong feet, and the wolf that was now almost half its full-grown size. Floyd went to the gate. Alice was beside him in an instant, jumping up and down.
"Open! Play! Girl!"
He worked the lock. When it clicked, he turned to Julia.
"Are you sure it's safe?"
"I'm sure." He eased the door open. Alice slipped into the pen. She and the wolf rolled around together, playing like littermates in the snow. Every time he licked her cheek, Alice giggled. Floyd shut the gate again. He stood there watching them play.
"This is the first time he's stopped howling since I got him."
"She missed him, too," Julia said.
"What do you suppose?"
"I don't know, Floyd." They fell silent again, watching the girl and wolf roll around in the snow.
"It's amazing what you've done with her,"
Max said to Julia. She smiled. "Kids are resilient."
"Not always."
His answer was so quiet, she almost missed it. She was about to ask him what he meant, but before she'd formed the question, she heard sirens. "Do you hear that?" He nodded. The sound was far off at first, then it drew closer. Closer. When the first flashing lights appeared, cutting through the hazy snowfall, Floyd jumped into action. He grabbed Alice's coat and pulled her out of the pen, then slammed the gate shut. Alice dropped to her knees and howled miserably. The police cruiser drove into the yard and parked. The lights remained on, flashing in staccato bursts of color. Ellie walked toward them in the surreal light. "He's come for her," she said without preamble. "Who?" Julia asked. But when Ellie glanced at Alice, Julia knew. "Alice's father." Max carried Alice into the house. She weighed almost nothing. He tried not to think about how natural this felt, carrying a child. But some memories were imprinted too deeply to ever erase, and some movements felt as natural as breathing. He tried to set her down on the sofa so he could build a fire. But she wouldn't free him, wouldn't uncoil her arms from around his neck, and all the while, as he carried her around the house and built the fire, she was howling in a quiet way that broke his heart. Finally, he sat down on the couch and drew her onto his lap. Her eyes were tightly shut. Her cheeks were still pink with cold. The sound she made, more whimper now than howl, was the physical embodiment of loss. Too much feeling and too few words. "Look away," he told himself. "Put on a movie or turn up the music." He leaned back and closed his eyes. He knew instantly it was a mistake. In his mind, he heard a child crying, great big crocodile tears. "My fish isn't swimming anymore, Daddy. Make him all better." Max tightened his hold on Alice. "It's okay, little one. Let it out. That's a good thing, actually." At the sound of his voice, she drew in a sharp breath and looked up at him. It made him realize that it was the first time he'd spoken since they left the game farm. Julia had to go to the police station with Ellie. They'll be back soon. She blinked up at him through eyes that were surprisingly dry. He found himself wondering if she knew how to cry. The very idea of it, that she couldn't release her pain that way, wounded him. "No, Julie, leave, girl?" "No, she'll be back." "Home, girl?" "Yes." He tucked a straggly, still damp lock of hair behind her tiny ear. "Wolf?" Her mouth trembled. The question was so big and complex, yet she asked it all with that one word. "The wolf is okay, too." She shook her head, and suddenly she appeared too old for her face, too knowing. "No. Trap. Bad." "He needs to be free," Max said, understanding her easily.
like birds.
You know about trapped, don't you? He stared down into her small, heart-shaped face. As much as he wanted to look away, needed to look away, he couldn't. She made him remember too many moments that had passed. The surprising thing was, they were good memories, some of them, from a time when he'd been able to stand still, a time when holding a child had made him laugh instead of cry.
Read, girl?
She pointed to a book on the coffee table. It was already open to a page. He picked it up. She immediately resettled herself so that she was positioned closely beside him. He looped one arm around her and opened the book between them. She pointed to the top of the page, very certain where she'd left off. He began to read. "Real isn't how you are made," said the skin horse. "It's a thing that happens to you. When a child loves you for a long, long time, not just to play with, but really loves you, then you become real." Max's voice broke on that.
Read to me, Daddy.
He felt Alice's hand on his cheek, comforting him. Only then did he realize that he was crying.
Ouch,
she said. He looked down at her, trying to remember the last time he'd let himself cry.
All better?
He tried to smile. All better. Smiling at that, she snuggled up against him. He closed the book and started telling her another story, one he'd spent a long time trying to forget. But some words stayed with you. It felt good, saying it all to someone, even if, by the time he got to the sad part, the part that made him want to cry again, she was fast asleep. 22. "The DNA is conclusive?" Julia asked. In the quiet of the car, her voice sounded louder than she would have liked. Because of the snow and the falling night, it felt as if they were cocooned in some strange spaceship. "I'm no expert," Ellie said, "but the lab report indicated certainty. And he knew about the birthmark. I have a call into the FBI. We'll know more in the morning, but..." "What's her real name?"
Brittany.
Brittany. Julia tested out the name, trying to make a match in her mind. She thought that if she focused on little things like that, tasks, she wouldn't think of the big things. Alice, Brittany, wasn't her daughter. She never had been. All along, the A answer had been this moment, Alice's reunification with her real family. It didn't matter that she had made a fatal mistake and fallen in love with the child. What mattered was Alice. That was the ledge Julia clung to. Why did it take him so long to get here? Ellie pulled into the parking slot marked Chief of Police and parked. Julia stared at the sign. The beam of the headlights seemed to set it aglow. At the same time, the falling snow obscured it. Everything about this night was conflicted, it seemed. "I understand you have a job to do, Elle. We both do. We let ourselves get too involved with her. I get it. But I'm a professional. Believe me when I tell you that I never lost sight of the risk I was taking, and I understand what's best for Alice." "That's a bunch of shit, but I know why you're saying it." Ellie turned to her. In the weird mixture of light and darkness, her face seemed older and full of shadows. "There's a problem." "Tell me." "Do you know who George Azell is?" Julia frowned. It took her a moment to remember. "Oh, yeah, the guy who murdered his wife and baby daughter? Sure, he's her father." "No." She shook her head. There must be some mistake. The Azell case had been as big a deal as the Scott Peterson trial. The millionaire murderer, they'd called him, referring to the dot-com empire he'd built. A circus of media attention had followed every confusing aspect of the process. The only certainty in the whole proceeding had been his guilt. But He was convicted. He went to prison. How? I'm not the one with the answers. He is. Julia couldn't seem to move, couldn't think. Ellie touched her arm. I can go in alone. Tell him I couldn't find you. No. As Julia stepped out into the freezing night, she tried not to panic. Losing Alice to a loving family was something she would have made herself deal with. George Azell was something else. Not to a murderer, she muttered more than once on the long walk across the yard and up the stairs. All the way there she tried to remember what facts she could about the trial. Mostly she recalled that the jury had found him guilty. Cotton ball snowflakes drifted lazily from the night sky, glowing in the pyramids of light from street lamps and windows. Inside the station, it was quiet. Julia blinked, letting her eyes adjust slowly to the light. The main room seemed larger than usual, but that was because she'd usually seen it during press conferences. Cal was at his desk, headphones on, and Peanut stood beside him. Both looked at Julia through worried eyes. Ellie's desk was empty. So was the chair in front of it. He's in my office, Ellie said. Oh. Ellie looked at Peanut, then at Cal. You two stay out here. Peanut's eyes filled with tears. We don't want to hear it. Cal nodded and reached for Peanut's hand. Ellie led Julia through the main room, past the twin jail cells with their open doors and empty bunks, to an open door. On it was a brass plaque that read, Chief. Ellie went in first. Almost immediately there were voices. Hers a little too fast, his gravelly and low. Julia took a deep breath and followed her sister into the office. There were things to notice, of course, bookcases and a desk and family photos, but all Julia saw was George Azell. She might not have recognized him on the street or in a crowd, but she remembered him now. Tall, dark, and deadly. That was how the press had characterized him, and it was easy to see why. He stood well over 6 feet, with broad shoulders and narrow hips. His handsome face was all sharp angles and deep hollows and bruise-like shadows, the kind of face that darkened easily into anger. Black hair, threaded with gray, hung almost to his shoulders. His was the kind of face that launched a woman's dreams, although he looked worn. "You're the doctor," he said. There was an accent in that voice, an elongation of syllables that made her think of New Orleans, of hot, decadent places and conversations that went on long into the night. "I want to thank you for everything you've done for my little girl. How is she?" Julia moved forward quickly, almost jerkily, and held out her hand. His handshake was firm, maybe even a little more than that. "And you're the murderer," she said, drawing her hand back. She had a sudden urge to wash the feel of him away. A murder one conviction, if I remember correctly. His smile faded. He reached into his back pocket, pulled out an envelope and tossed it on Ellie's desk. "To make an extremely long story short, the Court of Appeals reversed the trial court's denial of a motion to dismiss. It was a sufficiency of evidence thing. The Supreme Court agreed. I was released last week." "On a technicality?" "If you consider innocence a technicality. I came home one day, and my family was gone." His voice cracked. "I never knew what happened to them. The cops decided I was a murderer, and that was it. They ignored any other evidence." Julia had no answer to that. She tried desperately not to feel all this, but panic was stalking her. "She can't survive without me." "Look, Doc, I've been locked up for years.
I have a big house on Lake Washington and enough money to hire the best care for her. So let's not beat around the bush. I need to show the world she's alive, so I want her now."
She stared at him, actually shocked by that. "If you think I'm going to just hand Alice over to a murderer, you're crazy."
"Who the hell is Alice?"
"That's what we named her. We didn't know who she was."
"Well, you know now. She's my daughter, and I've come to take her home."
"You're kidding, right? For all I know, you were behind the whole thing. You wouldn't be the first man to sacrifice a child to get rid of a wife." She saw a flash of something in his eyes. He closed the small distance between them.
"I know who you are, too, Doc. I'm not the only one here with a shady past, am I? Do you really want a public fight?"
"Anywhere," she said, holding her ground. "You don't scare me." He towered over her, whispered,
"Tell Britt I'm on my way."
"I won't let you have her." His breath was warm and soft against her temple.
"We both know you can't stop me. Washington courts are pro-reunification of the family. See you in court."
As soon as he was gone, Julia sank onto a cold, hard chair. Her whole body was trembling. George Azell was right. The Washington state courts valued reunification of the family over almost everything else. "Do you want to talk about it?" Ellie said. "Talking won't help. Thinking will." She took a deep breath. "I need information on his case." "He gave me this." Ellie pushed a stack of papers across the desk. Julia took the papers and tried to read. Her hands were trembling so badly that the letters shimmied on the white pages. "Jules?" "Give me a minute," Julia said, hearing the desperate edge in her voice. It was taking every scrap of self-control she had to not start screaming or crying, and looking into her sister's sad eyes or hearing comforting words might push her into despair. "Please." She focused on the documents. They represented the bare bones of the procedural history. The original motion to dismiss the case, made by Azell's attorney at the close of the state's case-in-chief, the denial of that motion, the appellate court's reversal, and the state Supreme Court's agreement with the reversal and dismissal. Of all of them, the one that mattered most to Julia was the original certification for determination of probable cause, which outlined the facts of the state's case. On April 13, 2002, at approximately 9:30 in the morning, George Azell placed a call to the King County Police Department to report that his wife, Zoe Azell, and his 2.5-year-old daughter, Brittany, were missing and had been missing for more than 24 hours. The Seattle Police Department responded immediately, sending officers to the Azell residence at 16402 Lakeside Drive on Mercer Island. A county-wide, then statewide search ensued. Community groups responded to the call and organized extensive search parties and midnight vigils. Investigations conducted throughout this period revealed that Mrs. Azell was having an affair at the time of her disappearance and had requested a divorce. Azell was also engaged in an affair with his personal assistant, Corinne Johns. Pursuant to their investigation, police learned the following facts. On or about November 2001, police responded to a domestic disturbance call at the Azell home. Officers observed bruising on Mrs. Azell and arrested Mr. Azell. This complaint was dismissed when Mrs. Azell refused to testify against her husband. On the evening of April 11, 2002, neighbor Stanley Seaman reported another disturbance at the Azell home, although he made no call to police. He stated to his wife that the Azells were at it again. Seaman noted the time of the fight as 11:15 p.m. At almost noon on Sunday, April 12, 2002, neighbor Stanley Seaman witnessed Azell loading a large trunk and a smaller, sack-like canvas duffel bag onto his seaplane. Azel asserts that he took off from Lake Washington in his seaplane with no passengers on or about 1 o'clock on April 12. According to family witness testimony, he arrived at his sister's home on Shaw Island nearly 2 hours later. Experts confirmed to police that the ordinary flight time for that distance would be slightly less than an hour. Azel returned to his Lake Washington residence at 7 that same evening. A local flower delivery man, Mark Ulio, arrived at the Azel home at 4:45 on Sunday to deliver flowers which had been ordered by Azel via phone at 1 o'clock that day. At the time of their delivery, no one answered at the Azel house. Ulio reported seeing a Caucasian male in his mid-30s, wearing a yellow rain slicker and a Batman baseball cap, getting into a white van that was parked across the street from the Azel residence. On Monday morning, Azel called several friends and family members to ask if they knew where his wife and daughter were. He told several witnesses that Zoe Azel had run off again. At 10:30 a.m., when Brittany did not show up at daycare and Zoe missed a meeting with her therapist, Azel called police and reported them missing. Upon identifying Azel as a suspect, police arrived at his home with a search warrant. On a rug in the living room, they found traces of blood. DNA analysis confirmed this blood as Brittany's. Additionally, hair samples found in the couple's bedroom, determined to be Mrs. Azel's, had the roots attached, indicating a struggle. A lamp on a dresser had a cracked base. Throughout the search period, officers repeatedly noted that George Azel was either inexplicably missing during the searches or seemingly unconcerned about his family's disappearance. Such behavior led police to consider Azel a suspect. Based on the information obtained, Sergeant Gerald Reeves placed Azel under arrest for the murder of his wife and daughter and advised him of his Miranda rights. State requests that no bail be granted in this case. This was a brutal and carefully planned and executed crime. Azel's considerable personal wealth, in addition to his pilot's license, makes him a serious flight risk. Under penalty of perjury, under the laws of the state of Washington, I certify that the foregoing is true and correct. It was signed by the detective and dated. When she finished, she sighed and set the papers back on the desk. Footsteps thundered in the hallway. Peanut and Cal fought to get through the door. Peanut was first. "Well?" "He's a scum," Julia said, "an adulterer, and almost certainly a wife-beater. But according to the courts, he's not a murderer. He can't be retried for it either. Double jeopardy." She looked at the worried faces around her. "He's also her father. The DNA is conclusive on that. Washington state courts—" "I don't give a shit about state law," Peanut said, looking down at Julia. "What do we do to protect her?" "We need a plan," Cal said. "I'd stand in front of a bus for her," Julia said, and at that she felt herself go calm. The trembling in her hands stopped. "I'd stand in front of a bus for her." It was true. "Time to step into traffic," she said. And though she couldn't force a smile, couldn't in fact imagine ever smiling again, she was okay. She wouldn't think about what if. That would destroy her. She'd think only about Alice and how to protect her. "Hire a detective," she said to Ellie. "Go through Azel's records back to 2nd grade. Somewhere, sometime, this son of a bitch hit someone or sold drugs or drove drunk. Find it. We don't have to prove he's a murderer, just an unfit parent." It was just past 5 o'clock when they got home, but it felt like the middle of the night. Clouds darkened the sky. An inch of snow frosted everything. The lawn, the roof, the porch railing. The house seemed to glow amidst all that whiteness. Ellie parked close to the house. Neither of them made a move to get out of the car. "I'm not going to tell her," Julia finally said, staring straight ahead. Ellie sighed. How will you ever tell her? She hates it when you leave to make breakfast. Julia couldn't go there. Not to the imagining it place.
No leave girl, Julie.
She opened the car door and stepped out into the falling snow, barely feeling the cold. She walked up the steps, going from snow to wet wood, and opened the front door. The light and warmth hit her first. Then she saw Alice, curled up in Max's lap. At Julia's entrance, she looked up and grinned.
Julie!
She squealed, sliding out of Max's arms and running for Julia. She picked the little girl up, held her tightly. Hey, little one. She tried to smile. Hopefully it didn't look as brittle as it felt. Alice frowned up at her.
Sad?
Happy to be home, Julia said. Relief shone in Alice's eyes. She hugged Julia again and kissed her neck. Ellie came up behind them and smoothed Alice's hair. Hey, girly girl.
Hi, Lily,
she said in a muffled, happy voice. Max was standing now. Firelight backlit him. The brightness made his face appear shadowed. Julia, he said. There was no mistaking the concern in his voice. It almost undid her. She sidestepped his touch, trying to make it look like an accident, but she saw that he wasn't fooled. Of course he wasn't. She didn't know much about Max, but she knew this. He recognized heartache, understood its taste and feel and texture, and he saw it now on her face. There was no way for her to hide it, not with Alice in her arms and George Azel's envelope in her coat pocket. If Max touched her now, she'd cry, and she didn't want that. God knew she would need strength for what was to come. He wants her back. The sad understanding in Max's eyes was almost more than she could bear. He moved slowly toward her. For a second she thought he was going to kiss her. Instead, he said, I'll wait up for you. But it doesn't matter when. Come over when you can. You'll need me. She couldn't deny that. I'll wait up for you, he said again. This time he didn't wait for a response. He said goodbye to each of them and left. Silence swept in behind him.
Max, bye-bye,
Alice said.
No Julie leave?
Julie swallowed hard, feeling the sting of tears. She clung fiercely to Alice. I won't leave you, Alice, she said, praying it would be true. For the rest of the evening, Julia moved in a fog. Alice seemed to sense that something was wrong. She shadowed Julia even more closely than usual. By 9 o'clock, they were both exhausted. Julia gave the little girl a bath, braided her hair, and tucked her into bed. Snuggling in close on the narrow mattress, she tried to read a bedtime story, but the words kept blurring before her eyes.
Julie sad,
Alice said repeatedly, her small face scrunched into a frown. I'm fine, Julia said, closing the book and kissing the girl goodnight. I love you, she whispered against the soft, baby-scented cheek.
Stay,
Alice murmured, her eyes heavy. No, it's nighttime. Alice sleeps now. Alice nodded and popped her thumb in her mouth. Julia stared down at the girl. My girl. An ache blossomed in her chest. She turned away from the bed and went downstairs. Ellie sat at the kitchen table, reading through a stack of papers. The dogs lay on the floor beside her, uncharacteristically docile. The court said... Julia lifted a hand as if to ward off a blow. I can't talk about it right now. I need some time. Will you watch her? Of course. Julia went to the kitchen, grabbed the car keys and her purse. Every step seemed to jostle her bones. It felt as if she were held together with old Scotch tape. Goodbye. I'll be back soon. Outside, she drew in a deep, shaky breath. The night smelled of wet wood and new snow and the coming night. It wasn't until she was almost to the car that she realized she'd forgotten her coat. Freezing, she drove to Max's house. The heat came on just as she turned into his driveway. By the time she crossed the white yard and reached the porch steps, he was there, on the deck, waiting for her. Pale light spilled through an open window and cast him in a beautiful golden glow. She felt a powerful jolt at the sight of him. It came from somewhere deep inside of her, past muscle and bone, a place that was normally still. Coming home. That was how it felt. She climbed the steps toward him. He started to say something else, but she didn't want to hear his words, his voice, his questions. They would be concrete somehow, too heavy. She couldn't carry any more weight right now. She touched a finger to his lips. "Take me to bed, Max." He stared down at her, and for a moment, just that, she saw the man behind the smile, the man who knew a thing or two about loss. "Are you sure?" "You're wasting time. Alice," her voice broke this time. She had to force a smile. "Might have a nightmare. I can't be gone long." He swept her into his arms and carried her up the stairs. She clung to him, her face buried in the crook of his neck. Seconds later, they were in his room. She slid out of his arms and took a step backward. Though distance was the last thing she wanted right now, she felt awkward, undone somehow. She unbuttoned her shirt, let it fall to the floor. Her bra followed. They stood there, separated by inches and yet worlds apart, undressing. Finally, both naked, they looked at each other. When he reached for her, she said nothing, barely even breathed. He circled his hand around the back of her neck and pulled her to him. Off balance, she stumbled a bit, fell into his chest. He kissed her slowly, with a gentleness that was both surprising and short-lived. She reached up for him, coiled her arms around him, stroking his skin, wanting him closer, closer. It flashed through her mind to push him away, to change her mind, say, "Stop, I was wrong, you'll break my heart." But her fear lasted no longer than an instant. Passion twisted it into something else. They moved to the bed. In a distant part of her mind, she saw that he was pushing his clothes aside, making a bower of rumpled white sheeting for their bodies. And then she was on the bed with him, beneath him, her hands desperate against his bare, hot skin. She was breathing so hard and fast she felt dizzy. His name slipped from her mouth to his. Neither one of them heard it. His hands pushed past her defenses, drove her down, past pleasure and into a kind of pain and back to pleasure again. As if from far away, she heard him rip open a condom package. Then her hands were on him, stroking it into place. He groaned and covered her body with his, moving against her until she couldn't think of anything, could only feel. When he entered her, with a thrust that went straight to the core of her, she cried out, terrified for a moment that she'd lost herself in all this need. When it was over, he held her close and kissed her again. It was long and slow and gentle, and it made her want to cry. "You're a good man, Max Saracen," she said throatily. "I used to be." She drew back just enough to look at him. In the pale light from a single lamp, she saw now what she'd refused to admit before, even to herself. She'd been lost from the moment she saw him, certainly from their first kiss. She hadn't merely stepped into love, she'd tumbled headlong, like her beloved Alice, down the rabbit hole, to a place where nothing made sense. It didn't matter now whether he loved her back. What mattered was the love itself, this feeling of connecting with another heart. She could see, too, that he was worried. They'd come to a place that neither had quite expected, and there was no way to know how it would end. In the past, hell, yesterday, that would have frightened her. She'd learned a lot today.
Yesterday, I was worried about a lot of things. Today, I know what matters.
Alice.
Yes, she said softly. And you.
Max lay beside her, holding her naked body close, and stared up at the ceiling. It had been a long time since he'd felt this way. He wanted to spend the night with Julia, to wake up beside her, to kiss her good morning, and talk about whatever came to mind. In ordinary times that might have been possible. These were far from ordinary times. A part of her was breaking apart right now. She was holding herself together by sheer force of will. He rolled onto his side and looked down at her. "You're so beautiful," he said, tracing her full lower lip with his finger.
"You too,"
she said with a smile. Her nose brushed his chin. When she smiled, her pale green eyes made him think of misty rainforest mornings, cool and deep and somehow magical. "You're turning me into a romantic," he said.
"Then you already were one."
He smiled at that. "You shrinks always know what to say, don't you?" She stared at him a long time before she answered.
"Don't lie to me, Max. That's all I ask, okay? Don't pretend to feel something if you don't."
"I've never pretended with you, Julia."
"Then tell me something real."
"Like?"
She glanced over at the bureau along the wall. There were several framed pictures displayed, images from his life before. "Like about your marriage."
"Her name was Susan O'Connell. We met in college. I loved her from the first moment I saw her."
"Until?"
He looked away for a second, then realized it was useless. Her keen eyes saw everything. Certainly he couldn't hide this pain by looking away. "Believe me, now isn't the right time for this conversation."
"Will there be a time for it?"
"Yes," he said softly. She kissed him gently, then drew back.
"I better go. Alice has trouble sleeping. She'll panic if she wakes and I'm gone."
As she said the girl's name, her voice wavered. "The courts will see your best for her."
"The courts," she said with a heavy sigh.
"You don't believe they'll do the right thing?"
"The truth is, I can't think about all that right now. If I do, I'll fall apart. For now, I'm going to focus on proving that he's an unfit parent, one step at a time."
"You'll need me." The smile she gave him was slow and steady. It released something in his chest, made breathing easier somehow.
"I certainly will."
The night passed for Ellie in a river of black dreams and frightening images. When she woke, at dawn, she was edgy and nervous. The first thing she did was pull out the file. Already she'd read the words so often she'd almost memorized them. In the last 24 hours, she'd personally spoken to every single police officer who'd worked the Azel case. In addition, she'd spent nearly an hour on the phone with the best private detective in King County. Every person she spoke to, and every report she read, said the same thing. He was guilty, and the state hadn't proved it. Ellie paced the living room. The dogs followed her everywhere, running into her every time she turned. They were upset by her energy. It was on her shoulders to prove that Azel was a bad guy, an unfit parent, but so far, all she could find was a layer of innuendo, a fog of accusation. He was an adulterer, that was a fact, the only one she'd been able to nail down. Neighbors thought he hit his wife. Jurors believed he'd killed her, but on the basis of nothing concrete. And the media, every journalist she'd spoken to was certain he'd done it. "Guilty son of a bitch" was the label most often used to describe him. But not one story had uncovered previous bad acts. No drug charges, no DUI, not even a drunken disorderly. With a curse, she grabbed her files and left the house. She drove straight to the Raindrop. The diner was the only place open this early in the morning. As usual, it was full of loggers and fishermen and mill workers having breakfast before work. She stopped and talked to people in every booth as she made her way to the cash register. Rosie Tchaikovsky was behind the hostess desk, smoking a cigarette. Blue smoke spiraled upward, joined with the hazy cloud that was always there. "Hey, Ellie, you're in early," she said, pulling the cigarette from her mouth and stabbing it out in the ashtray. Patrons had been smoking in the Raindrop for 50 years. No state law was going to change that. "I need some caffeine." Rosie laughed. "You got it. How about one of Barb's Marionberry muffins to go with it?" "Thanks. Only one, though. Shoot me if I try to order another." "Flesh wound or kill ya?" "Kill me." Laughing, Ellie turned around, heading back for a booth in the empty non-smoking section of the diner. It was a moment before she saw him. He sat sprawled across the burgundy vinyl booth, an empty coffee cup in front of him. He saw her and nodded. Ellie walked over to him. "Mr. Azel," she said.
"Hello, Chief Barton."
He did not look pleased to see her. His gaze flicked over the heavy manila folder she carried. "Can I join you? I have some questions to ask you." He sighed.
"Of course you do."
She sidled into the booth across from him. She looked at him, trying to really see him, but all she saw were tired eyes and deep frown lines. As she was marshalling her thoughts into a question, he said,
3 years.
3 years what? Leaning toward her, he looked deeply into her eyes.
I was in prison for a crime I didn't commit. Hell, I didn't even know about it. I thought Zoe had left me for one of her lovers and taken our kid.
The intensity in his eyes was unnerving.
Imagine how it would feel to be convicted of something terrible, horrific, and put in a cage to rot. And why? Because you made bad choices and let passion rule your life. So I had affairs. So I lied to my wife and family about that. So I sent her flowers after a knockdown, drag-out fight. It doesn't make me a killer.
The jury,
he said with contempt. They couldn't see past my life. Every newspaper and TV station called me guilty within 5 minutes. No one even looked for Zoe and Britt. 2 eyewitnesses saw a strange van on my street the day my family went missing, and no one cared. The police didn't even bother to search for a white guy in a yellow slicker and Batman baseball cap who drove a grayish Chevy van. When I offered money for information, they compared me to O.J. For the last month, I've been waiting every day for the DNA analysis that would give my daughter back to me. I had to get a court order to compare her DNA to the blood found at the scene. And when I get it, I race up here, only to find that your sister is going to fight me for custody.
Rosie showed up at the table.
"Here's your coffee and muffin, Ellie. I put 'em on your tab."
She grinned.
"Along with a healthy tip."
When Rosie left, Azel leaned across the table.
Do you believe me?
She heard a crack in his voice, an uncertainty that bothered her. "You want me to see an innocent man," she said slowly, watching him.
I am innocent. It'll be easier on all of us if you believe that.
It would certainly be easier on you.
How is she? Can you at least tell me that? Does she still suck her thumb? Does she...
Ellie stood up quickly, needing distance between them. She didn't want to hear what he knew about their girl. Alice needs Julia. Can you understand that?
There is no Alice, he said.
Ellie walked away, not daring to look back. She was almost to the door when she heard him call out to her.
"You tell your sister I'm coming, Chief Barton. I won't lose my daughter twice."
The next 48 hours unfolded in a kind of faded slow motion. The snow stopped falling. In its wake, the world was sparkling and white. Julia spent every hour working. During the day, she was with Alice, teaching her new words, taking her outside to make snow angels in the backyard. Several times during the day, Alice asked about her wolf and pointed to the car. Julia gently turned her attention back to whatever they were doing. If Alice wondered why she kept kissing her cheek or holding her hand, she showed no sign of it. But it was the nighttime hours that mattered most right now. She and Ellie and Peanut and Cal and the private detective worked all night long, poring through police reports and newspaper accounts and archived videotape. After a long shift at the hospital, Max showed up to help. They read or watched everything they could find on George Azell. By Monday morning, when the meetings were over, they knew every fact of his life. And none of it would help them.
"Read, girl?"
Julia drew her thoughts back in and glanced at the clock. It was nearly 2 o'clock.
"No reading now," she said softly. "Cal is bringing Sarah over to play with you. Do you remember Sarah?"
Alice frowned.
"Julie stay?"
Such an ordinary question.
"Not right now, honey. I'll be back, though."
Alice smiled at that.
"Julie back."
Julia dropped to her knees. Before she could figure out what exactly to say, the front door opened. Ellie, Cal, and Sarah walked into the house. No one bothered to say anything. Sarah showed Alice a pair of Barbie dolls. Alice didn't respond, but she couldn't look away from the dolls. After a few moments, the girls wandered into the living room, where they played separately, side by side. Alice still didn't know how to interact with other children, but Sarah didn't seem to mind. Ellie touched Julia's arm. "You ready?" Julia forced a smile and reached down for her briefcase. On the way out, she stopped to talk to Cal. She meant to say, "When Alice feels comfortable, she'll talk to Sarah." But when she opened her mouth, nothing came out. "Good luck," he said softly, squeezing her arm for comfort. Nodding, she followed Ellie out to the cruiser. In a silence broken only by the thump-thump of the windshield wipers, they drove to the county courthouse. It was a tall, gray stone building set on a hill above the harbor. The wild blue Pacific made a stunning backdrop. Today, the gray sky blurred the horizon, made everything appear watery and indistinct. Family Court was on the main floor, at the very end of a hallway. Of all the courts Julia had once frequented, Family was her least favorite. Here, hearts were broken every day. Julia paused, straightening her navy suit. Then she opened the door and went inside. Her high heels clicked on the marble floor. Ellie matched her step for step, looking ultra-confident in her gold-starred uniform. They passed Max and Peanut, who were seated together in the back row of the gallery. George Azell was already seated in the front of the courtroom with an attorney beside him. He saw them and rose from his seat, moving toward them. He wore a charcoal gray suit and a crisp white shirt. His hair had been tamed into a smooth ponytail.
"Dr. Cates, Chief Barton."
"Mr. Azell?" Ellie said. Behind them, the courtroom doors banged open. Julia's attorney, John MacDonald, bustled in, carrying a worn leatherette briefcase. He looked tired, which was hardly surprising, given that they'd all been up until 4 o'clock that morning, looking for anything to use against Azell. "Sorry I'm late." George looked at the opposing counsel, no doubt noting John's brown corduroy suit and pilled green shirt.
"I'm George Azell,"
he said, reaching for the man's hand. "Oh, hello," John said, then herded Julia and Ellie to their desk. The judge entered the courtroom and took her seat. From there she stared down at all of them. Without preamble, she began. "I've read your motion, Mr. Azel. As you know, Dr. Cates has been temporary foster parent for your daughter for nearly 4 months and had recently begun adoption proceedings." "That was before, Your Honor, when the child's identity was unknown," his attorney said. "I'm well aware of the time sequence, and I understand the procedural history of this case. The question for this court is placement of the minor child. Obviously, public policy favors the reunification of biological families whenever possible, but these are far from ordinary family circumstances." "Mr. Azel has a history of domestic violence, Your Honor," John said. "Objection!" Azel's attorney was on his feet again. "Sit down, counsel. I know he's never been formally charged with that." The judge took off her reading glasses and set them on her desk, then looked at Julia. "The white elephant in this courtroom is you, Dr. Cates. You are hardly the average foster parent seeking permanent custody. You're one of the preeminent child psychiatrists in this country." "I'm not here in that capacity, Your Honor." "I'm aware of that, Doctor. It would represent a conflict of interest. You're here because you won't withdraw your petition for adoption." John started to stand up. Julia stopped him with a touch. No one could plead for Alice better than she could. She looked up at the judge, said, "In any other instance, Your Honor, I would have withdrawn if a family member had come forward. But I've read the records in this case, and I'm deeply concerned for the child's safety. The mother's body has never been found, and there's no finding of not guilty on the record. Mr. Azel claims to be innocent, but in my experience, most guilty people do. I just want what's best for this poor child who has already suffered so much. As you can see from my report, she's an extremely traumatized child. Until recently, she was completely mute. I'm making progress with her because she trusts me. To remove her from my care would cause her irreparable harm." "Come on, Your Honor," Azel's attorney said. "She's a psychiatrist. My client can afford to replace her. The truth is, my client has already suffered a tremendous loss of time with his daughter. Justice demands that he be given immediate custody." The judge put her glasses back on and looked at them all. "I'm going to take this under advisement. I'll appoint a guardian ad litem to assess the child's special needs and current condition, and let you know when I've reached a decision. Until then, the child will remain with Dr. Cates. Mr. Azel is to be granted supervised visitation." The attorney shot to his feet. "But, Your Honor, that's my ruling, Counselor. We're going to proceed with the utmost care here. This child has already suffered enough, and I'm sure your client only wants what's best for his daughter." She hit the bench with her gavel. "Next case." It took Julia a moment to process what had just happened. She still had custody of Alice, for now at least. She heard John talking to Ellie about the logistics of visitation. Julia knew all that. She couldn't count the number of times she'd been appointed guardian ad litem to protect a child's interests. She eased away from the desk and started to leave the courtroom. In the back, by the doors, she saw Max waiting for her. Then someone grabbed her arm. The grip was a little too tight. George Azel pulled her aside. His Hollywood smile was gone, watered down now by failure. In his eyes was a sadness she hadn't expected.
"I need to see her."
She had no choice but to agree. "Tomorrow. But I won't tell her who you are. She wouldn't understand anyway. We're at 1617 River Road. Be there at 1. She pulled free of his arm and began to walk away. He grabbed her again. She looked down at his long, tanned fingers, wrapped possessively around her bicep. He was a man used to taking what he wanted. He didn't care much about crossing personal space boundaries, either. "Release me, Mr. Azel." He complied instantly. She expected him to back away. Cowards who were called out usually did, and men who beat their wives were always cowards and bullies. But he didn't. He stood there, towering over her, and yet cowed somehow, bent.
"How is she?"
he asked finally. She would have sworn there was a fissure in his voice, that the words hurt him to say. Murderers and sociopaths were often great actors, she reminded herself. "It's about time you asked that."
"You think you know me, Dr. Cates. The whole world does."
He backed away, sighing, shoving a hand through his hair and pulling his ponytail free.
"Christ, I'm tired of fighting a war I can't win. So just tell me, how's my daughter? What the hell does developmentally delayed mean?"
"She's been through hell, but she's coming through. She's a tough, loving little girl who needs a lot of therapy and stability."
"And you think I'm unstable?"
"As you've pointed out, I don't know you." She reached into her briefcase and withdrew a stack of videocassette tapes, which she handed to him. "I made these for you. They're tapes of our sessions. They will answer some of your questions." He took them cautiously, as if he were afraid the black plastic would burn him.
"Where has she been?"
he finally asked. This time his voice was velvety soft. She was reminded of his Louisiana roots. According to the trial transcripts, he'd been raised dirt poor in the bayou. "We don't know. Somewhere in the woods, we think." Julia wouldn't let herself be fooled by the concern in his voice. He was playing her, she was sure of it. He wanted her to think he was a victim in this, too. But I suspect you know that. Ellie came up beside Julia, touched her arm. "Everything okay?" Mr. Azel was finally asking about Alice.
"Call me George, and her Brittany."
Julia flinched at the reminder. She's been Alice to us for a long time.
"About that,"
he looked at both of them.
"I want to thank you both for taking such good care of her. You literally saved her life."
"Yes, we did," Julia said. "I'll see you tomorrow at 1, Mr. Azel. Promptly." Julia nodded and walked away. It was a moment before she realized that Ellie hadn't followed her. She glanced back. George and Ellie were talking. Peanut came up to her, nodded back toward Ellie and George. "That's trouble," she said, crossing her arms. "Your sister can turn to jello around a good-looking man." "I hope not," Julia said, feeling exhausted suddenly. "But maybe you should go eavesdrop." "Glad to," Peanut said, and she was off. Sighing, Julia walked to Max, who was waiting for her at the back door. 23. Mid-afternoon sunlight, as uncertain as tomorrow, shone through the small barred window and landed in a puddle on the hardwood floor. The girl on the narrow twin bed whined like any other child at nap time. "No sleep. Read." From his place just outside the bedroom door, Max heard Julia say, "Not now, honey. Sleep." Very quietly she began to sing a song that Max couldn't quite hear. It made him recall another life. In that one, the woman sitting on the bed would have had dark brown hair, and the child would be a boy,
named Danny. "One more story," he would have said, that little boy they'd called One More Dan and Dan the Man. Max went downstairs. In the kitchen, he rifled through the cupboards until he found coffee. Making a pot, he then returned to the living room and made a fire. He was on his second cup of coffee when Julia finally came downstairs. She looked worn. He would have sworn her cheeks were streaked by tears. He wanted to go to her, hold her in the way she'd held Alice, and promise her that everything would be okay, but she looked too fragile to be touched. "Can I get you a cup of coffee?" he said instead. "Coffee would be great. Lots of milk and sugar." He went to the kitchen, poured another cup of coffee, doctored it for her, and returned. She was sitting on the hearth with her back to the fire. Her blonde hair had come free from the twist she'd had it in. Now pale tendrils fell around her face. The area below her eyes was puffy and shadowed. Her lips were pale. "Here." He handed her the coffee. She gave him a fleeting look, a flashing smile. "Thanks." He sat down on the floor in front of her. "I want him to be guilty." "Do you? Really?" Her face crumbled at that. She sighed and shook her head. "How can I want it?" she whispered. "It would make her dad a monster. No child deserves that. As her doctor, I want him to be a loving parent, wrongly convicted. As her mother," she sighed. He had no words to give her. They both knew that either way, Alice, Brittany, would be wounded. She would either lose the woman who'd become her mother, or be taken away from her biological father. Maybe that wouldn't hurt her now, when she couldn't understand what it meant, but someday she'd feel the loss. She might even blame Julia for it. "She needs you. That's all I know. And you need her." Julia's gaze met his. She slid off the hearth and knelt in front of him. "I want to wake up and find that this was all a bad dream." "I know." She leaned forward and kissed him. He felt turned inside out by that kiss. Broken. Now that he'd started feeling again, he couldn't stop. Didn't want to. He drew back just enough to look at her and whispered, "All." At her frown, he said, "You told me once I could have all or nothing from you. I choose all." She tried to smile. "It took you long enough." When Girl wakes up, she goes to the window and stands there, staring out at the yard. She loves these new words, especially when she adds "my" in front of it. This word means something is hers. There are hundreds of birds in her yard right now, though not so many as there will be when the snow is gone and the sun is hot again. Down below, lying on top of the melting snow, is a pink flower. Maybe she should bring it inside. That would make Julie smile, maybe, and Julie needs to smile more. She tries not to think about that, but already it is too late. She is remembering last night, when Julie held Girl so tightly she had to push her away, and how Julie's eyes had watered at that. Lately, Julie's eyes water all the time. This is a bad thing. Girl knows this. Although it now seems long ago that Girl was in the deep forest, she sometimes remembers him and her. Hers eyes watered more and more, and then one day she was dead. The memory of it is terrifying. Before, in days past, Girl would have howled now, called out to her friends in the deep woods. Use your words. This is what she must do now. Using her words is a good thing that makes Julie happy. But which words? And how can she put them together? How can she tell Julie how it feels to be warm, to not be afraid anymore? These words are too big. Too many are needed. Maybe she'll just hold Julie extra tightly tonight and kiss her cheek. She loves it when Julie does that to Girl at bedtime. It is like a bit of magic that makes Girl dream of the pretty things in her yard, instead of how she used to sleep in her cave, freezing cold and all alone. She hears the door to the bedroom open and close. Hears footsteps. "You've been standing at that window a long time, Alice. What do you see?" Is that a bad thing? There are so many rules in this place. Sometimes she can't remember them all. She turns to Julie, who looks like a princess in one of the books they read. Still, Girl can see the water trails on Julie's cheeks, and it makes her feel sad inside, like the rabbit who'd been forgotten by his little boy in the story. "Bad?" she wonders. "No window stand?" Julie smiles, and just like that, Girl feels happy again. "You can stand there all day if you like." She goes to the bed she sleeps in and sits down, putting her legs out on top of the covers. "Book time?" Girl hopes, reaching for the story from last night. Grabbing it, she rushes over to the bed. "Teeth first?" she says, proud of herself for remembering. It is hard to think of such things at story time. "And pajamas." Girl nods. She can do it all. Go potty, brush her teeth, and put on the pink jammies with the stiff white feet. Then she is on the bed beside Julie, tucked in close. Julie pulls her sideways, settles Girl on her lap, so they are nose to nose. Girl giggles, waiting for kisses. But Julie doesn't do that. She doesn't smile. Instead, very softly, she says, "Brittany." The word hits Girl hard. It is what him used to say when he was mean and wobbly from the stuff he used to drink. What does Julie mean? Girl feels the panic growing inside her. She scratches her cheek and shakes her head. Julie holds Girl's hands in hers and says it again. "Brittany." This time Girl hears the question in the word. Julie is asking her something. "Are you Brittany?" Have those other words been there all along, only drowned out by Girl's heartbeat? "Are you Brittany?" Brittany. The question is like a fish swimming downstream. She grabs onto its tail, swims with it. She gets an image of a little girl, tiny, with short, curly black hair and huge white plastic underwear. This baby lives in a white world, with lights everywhere and a soft floor. She plays with a bright red plastic ball. Someone always gives it back to her when she drops it. Where's Brittany's ball? Where is it? She looks at Julie, who is so sad now it makes Girl's heart hurt. How can Girl tell her how happy she is here, how this is her whole world now, and nothing else feels right? "Are you Brittany?" She understands, finally. "Are you Brittany?" Very slowly she leans toward Julie, gives her a kiss. When she pulls back, she says, "Me, Alice." "Oh, honey." Julie's eyes started leaking again. She seems to shrink. She pulls her into her arms, holding her so tightly that Alice can hardly breathe. But she laughs anyway. "I love you, Alice." She says it again just because she can, and because it makes her feel like she can fly. She isn't just Girl anymore. "Me, Alice." At her desk in the station house, Ellie stared down at the huge array of papers spread out in front of her. The tiny black letters swarmed the pages, blurred. She shoved the pile aside, feeling a ridiculous satisfaction when the papers fluttered to the floor. She got up from her desk and left her office. There, alone amidst the empty desks and quiet phones,
She paced back and forth. Back and forth. What now? All of their investigations had led them nowhere. There was no way they could convince the court that George Azel was an unfit parent. Julia and Alice were going to lose. Ellie went to the secret cabinet in the back room and grabbed a bottle of scotch, so old it had once belonged to her uncle. "Thanks, Joey," she said, nodding as she poured herself a drink. At the last minute, she decided to take the bottle back with her. Switching on the light, she sat down at her desk in the main room and sipped her drink. What now? It kept coming back to that, like bits of flotsam circling a drain. She was just pouring another drink when the door opened. He stood there, wearing faded designer jeans and a black suede shirt that was open just enough to reveal a triangle of thick black chest hair.
"Chief Barton," he said, stepping in. "I saw the light on."
"It is the police station."
"Ah, so you're always here at midnight, are you? And drinking?"
"These are hardly ordinary times." He nodded toward the bottle.
"Do you have a second glass?"
"Sure." It wasn't exactly professional, but she was off duty, and right now she didn't care. She went into the kitchen, got him a glass and ice, and returned to her desk. In her absence, he dragged a chair over to sit across from her. She handed him the glass. The ice clinked against the sides. She studied him closely, noticing the shadows beneath his eyes that told of sleepless nights, the thin strips of scarring that lined the inside of his left wrist. Sometime, long ago, he'd tried to kill himself.
"I love her, you know, regardless of what you think you've learned from all those reports on the floor."
His words struck her deeply, found a soft place to land. They were compelling, no doubt as he'd intended. She leaned back from him, needing distance between them. "Tell me about your marriage." He gave a negligent flick of the wrist. The movement was strangely seductive. She was reminded of some rich, idle lord of the realm.
"It was terrible. She slept around, I slept around. We fought like crazy people. She wanted a divorce. It would have been my third."
He smiled disarmingly.
"I'm a romantic in my way."
Ellie knew about that kind of faith. A believer, she thought, like me. She pushed that comparison away. "And where is your wife now?"
"I don't know. If you're wondering why I sound so emotionless when I answer, remember that I've been answering that question for years. No one ever likes my answer. I thought she took Brittany and ran off with some new man."
Ellie watched him talk. There was something deeply seductive about him. Maybe it was in the tone of his voice, so soft and confident, or the way his lilting accent made every word sound carefully considered. "Did you testify in your own defense?"
"Course not. The lawyers said there was too much to cross-examine me on. I wanted to. I would have been convincing, too. I thought about that a lot in prison. Regrets keep you company in there. I paid a fortune to private investigators. The best lead came from that flower delivery man who reported seeing a man in a yellow slicker and Batman baseball cap, sitting in a van across the street from my house."
"And?"
"And we never found him."
"So you wish you would have testified?"
"I didn't know how it would stay with me. People think I'm a monster."
"Is that why you're here? To use Brittany, to prove your innocence?" He gazed at her. There was no smile on his face now, no hint of it in his eyes. He looked as honest as a man with a deeply troubled past could look.
When the world sees that she's alive, they'll have to question all of it.
But she's already been so hurt.
Ah,
he said quietly, sadly.
So have I.
But she's a child.
My child,
he reminded her. And at that, she saw past the regret, past the sadness, to a wounded man who would do anything to have his way. I don't think you understand how traumatized she's been. When we found her, she was practically wild. She couldn't talk or...
I've read the newspaper accounts and watched the tapes. Why do you think I'm talking to you? I know your sister saved Brittany, but she's my daughter. You have to know what that means. I'll get the best help for her, I promise you.
My sister is the best. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you love Alice... He stood up.
I should leave now. I thought if you knew how much I love my daughter, you'd be a cop. But you're Julia's sister, aren't you? This is one more place I won't find justice.
Ellie knew she'd gone too far in questioning his love for his daughter. You'll ruin her, she said quietly.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Chief Potter. I truly am.
He walked over to the door, yanked it open. Then he paused, looked back.
I'll see you and Brittany tomorrow.
Ellie let out her breath in a sigh. His words, "I thought you'd be a cop," stayed with her for a long, long time. In all the tussle of facts and emotions and fear of the past few days, she'd been focused on Alice and Julia. She'd forgotten that she had a job to do. She was the chief of police. Justice was her job. The night for Julia was endless. Finally, sometime around 3 o'clock, she gave up on sleep and went to work. For hours she sat at the kitchen table, in the glow from a single lamp, reading about George Azel. His life was a web of innuendo and speculation. Nothing had ever been proven. Pushing the papers aside in frustration, she put on her jogging clothes and went outside, hoping the cool air would clear her head. She would need her wits about her today. She ran for miles, down one road, up another, until she was aching and out of breath. Finally, near dawn, she found herself back on her own driveway, coming home. She went to her father's favorite fishing spot and stood there, breathing hard, watching sunlight creep over the treetops. Though the world was inky dark and freezing cold, she could remember how it had felt to be here in the summer with him, how his big, calloused hand had swallowed her smaller one, and how protected she'd felt by that. She heard footsteps behind her. "Hey," Ellie said, coming up beside her. "You're up early." She handed Julia a cup of coffee. "Couldn't sleep." She took the mug, wrapped her fingers around the warm porcelain. In silence they stared across the silvered field to the black forest beyond. Cal's house was a twinkling of golden lights in the early morning mist. "He's going to get custody, Jules." "I know." Julia stared down at the river, watching the pink dawn light its surface. "We need to prove him guilty." She paused. "Or innocent." "You watch too much CSI. The state spent millions and they couldn't prove it." "We have Alice." Julia felt a shiver run down her spine. Slowly she turned to face her sister. "She doesn't remember anything. Or she can't tell us, anyway. Maybe she could lead us back to where she was kept or held." "Lead us back? You mean... My God, Ellie, can you imagine what that could do to her? We might find evidence. But Elle, she could snap, go back into herself again. How could I live with that? How traumatized is she going to be when Azel takes her away?
Will she ever understand that you didn't abandon her?"
Julia closed her eyes. This was precisely the image that stalked her. If Alice felt abandoned again, she might simply fade back into silence, and next time there might be no escape.
"I've thought it through from every angle. I was up all night. This is my job, Jules. I have to follow the facts. If we want to know the truth, this is our only hope."
Julia crossed her arms as if that simple movement could ward off this deepening chill. She walked away from her sister. Ellie didn't understand what her proposal could mean, how fragile a child's mind could be, how quickly things could turn tragic. But Julia knew. She'd seen it happen in Silverwood. Ellie came up behind her. "Jules, I don't think I could survive if Alice cracked again."
"All roads lead to Rome,"
Ellie said quietly. Julia turned to her. "What do you mean?"
"No matter what we do, or how we do it, Alice gets hurt. No child should grow up without a father, but losing you would be worse. You've got to trust my instincts on this. We need to know."
To that, there was no answer. Ellie put her arm around Julia and pulled her close.
"Come on,"
Ellie finally said.
"Let's go make our girl breakfast."
Max was getting out of the shower when he heard the doorbell ring. He toweled off, put on an old pair of Levi's, and went downstairs. "I'm coming." He opened the door. Julia stood there. He could see how hard she was trying to smile.
"Ellie wants to take Alice into the woods to see if—"
her voice wavered.
"If she can find—"
He pulled her into his arms and held her until she stopped trembling. Then he led her into the living room. On the sofa, he once again took her in his arms.
"What do I do?"
He touched her face gently. "You already know the answer to that. It's why you've been crying." He wiped the tears from her cheeks.
"She could regress, or worse."
"And what will she do if Azel gets custody?" She started to say something, then paused, drawing in a deep breath. In the silence that followed, he said, "This is the time to be her mother, not her doctor."
She looked up at him. "How is it you always know what to say to me?"
He tried to glance away, couldn't. Very slowly he pulled away from her and went upstairs. On the bureau he found what he was looking for, a 5x7 framed photograph of a little boy in a baseball uniform, smiling for the camera. His 2 front teeth were missing. He took the picture downstairs and resettled himself on the couch. Julia sat up, alarmed.
"Max?
What is it? You look—" He handed her the picture. "That's Danny." Frowning, she studied the small, shining face, then looked at Max again, waiting. "He was my son." She drew in a sharp breath.
"Was?"
"That's the last picture we have of him. A week later, a drunk driver hit us on the way home from a game." Her eyes filled with tears. The sight of it should have broken him, plunged him into his loss, but instead it strengthened him. It was the first time he'd said Danny's name out loud in years, and it felt good. "I would do anything." He stared down at her, not caring that his voice was breaking or that his eyes were watering. "Anything to have one more day with him." Julia looked at the picture for a long time. Then slowly she nodded in understanding. "I love you, Max." He took her in his arms and held her tightly. "And I love you." He said it so quietly that he wondered if she'd heard, or if he'd only imagined the words. Then he looked in her eyes, and he knew she'd heard him. "Someday you'll tell me about him, about Danny," she said. He leaned down to kiss her. "Yeah, someday." 24. "Alice, honey, are you listening to me?" "Read, Alice." "We're not going to read right now. Remember what we talked about this morning? And again at lunchtime?" Julia tried to keep her voice even. "A man is coming to see Alice." "No, play Julie." Julia stood up. "Well, I'm going downstairs. You can stay up here by yourself if you like." Alice immediately made a whimpering sound. "No, leave." She got up from her chair and raced to Julia's side, tucking a hand into her skirt pocket. Julia's heart swelled painfully. "Come on," she said quietly. Down the stairs they went, side by side, Alice's hand tucked firmly in Julia's skirt. Ellie was standing by the fire, apparently reading the newspaper. Unfortunately, it was upside down. "Hey," she said, looking up at their entrance. Though she wore full makeup and had curled her hair, she still looked tired somehow, and scared. "Hi, Lily," Alice said, pulling Julia toward her sister. "Read, Alice." Ellie smiled. "The kid's like a bloodhound on the scent." She ruffled Alice's black hair. "Later." Julia dropped to her knees and stared at Alice, who was smiling brightly. "Read now?" "When the man comes, you don't need to be scared. I'm right here. So is Ellie. You're safe." Alice frowned. The doorbell rang. At the sound, Julia almost jumped out of her skin. Upstairs, the dogs, who were barricaded in Ellie's bedroom, went crazy, jumping and barking. Julia slowly rose. Ellie walked toward the door. She paused for only a moment, long enough to straighten her shoulders, then opened it. George Azel stood there, holding a huge, stuffed teddy bear. "Hi, Chief Barton," he said, trying to look past her. Ellie stepped aside. Julia watched it all as if from far away. She felt like a ghost in the room, recently dead, watching her family gather after her funeral. Everything was quiet and slow. No one knew quite what to do or say. He stepped past Ellie and came into the living room. His curly black hair had been pulled back into a ponytail again. He wore ordinary Levi's and an expensive white shirt, with the sleeves rolled up to just below his elbows. Looking at them now, in the same room, the man with the dark curly hair and the chiseled face, and the little girl who was his carbon copy, there was no mistaking the link between them. He stepped forward, letting the teddy bear slide down his hip. He held it negligently by one arm. "Brittany," he said the name softly. There was no mistaking the wonder in his voice. Alice slid behind Julia. "It's okay, Alice," Julia said, trying to ease away from her, but Alice wouldn't let her go. "She's got a strong will," Julia said to him. "She doesn't like to be away from me." "She gets her stubbornness from me," he said. For the next hour they were like some terrible tableau in a French film. In the beginning, George tried to communicate with his daughter, talking about nothing, making no sudden moves, but none of it worked. Even reading aloud didn't draw Alice out. At some point she streaked over to the potted plants and crouched there, watching him through the green, waxy leaves. "She has no idea who I am," he finally said, closing the book, tossing it aside. "It's been a long time." He got up, began to pace the room. Then, On a dime, he stopped and turned to Julia.
Does she talk at all?
She's learning.
How will she tell people what happened to her?
Is that what matters most to you?
Fuck you,
he said. But the words held no sting, were in fact kind of desperate sounding. He went around the couch and moved toward the potted plants. He moved cautiously, as if he were approaching a wild and dangerous animal. A low growling came from the leaves. "That means she's scared," Ellie said from the kitchen. Upstairs, the dogs began to howl. George was less than 5 feet from the plants now. Squatting down, he was almost eye level with his daughter. Long moments passed like this, with him silent and frowning, his daughter growling in fear. Finally, he reached out to touch Alice. She threw herself backwards so hard she could have been hurt. A plant fell over, crashed to the floor. He immediately pulled his hand back.
"Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you."
Alice crouched on all fours, staring up at him through an opening in the leaves, breathing hard. George took a deep breath, let it out slowly. Julia heard his resignation. It was over, at least for the day. Thank God. Maybe he'd give up. He surprised her by starting to sing, "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." It was Julia's turn to draw in a sharp breath. His voice was beautiful and true. Alice stilled. As the song went on, repeating, she sat back on her heels, then got to her feet. Cautiously, she neared the plants and started humming along with him.
"You know me, don't you, Brittany?"
At that, the name Brittany, Alice spun away and ran upstairs. The bedroom door slammed shut. George got to his feet. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he looked at Julia.
"I used to sing that song to her when she was a baby."
He came closer. Julia was going to say something when she heard a car drive up. "Who's here, Elle?" Ellie went to the front door, opened it. "Holy shit!" She slammed the door shut and turned around. "It's KIRO-TV and CNN and the Gazette." Julia looked at George. "You called the press?" He shrugged.
"You spend 3 years in prison, doctor, and then judge me. I'm as much a victim here as Brittany is."
"Tell it to someone who'll believe you, you selfish son of a bitch!" She tried to rein in her anger. It wouldn't do any good to scream at him with the press right there. "You've seen her. Becoming the object of media attention could destroy her. You and I know what it's like when they make you the story. There's nowhere to hide. Don't do that to Alice."
"Brittany."
His gaze softened. She thought she saw true concern in his eyes, or hoped she did. It was all she had to seize on.
"And you've left me no other choice."
The doorbell rang. "Do you really want to prove your innocence?" Julia said, hearing the desperate edge in her voice. As she said it, she thought, "God help me. God help her." Then she looked at her sister, who nodded in understanding.
"I've spent a fortune trying to prove it."
Ellie pushed away from the kitchen counter. "You have something you didn't have before."
"A small-town police chief on the case? That's not gonna cut it."
"Not me," Ellie said, moving toward him. The doorbell rang again. "Brittany," Julia said. The name tasted bitter on her tongue, or perhaps it was more than that. Perhaps it was the taste of true fear, and she hadn't known it until now. "I think she lived in the forest for a long time. Years, maybe. If she did, your wife may have been held there also. Whoever took them might have left evidence behind." George went very still.
You think Brittany could lead us there?
Maybe, Ellie answered. Julia could barely manage a nod.
Is it safe? For Brittany, I mean.
Julia couldn't have answered that question, not even for Alice. Her throat was too full of tears. This is wrong, even if it's for the right reason, she thought. Julia won't let her see the actual site, if we find it, that is. Ellie's gaze was steady. You asked me to do my job, George. Was that another lie? Julia drew in a sharp breath. The room felt full of words unspoken, fear denied. A guilty man would say no.
Okay, he finally said. But we go tomorrow. No dragging it out.
Julia honestly didn't know how to feel. Okay. The word was barely louder than a whisper. And no media, Ellie said. George looked from one of them to the other, as if trying to gauge their honesty.
Okay, for now.
The doorbell rang again. There was pounding on the door. Hide, Ellie said sharply to George, who stumbled into the kitchen and crouched behind the cabinets. Come with me, she said to Julia. The two of them walked to the door, opened it. There were several reporters on the front steps, including Mort from the Gazette. They were already talking when the door opened.
We're here to interview George Ozell. We know that's his car. Can you confirm that the Wolf girl is his missing daughter? Dr. Cates, have you cured the wild child? Is she speaking now?
Julia stared out at the faces in front of her, feeling distant from them, disconnected. Only a few months ago she would have given anything to be asked the last question, to be able to answer it in the affirmative. Then, the reformation of her reputation meant everything to her. But now, her world was infinitely different. She felt Ellie's gaze on her. No doubt her sister was thinking the same thing. Julia looked out at the reporters who were staring at her, microphones at the ready, willing now to believe her. She could be the one again, the doctor to whom they listened. She knew it was true. Alice could be her living proof, just as she was George's. All she had to do was use Alice, show the tapes, and then present the girl. The progress they'd made was nothing short of miraculous. The journals would be clamoring for articles on her therapy techniques. In the end, after all the times she dreamt of her triumphant return, it was surprisingly easy to smile coolly and say, "No comment." Ellie, Cal, Earl, Julia, and Alice were in the park. They needed to set out before dawn. There could be no witnesses to this trek of theirs. A media trail would ruin everything. George stood apart from the rest of them, his arms crossed, talking to his lawyer. "Can she do it?" Cal asked, voicing everyone's concern. Ellie had no answer to that. "I don't even know what to hope for." She reached out for Cal, held his hand. The warmth and familiarity of his touch made her breathe easier. She had been up most of the night, going through procedural manuals and emailing law enforcement colleagues around the country. She'd put together an evidence-gathering kit and invited Cal along to be their official photographer. Everything had to be done exactly right. If they actually found anything, she needed to preserve the site for county and maybe even federal crime scene investigators. It was dark and quiet out here. Cold. The icy breath of late January scraped their skin and chapped their lips. They'd been here beneath the maple tree for almost a half hour. In all that time, no one had said a word except Julia, who was kneeling in front of Alice. In the darkness, they all looked like apparitions. Alice most of all, with her black hair and dark coat and red boots. "Scared?" She gave a half-hearted growl. "I know, honey."
I'm scared too. So is Aunt Ellie. But we need to see where you were before. Remember what we talked about? Your place in the woods?"
"Dark," Alice whispered. Ellie heard Alice's whimper, her trembling voice, and she wanted to stop this thing right now. How could they do this?
"No leave, Alice?"
"No," Julia said. "I'll hold your hand all the time." Alice sighed. It was a harrowing, heart-wrenching sound.
"'Kay."
Behind them, a car drove up. It was the final member of their party. Ellie walked over to the sidewalk, where Peanut and Floyd now stood alongside a game farm truck. Beside them, on a leash, was the wolf, muzzled.
"You sure about this?" Floyd asked.
"I'm sure." Ellie took the leash from him.
"Wolf!"
Alice cried out, running for them. The wolf jumped at Alice, knocked her down.
"Are you going to bring him back?"
Floyd asked, watching the pair play on the icy grass.
"I don't think so. He belongs in the wild."
Floyd's gaze landed on Alice.
"I wonder if he's the only one."
Then he walked back to his truck and drove away. Ellie looked down at her watch, then went to her sister, who stood alone now, staring into the forest. "It's time." Julia closed her eyes for a moment and drew in a deep breath. Releasing it, she went to Alice and knelt down. "We need to go now, Alice." Alice pointed to the muzzle and the leash.
"Bad. Trap. Smelly."
Ellie exchanged a worried look with her sister. Last night they'd decided to use the wolf to help Alice find her way back to her old life. It had seemed less dangerous in the abstract. "She needs him," Julia said. "Okay, but I've got to keep the muzzle on." Ellie bent down and unhooked the leash. The wolf immediately nuzzled up against Alice.
"Cave, wolf,"
the girl whispered, and off they went, the two of them, toward the woods.
"Tell me that's not a damned wolf," George said, coming up to Ellie.
"Let's go," was Ellie's answer. By the time the sun crested the trees, they were so far from town that the only noise was their footsteps, crunching through the underbrush, and the silvery bells of the river rushing alongside them. No one had spoken in more than an hour. In a ragged formation, with Julia and Alice and the wolf in the lead, they kept moving, deeper and deeper into the woods. The trees grew denser here, and taller, their heavy boughs blocking out most of the light. Every now and then sunlight slanted through to the forest floor. It looked solid, that light, so dappled with motes that you weren't entirely sure you could walk through it. And still they went on, toward the heart of this old-growth forest, where the ground was spongy and always damp, where club mosses hung from leafless branches like ghostly sleeves. A pale gray mist clung to the ground, swallowing them all from the knees down. Around noon, they stopped in a tiny clearing for lunch. Ellie didn't know about everyone else, but she was uneasy out here. They seemed so small, this band of theirs. It would be too easy to make a wrong turn and simply disappear. The only noise now was the ever-constant breeze. It brushed thousands of needles overhead. They heard the rustling long before they felt the cool touch of the wind on their cheeks. They sat in a rough circle, clustered at the base of a cedar tree so big that they could all hold hands and not make a complete circle around its trunk.
"Where are we?"
George asked, stretching out one leg. Cal unfolded his map. "Best guess? Well past the Hall of Mosses in the park. Not far from Wonderland Falls, I think. Who knows? A lot of this area isn't surveyed."
"Are we lost?"
George asked. "She's not," Ellie said, getting to her feet again. "Let's go." They walked for another few hours, but it was slow going. Thick undergrowth and curtains of hanging moss blocked their way. At a clearing beneath a quartet of giant trees, they made camp for the night, pitching their day-glow orange pup tents around the fire. All the while, as they set up camp and cooked their supper from cans, no one said much of anything. By nightfall, the sounds of the forest were overwhelming. There was endless scurrying and dropping and cawing. Only Alice and her wolf seemed at ease. Here, in all this green murkiness, Alice moved easier, walked taller. It gave them all a glimpse of who she would someday become, when she felt at home in the world of people. Long after everyone else had gone to bed, Ellie stayed up. Sitting by the river's edge, she stared out at the black woods, wondering how Alice had made this trek alone. She heard a twig snap behind her, and she turned. It was Julia, looking worn and tired. Is this the insomniac's meeting place? Ellie scooted sideways, making room for her sister on the moss-furred nurse log. On either side of them, fragile green sword ferns quivered at the movement of their bodies. They sat side by side. At their feet, the river rushed by, almost invisible in the darkness. The night air smelled rich and green. Overhead, the Milky Way appeared in patches between the trees and clouds. "How's Alice doing?" Ellie asked. It flashed through her mind that soon they'd have to start calling her Brittany. Another in a long line of things they didn't want to face. Sleeping peacefully. She's completely at ease out here. It's her hometown, I guess. Her own backyard. Is she leading us somewhere, or just walking? I don't know. I hope we're doing the right thing. Julia's voice cracked on that. They fell silent, both of them questioning their choices. Ellie wanted to avoid talking about George, but out here, where there was nothing but her and her sister and the night sky, it was easy to see things more clearly. Have you seen how George looks at her? Ellie said the words quietly, in case he was awake and listening. Hopefully the sound of the river would drown out their voices. Yes, Julia answered. There was a pause before she said, He looks like a man with a broken heart. Every time she ignores him or turns away, he winces. It's making me nervous. What if we find... I know. Julia leaned against her. Whatever happens, Elle, I couldn't have handled it without you. Ellie slipped an arm around her baby sister and drew her close. Yeah, me too. Behind them, a twig snapped. Ellie jerked around. George stood there, his hands jammed in his pockets. I couldn't sleep, he said, walking toward them. Ellie studied him. I guess only Alice can. George stared out at the forest. Quietly, not looking at them, he said, I'm afraid of what we'll find. If it was an act, it was Oscar-worthy. Ellie glanced at Julia and saw the worry in her sister's eyes. So Julia saw it too. Yeah, Ellie finally said, tightening her hold on Julia. We're all afraid. Ellie woke at dawn and started the fire. In a heavy silence, they ate breakfast and broke down camp. By first light, they were on their way again, fighting through deeper, denser undergrowth, pushing through spider webs as taut as fishing wire. It was just past noon when Alice stopped suddenly. In this shadowy world of towering, centuries-old trees and ever-present mist, the little girl looked impossibly small and afraid. Looking at Julia, she pointed upriver. No, Alice, go! Julia picked Alice up, held her tightly. You're a very brave little girl. To Ellie, she said, Make good notes and take pictures. I need to know everything, and be careful. Julia carried Alice over to the base of a behemoth cedar tree. They sat down on the soft carpet of moss at its feet. The wolf padded to their side and lay down. Ellie looked ahead, into the green and black shadows that lay ahead. Cal, Earl, George, and his lawyer came up beside her one by one. No one said a word. It took a surge of courage to move forward, to lead them all deeper into the woods. But she did it. They followed the river around a bend and over a hill and found themselves in a man-made clearing. Stumps created a perimeter. Fallen logs were the boundaries. Empty tin cans were everywhere, lying on the hard ground, their silvery sides furred by moss and mold. There were hundreds of them, years' worth. Old magazines and books and other kinds of garbage lay in a heap beside the cave. Not far away, tucked back in a grove of red cedar trees, was a small shake lean-to with no door. To the left, a dark cave yawned at them, its open mouth decorated with ferns that grew at impossible angles, their lacy fronds fluttering in the breeze. In front of it, a shiny silver stake had been driven into the ground. A nylon rope lay coiled around it. One end was attached to the stake by a metal loop. Ellie knelt by the stake. At the end of the ragged nylon rope was a leather cuff that had been chewed off. The cuff was small, just big enough to encircle a child's ankle. Black blotches stained the leather. Blood. She closed her eyes for a split second and wished she hadn't. In the darkness of her thoughts, she saw little Alice, staked out here. It had been the girl's small, bare feet that had worn the circular groove in the dirt. How long had she been out here, going round and round this stake? Cal bent down beside her, touched her. She waited for him to say something, but he just squeezed her shoulder. Slowly, Ellie pushed to her feet. "Gloves on, everyone." Then she made the mistake of looking at George.
"Jesus,"
he said, his face pale, his mouth trembling.
"Someone tied her up like a damn dog? How—"
"Don't." Ellie could feel the tears streaking down her cheeks. It was unprofessional, but inevitable. "Let's go," she said to Cal. In a silence so thick it was hard to walk through and harder to breathe in, Ellie conducted her first true crime scene search. They found a pile of women's clothes, a single red patent leather high heel, a blood-spattered knife, a box of half-finished dream catchers, and a small ratty baby blanket, so dirty they couldn't be certain what color it had once been. Appliqued daisies hung askew from the trim. When George saw the blanket, he made a strangled, desperate sound.
"Oh, my God!"
Ellie didn't dare look at him. She was hanging on by a thread here. If the look on George's face matched the sound of his voice, she'd lose it. "Catalog everything, Earl," she said. Behind the lean-to was another stake with another leather ankle strap. This one was bigger. It, too, was caked with dried blood. Someone else had been staked out here. An adult. Zoe. She couldn't even see her daughter, Ellie whispered. Zoe's rope was longer. It allowed her to reach the mattress in the lean-to. Cal touched her again. "Keep moving." She nodded, hearing the thickness in his voice. It matched the stinging in her eyes. She moved forward slowly, studying everything from the pile of junk by an old moss-furred stump to the dirty, stained mattress that lay between two Douglas firs. There were animal signs everywhere. This camp had been vacant for a long time. The scavengers had come in. Back in the trees, not far from the dirty mattress, Ellie found an old trunk, rusted almost shut. It took her a few tries, but she finally opened it. Inside, she found piles of old Spokane newspaper clippings. Most of them were about prostitutes who'd disappeared from the city streets and never been found. The last clipping was dated November 7, 1999. There were also several guns and a blood-encrusted arm sling. Down at the bottom, buried beneath the bandages and newspapers and dirty silverware, was a yellow plastic raincoat and a ratty Batman baseball cap. Behind her, George let out an anguished cry.
He saw it. That flower delivery guy saw the kidnapper parked in front of my house.
Ellie didn't turn around. She couldn't see George right now, but she heard him drop to his knees in the muddy dirt.
If they'd listened, maybe they could have found him before he did this. Oh, my God.
When he started to cry, Ellie closed her eyes. She'd done her job, found the truth. But it wasn't the truth she'd wanted to find. Alice's heart is pounding in her chest. She knows she should run, but she can't leave Julie. Still, she hears the voices here, the leaves and the trees and the river. These are the sounds she remembers, and though there is fear in her chest, there is something else, something that makes her get to her feet. Wolf brushes up against her, loving her. Not far away, his pack is standing together, waiting for his return. This Alice knows. She can hear their padding footsteps and growling at one another. These are the sounds below, softer than the rustling leaves and the rushing water, the sounds of life that fill all this darkness. She bends down. It takes a long time, but she finally frees Wolf from the smelly, icky trap on his face and around his neck. He looks up at her in perfect understanding. She feels sad at the thought of losing him again, but a wolf needs his family. "Fui," she whispers. He howls and licks her face. "Bye," she whispers. Then he is gone. Alice looks back up at Julie, feeling such a swelling in her heart that it almost hurts. She knows what she wants to tell Julie, but she doesn't have the words. She takes Julie's hand, leads her well around the place. She doesn't want to see the cave again. Oh, no. They climb over one of the trees him cut down and push through a patch of stinging nettles. There it is, a mound in the earth, covered with stones. "Mommy," Alice says, pointing to the rocks. It is a word she thought she'd forgotten. Once, long ago, her mommy had kissed Alice the way Julie does, and tucked her into a bed that smelled like flowers. Or maybe these are dreams. She can't be sure. She remembers a glimpse, a moment. Her bending down, kissing Alice, whispering, "Be good for Mommy. Remember her."
Oh, baby.
Julie pulls Alice into her arms and holds her tightly, rocking her back and forth. Alice wishes her eyes would water like a real girl's. But there is something wrong with her. Her heart hurts so much she can hardly stand it. "Love, Julie," she says. Julie kisses Alice just the way the mommy used to. "I love you too." Alice smiles. She is safe now. She closes her eyes and falls asleep. In her dreams, she is two girls. Big girl Alice, who knows how to count with her fingers and use her words to make herself understood. On the other side of the river is baby Brittany, wearing the pants called diapers and playing with her red ball. The old mommy is there with her, waving goodbye. Alice knows she is sleeping. She knows, too, that in the world where she is only Alice, she is in Julie's arms, and she is safe. Julia stood beneath the maple tree in Self Park, with Alice asleep in her arms. No one had told her where to go or what to do after the search and rescue team dropped them off at the fire station. And yet, somehow, she and George had ended up here, like shells washed ashore, at this place where the search had begun. The whop, whop, whop of the helicopters and the peal of the sirens were finally fading away.
"What now?"
George asked, looking dazed and confused, as if he weren't really waiting for an answer.
"I don't know. Ellie is going back to the crime scene tomorrow with all kinds of experts."
"Did you hear what he did to my baby? How he tied her like a dog and—"
"Stop." Julia turned to him, seeing the pain in his eyes, the tears. They didn't have all the facts yet. There were tests to run and results to wait for, but all of them knew the truth. George hadn't done this to his family. "I'm sorry, George." She wanted to say more, but couldn't. She felt as if she were made of chalk and crumbling away bit by bit.
"I guess we'll talk later, when it all fades."
"I don't think it will fade for us, George, but yes, later would be good. Right now, I better get my girl home." Despite her best intentions, her voice caught on that. "My girl. Our girl, I mean." He reached out cautiously, touched Alice's back. His dark hand looked huge between her shoulder blades.
"I never stopped loving her."
Julia closed her eyes. She couldn't think about this now, or she'd fall apart. With a mumbled apology, she turned away from him and walked briskly toward her truck. She was almost to the sidewalk when she saw Max. Light from the nearby street lamp cascaded down on him, made his hair look silvery white. His face was all shadows. Slowly he crossed the street toward her. His boot heels were loud on the worn, bumpy asphalt. Each step matched the beating of her heart. He moved in close, the way lovers did. "Are you okay?" Try as she might, she couldn't stop the tears from flooding her eyes. "No." He took Alice from her and put the sleeping child in her car seat. Then he did the only thing he could do. He took Julia in his arms and let her cry. By the time Ellie finished writing her report and sending out faxes and emailing the right agencies, she was exhausted. She pushed away from her desk, sighing heavily. It was only 10 o'clock, but it felt much later. There was nothing more she could do tonight, so she got up slowly and walked through the station, turning off lights as she went. The off-site 911 service was probably besieged with questions. It was something she'd deal with tomorrow. Outside, the night was still and quiet. A slight breeze tugged at her hair and made the fallen leaves dance along the rough sidewalk. She was almost to her cruiser when she noticed George. He was leaning against a street lamp. He wore no coat. He must be freezing. She went to him. He didn't look up at her approach. Ellie had never been good with words, and none came to her now. He looked at her.
"All the big city cops who followed me around, and it was you who found the truth."
"I had Alice," Ellie remembered a moment too late. "Brittany." He leaned down and kissed her on the lips. It wasn't a romantic kiss, but still she felt its impact. In other days, other times, this feeling would have been enough to make her reach for him, to deepen the kiss into something. Now, instead, she drew back.
"Thank you,"
he whispered. "It doesn't change everything," she said, hearing the crack in her own voice. "Alice needs my sister. Without her—"
"She's my daughter. Can you understand that?"
Ellie's voice, when it finally arrived, was barely there. This was the place truth had sent them. Yeah, I know. 25. By 3 o'clock the next day, all of the major network and cable news channels were interrupting regularly scheduled broadcasts to report on the discovery of Zoe Azel's body in the deep woods of Washington state. Crime lab analysis had confirmed her identity, as well as that of the man who'd been there, too. His name was Terence Speck, and he'd had a long history of problems with the law. He'd been convicted of first-degree rape twice. He'd also been a suspect in all those Spokane prostitute disappearances a few years ago, but no solid evidence had ever turned suspicion into probable cause. He'd been killed in September, a hit-and-run accident on Highway 101. Every newspaper and radio station and television show proclaimed George Azel's innocence. The jury system had failed, they said. A man everyone from waitresses to senators had blown off as a guilty son of a bitch had been innocent. Pundits from court TV, especially Nancy Grace, who'd called him a vicious sociopath with a killer smile, were busy wiping the egg from their made-up faces. Now George stood at the podium in the police station with his lawyer. They'd been answering the same questions all afternoon. The revelation that the Wolf Girl, so easily discarded as sensationalism by them only a few weeks before, was his daughter, only fueled the fire. The headline, "Living Proof," was even now being inked across millions of newspapers. Ellie stood at the back wall, shoulder to shoulder between Cal and Peanut, watching the show. She felt Cal's gaze on her. In fact, he'd been watching her too closely all day. Wherever she went, he was there, standing by but saying nothing. What? What? Peanut laughed. You two are going to have to quit with the philosophical discussions. I can't keep up. Ellie ignored her friend. What, Cal? She said, irritated. There was something in his eyes that upset her. She couldn't help feeling that he'd judged her and found her lacking. Nothing. If you've got something on your mind, you might as well spit it out. We've been friends long enough that I know when you're pissed off about something. What did I do? She expected him to smile at that, maybe make some smart-ass geek boy response, but he just stared at her. After a second or so, she started to feel uncomfortable. Finally, he smiled, but it didn't light his eyes. I don't think that's true, Elle. In fact, I think you hardly know me. With that, he walked away, went back to his desk and sat down. Putting on his headset, he pulled a sketch pad out and began drawing. Ellie rolled her eyes. Peanut didn't smile. He's going all Napoleon Dynamite again, Ellie said, irritated. There's a rumor going round town, P said. I heard it this a.m. myself, from Rosie at the diner, who heard it from Ed at the poorhouse. I'm guessing it's about me? It seems a certain female police chief was seen kissing a certain famous out-of-towner last night, right in the parking lot in front of everyone. Oh, and did I mention his track record with women? She made a tisking sound. Not good. Ellie winced. Actually, he kissed me. Well, that makes a world of difference. Peanut sighed and shook her head. It was exactly how she responded when one of her kids was making her crazy. Ellie, you're a fool. There, I finally said it. I've been waiting for you to wake up and see what's in your own backyard. We both have. But clearly, that isn't going to happen. A good-looking felon comes to town and you're all over him like Gray on Seattle. In fact, I hear wedding bells now. Who cares that he's going to take Alice away from Julia and break all our hearts? What matters is he's got a great smile and a big dick and he knows how to use them both.
In the first place, it was a kiss, not a blowjob. In the second... Peanut walked away from her. Ellie ran after her. Come back here, damn it! You can't say something like that to me and just walk away. She grabbed Peanut's arm and spun her around. There were reporters clustered around them, but Ellie didn't care. I didn't go for him, Peanut. From what I heard... Did you hear me, damn it? I didn't go for him. Zero. Zip. Nada. He did kiss me, and I could have turned it into something, but I didn't. He's going to take Alice from us, for God's sake. How can you think I'd sleep with him? Peanut frowned. Really? You didn't? Kept my jeans zipped, as my dad used to say. Why? It was Ellie's turn to frown. Alice is more important. Nothing used to be more important to you, Elle, than a good-looking man. Things change. Ellie thought about that. It made her smile, feel free. It's about damn time. Smiling, Peanut slung an arm around her. Together, they headed back to Peanut's desk. Hey, what did you mean, we? You said we both have been waiting for you to see. Peanut shrugged. You're smart enough to prove George innocent. You damn sure can open your eyes and see what's right in front of you. Someday you should think about the people who love you, Elle. She looked down at her watch. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in court? Ellie glanced at the clock. Shit, George is already gone. She ran for the door. By the time she reached the courthouse, it had started to rain. Cold, icy drops that fell from a sad, gray sky. She parked on the street out front and ran up the steps. At the closed door of the judge's chambers, Ellie knocked. Come in. She opened the door to a large, austerely decorated room. Books lined all the walls. A huge desk dominated the center of the room. Behind it sat the judge. Julia stood near the corner beside a huge potted plant. Both attorneys were seated in front of the judge's desk. George stood all alone on the left side of the room. Everyone is here, the judge said, putting on her glasses. The circumstances have changed since the last time you came to me. Yes, Your Honor, said George's attorney. The judge looked at Julia. I know how much you care about Brittany, Dr. Cates. You also know how the system works. Yes. The words seemed to deplete Julia, leave her smaller. I know Mr. Azel is a victim here as much as Alice is, and I hate to further hurt him, but... She paused as if gathering her courage, then looked up at the judge. His needs must be second to hers. The judge frowned. In what way? She needs more time with me. She loves me, trusts me. I can... Her voice slipped, caught on desperation. Save her. Ellie went to Julia, stood beside her. Will she always be a special needs child? The judge asked gently. I don't know, Julia answered. She's come so far. She's extremely bright, though. I believe she can rise above her past. But for many years she'll need constant care and treatment. There must be special schools for kids like her, George said. There are, his attorney answered, and other doctors who could treat her. Your Honor, Mr. Azel is a victim here. We can't compound his tragedy by taking his daughter away again. No, the judge said, and I'm sure Dr. Cates knows that. Julia turned to George. She has no idea who you are, George. I sympathize with you, honestly I do. I was up all night thinking about what you've suffered. But the truth is, your daughter is what matters now. Father is a concept she can't understand yet. And if she were taken from me now, abandoned again, she could regress. She'd almost certainly retreat back into silence and howling and self-mutilation. She isn't ready. I'm sorry. She stared at him, willing him to believe her. Maybe you could move here for a few years. I would keep working with her. We could slowly...
Years?
George looked shaken by that, as if he'd never considered it.
You want me to stay here for years? While my daughter lives with you? While she learns to call you Mommy? And I get to be whom? The man next door? Uncle George?
It was Julia's turn to look shaken. I could move to Seattle.
You don't get it, Dr. Cates.
His voice was gentle but firm.
I love my daughter. All those years behind bars, I dreamed of finding her, of taking her to the park and teaching her to play the guitar.
You love the idea of a daughter. I've read everything there is to know about you, George. When Alice lived with you, you were always gone. She was in daycare 5 days a week. Zoe said you were never home for dinner or on weekends. You don't even know your daughter, and she doesn't know you.
That's not my fault, he said softly.
I love her, Julia said, her eyes filling with tears.
I know you do. That's the problem. That's why she can't keep living with you or be your patient, here or in Seattle.
I don't understand. If I can help...
She'll never love me, he said. Not as long as you're around.
Julia drew in a sharp breath. Slowly she closed her eyes, battling for control. Then she looked up at George. Everyone in the room knew there was nothing she could say to that.
I'll do everything for her, George promised. Get all the best doctors and psychiatrists. I'll make sure she's taken care of. And later, when she loves me and knows who I am, I'll bring her back to see you. I'll make sure she never forgets you, Julia.
In a small town like Rain Valley, the only thing more prevalent than gossip was opinions. Everyone had one and couldn't wait to share it. Max figured that the meeting in the courthouse had barely finished when people started talking about it. He called Julia every 10 minutes. There was never an answer. For almost an hour he waited for her to call him, but his own phone remained silent. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore. She might think she needed to be alone. She was wrong. He'd made that mistake for too long, thinking that heartache had to be born alone. He wouldn't let her make the same error. He got in his car and drove to her house. With every turn, he pictured her. She'd be sitting on the sofa right now, or lying in bed, trying not to cry, but one memory of Alice laughing, or eating the flowers, or giving butterfly kisses, and the tears would fall. He knew. She might try to forget it, to outrun it, as he'd done. If so, years might pass before she'd realize that those memories needed to be held on to. They were all you had left. He pulled up to her house and parked. From the outside, everything looked normal. The rhododendrons that guarded the porch were huge and glossy green in this rainy season. A pale green moss furred the roof. Empty planters hung from the eaves. Behind and around the house, giant evergreens whispered among themselves. He crossed the yard and went to the front door, knocking softly. Ellie answered, holding 2 cups of tea. "Hey, Max," she said. "How is she?" "Not good." Ellie stepped back, letting him enter the house, and handed him the cups. "She's up in my room, first door on the left. Alice is asleep, so be quiet." He took the cups from her. "Thanks." "I'm going to the station. I'll be back in an hour. Don't leave her alone."
I won't." She started to leave, then stopped and turned to him. "Thanks. You've helped her." "She's helped me," he said simply. He watched her leave, heard her car start up. Then he put down the tea. There would be a time for that later. Making tea was for a relative who wanted to help but didn't know how, and went upstairs. At the closed bedroom door he paused, then drew in a deep breath and opened it. The room was full of shadows. All of the lights were off. Julia lay on her back in the big, king-sized canopy bed, her eyes closed, her hands folded on her stomach. He went to her, stood beside the bed. "Hey," he said softly. She opened her eyes and looked up at him. Her face was red and swollen, as were her eyes. Tears had scrubbed the color from her cheeks. "You know about Alice?" she said quietly. He climbed into the big bed and took her in his arms. Saying nothing, he held her and let her cry, let her tell him her memories one by one. It was something he should have done long ago, formed all his memories into solid, durable things that would last. She paused in her story and looked at him, her eyes shimmering with tears. "I should stop rattling on about her," she said. He kissed her gently, giving her all of himself in that one kiss. "Keep talking," he said when he drew back. "I'm not going anywhere." The streets downtown were empty. Every storefront Ellie passed, she got a sad, tired wave from someone inside. 4 people had hugged her in the diner while she waited for her mocha. None of them bothered to say anything. What was there to say? Everyone knew that by this time tomorrow, their Alice would be gone. It was late when she finally left the station and headed for the river. As she climbed the porch steps to the front door that had always been hers, she felt as if she were carrying a heavy weight on her back. This was as bad as she'd ever felt in her life, and for a woman who'd been divorced twice and buried both of her folks, well, that was saying something. Inside, everything was exactly as it always had been. The overstuffed sofa and chairs created an intimate gathering place in front of the fireplace. The knickknacks were few and far between and mostly handmade. The only difference was the collection of ficus plants in the corner. Alice's hiding place. Only a few weeks ago, the girl had rushed to that place at the drop of a hat, or the start of a big emotion. But lately she'd hidden less and less in her leafy sanctuary. The thought of it was almost more than Ellie could bear. And if it hurt her to imagine, what was Julia feeling now? Every tick of the clock must be a blow to her. She went over to the stereo and popped the Return of the King CD into the player. It was a day for sad, desperate songs and emotional music. She tossed her purse on the dining room table. It hit with a jangly thump. She'd just made herself tea when she saw her sister. Julia was out on the porch in the freezing cold, wrapped in their father's old woolen hunting coat. Ellie made a second cup of tea and took it out to the porch. Julia took the drink with a quiet, "Thanks," and "Have a seat." Ellie grabbed one of the old quilts from the trunk on the porch and wrapped it around her. Sitting on the porch swing, she put her feet on the trunk. "Where's Max?" Julia shook her head. "He had an emergency at the hospital. He wanted to stay, but I sort of needed to be alone. Alice is asleep." Ellie started to rise. "Should I?" "No. Please, stay." At that, Julia smiled sadly. "I sound like Alice. Brittany, I mean." "She'll never really be Brittany to us." "No." Julia sipped her tea. "What will you do?" "Without her?" Julia stared out at their backyard. In the darkness they couldn't see much past the river,
Moonlight brightened the water. I've been thinking a lot about that. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer. Her voice softened, trembled. It's like watching Mom die all over again. She started to say more, but fell suddenly silent. Sorry. Sometimes... She stood up, turned away. I need to be with her now, she said in a small, breaking voice, and then she was gone. Ellie felt the start of tears. She tossed the blanket aside and got up. What good would it do to sit here by herself and cry? She walked down into the damp grass toward the river. Across the black field she saw the twinkling yellow lights of Cal's house. Someday you should think about all the people who love you, Elle, Peanut had said. Cal had always been on that list. Through both her marriages, all her disastrous affairs, and the deaths of her parents, Cal had always been the one constant man in her life. Even though he was mad at her for something, he was the one man on the planet who saw her as she was, and loved her anyway. She needed a friend like that now. She was at his door in no time. She knocked and waited. No one answered. Frowning, she glanced behind her. Cal's GTO was there, hidden beneath a tan canvas cover and a smattering of fallen leaves. She opened the door, poked her head in, and said, "Hello?" Again there was no answer, but she saw a light on down the hall. She followed it to the closed door of Lisa's study. Suddenly she wondered if Lisa was back. The thought made her frown deepen. Nerves twisted her stomach, made her feel panicky, but that made no sense. She knocked on the door. "Hello?" "Ellie?" She pushed the door open and saw that Cal was there alone, sitting behind a drafting-like table with papers spread out all around him. For no reason she could quite touch, Ellie felt a rush of relief. "Where are the girls?" "Peanut took them to dinner and a movie so that I could work." "Work?" "I thought you'd be out with George tonight." "I need new friends," she sighed. "He was wrong for me. What do I need to do? Take out a billboard?" "Wrong for you?" Cal leaned against his desk, studying her. "Usually you don't figure that out until you're married." "Very funny. Now, really, what are you doing?" She crossed the room toward him, noticing the smudges on his cheek and hands. When she sidled up behind him, felt the touch of his arm against hers, she immediately felt less alone, less shaky. There was a pile of papers in front of him. On the top page was a faded working sketch of a boy and girl holding hands, running. Overhead, a giant pterodactyl-type bird blotted out the sun with its enormous wingspan. He pushed the sketch aside. Beneath it was a full-color drawing, almost a painting, of the same two kids huddled around a pale, glowing ball. The caption beneath them read, "How can we hide if they see our every move?" Ellie was stunned by the quality of his artwork, the vibrant colors and strong lines. The characters looked somehow both stylized and real. There was no mistaking the fear in their eyes. "You're a talented artist," she said, rather dumbly, she thought, but it was so surprising. All those days while she'd been sitting at her desk, doing paperwork or reading her magazines or talking to Peanut, Cal had been creating art. She'd blithely assumed it was the same doodling he'd been doing since Mr. Chi's chemistry class. She felt suddenly as if she were losing her hold on herself. How could she have been with him every day and not known this? "Now I know why you said I was selfish, Cal. I'm sorry." He smiled slowly. It transformed his face, that smile, reminded her of a dozen times long past. "It's a graphic novel about a pair of best friends. Kids.
He's a good kid from the wrong side of the tracks with a mean drunk for a dad. She hides him in her barn. Their friendship, it turns out, is the last true innocence, and it falls to them to destroy the wizard's ball before the darkness falls. But if they kiss, or go farther, they'll lose their power and be ruined. I just started submitting it to publishers.
"It's about us," she said. At the realization, it felt as if a doorway somewhere opened, showed her a glimpse of a hallway she'd never seen. "Why didn't you show me before?"
He tucked a strand of hair behind his ear and stood up to face her. "You stopped seeing me a long time ago, Elle. You saw the gangly, screwed-up kid I used to be, and the quiet, always-there-for-you guy I became. But you haven't really looked at me in a long time."
"I see you, Cal."
"Good, because I've waited a long time to tell you something."
"What?"
He took her by the shoulders, held her firmly, and he kissed her. Not a friendly peck or an "I hope you feel better" brushing of the lips. An honest-to-God, send the blood rushing to her head kiss. Tongue and all. Ellie resisted at first. It was all so unexpected. But Cal wasn't letting her run the show this time. He backed her up against the wall and kept kissing her until her breathing was ragged and her heart was beating so fast she thought she'd faint. It was a kiss that held back nothing and promised everything. When he finally drew back, making her whimper at the sudden loss, he wasn't smiling. "You get it now?"
"Oh, my God!"
"Everyone in town knows how I feel about you." He kissed her again, then drew back. "I was beginning to think you were stupid." She didn't know how a nearly 40-year-old, twice-divorced woman could feel like a teenage girl again, but that was exactly how she felt, all giddy and breathless. In an instant, her whole life had clicked into place. It all fit now. Cal! Behind them, the door opened. Ellie turned around slowly, still feeling dazed. Peanut stood in the doorway. Like flowers from a single stem, 3 little faces hovered beside her. Peanut said, "Go put on your jammies. Daddy will be up in a minute to put you to bed." When they were gone and their footsteps on the stairs had faded to nothing, Peanut's gaze moved from Cal to Ellie and back to Cal. A smile finally tugged at the corners of her mouth. "You kiss her?" Ellie had the thought, Peanut knew? And felt a flash of irritation. Then Cal was pulling her toward him, and she forgot about everything else. In those eyes she'd known forever, she saw love. True this time. The kind that began on a cold day between 2 kids and lasted for a lifetime. He squeezed her hand. "I did." Peanut laughed. "It's about damn time." Ellie put her arms around Cal and kissed him. She didn't care if Peanut was watching. It wouldn't have mattered if she'd been on Main Street in uniform during a traffic stop. All her life she'd been looking for love, and it had been there all along, across the field, waiting for her. "It is," she whispered against his lips. "About damn time." Julia knew she was holding Alice too tightly, but she couldn't seem to let go. Neither could she think of her as Brittany. For the last hour, no matter what she did, or appeared to be doing, Julia was also watching the clock, thinking, "Not yet." But time kept moving on, slipping past her. Every second that passed brought her closer to the time when George would drive up to the house and knock on the door and demand his daughter. "Read, Alice!" The child thumped her finger on the page. Somehow she knew exactly where they'd left off. Julia knew she should close the book quietly, say that it was time to talk of other things, of families that had been split up, and fathers who came back. But she couldn't do it. Instead, she let herself hold her little Alice and keep reading, as if this were any other rainy January day. "Weeks passed," she read, "and the little rabbit grew very old and shabby, but the boy loved him just as much. He loved him so hard that he loved all his whiskers off, and the pink lining to his ears turned gray, and his brown spots faded. He even began to lose his shape, and he scarcely looked like a rabbit any more, except to the boy." Julia's voice gave out on her. She sat there staring at the words, watching them blur and dance on the page.
"Want Alice real?"
She touched Alice's velvety cheek. Every time they read this story, Alice said the same thing. Somehow the poor little girl thought she wasn't real. And now there was no time to prove otherwise to her. "You're real, Alice, and so many people love you."
"Love,"
Alice whispered it softly, as she always did, with a kind of reverence. Julia closed the book and set it aside, then pulled Alice onto her lap so they were looking at each other. Alice immediately looped her arms around Julia's neck and gave her a butterfly kiss. Then she giggled. "Be strong," Julia thought. "You remember Mary and the secret garden, and the man who loved her so much, the man who was her father? He'd been gone, remember?" Julia lost steam. She stared into Alice's worried face and felt as if she'd fallen into the turquoise pools of her eyes. "There's a man. George. He's your father. He wants to love you."
"Alice loves Julie."
"I'm trying to tell you about your father, Alice. Brittany. You have to be ready for this. He'll be here soon. You have to understand."
"Be mommy?"
Julia almost gave in, but a glance at the clock reminded her how short time was. She had to try again. Alice had to understand that she wasn't abandoning her, that she had no choice. She glanced over at the suitcase she'd packed so carefully last night. In it were all of the clothes and toys the town had gathered for their girl. Additionally, Julia had packed all of Alice's favorite books and a few of her own childhood favorites that they hadn't gotten around to yet. And there were the boxes that had been donated by the local families. Everyone in town had given their Alice something. How would she button Brittany's coat, kiss her on the cheek, and say goodbye? "You'll be fine. Go off with this man you don't know and who doesn't know you. Go live in a big house, on a street you can't cross without help, in a city where you'll never quite be understood." How could she do it? And how could she not? No matter how she tussled with all of this, she couldn't escape the fact that George Azel was a victim in this, too. He'd lost his daughter and found her again, against all odds. Of course he wanted to take her home, and he'd hired all the best medical professionals to care for her. Julia was terrified that it wouldn't be enough, but she didn't know how to stop the inevitable. She drew in a ragged breath and tightened her hold on Alice. Outside, she heard a car drive up.
"Mommy?"
Alice said again. This time it was her little girl's voice that sounded wobbly and afraid. "Oh, Alice," she whispered, touching her soft pink cheek. "I wish I could be that for you." Alice has a very bad feeling. It is like the time when him first left, and she was so hungry that she ate the red berries off the bush by the river and threw up. Julie is saying things that Alice can't make herself understand. She is trying hard. She knows these words are important. Father, chance, daughter. Julie says them all slowly as if they weigh down her tongue. Alice knows they mean something important.
but she cannot understand, and the trying is hurting now. Julie's eyes keep watering. Alice knows this means Julie is sad, but why? What has Alice done wrong? She has tried so hard to be good. She showed the grown-ups the bad place in the woods, even went to the rocks that covered her, even though it made Alice feel so sad. She let herself remember things she'd tried to forget. She learned to use forks and spoons and the toilet. She'd let them call her Alice, and had even learned to love that word, to smile inside when someone said it and meant her. So, what is left? What has she not done? She knows about leaving. Mommies who are soon to be dead have pale cheeks and shaking voices and leaking eyes. They try to tell you things you don't understand, hug you so tightly you can't breathe. And then one day, they're gone, and you're alone, and you wish your eyes would leak and someone would hold you again, but you're alone now, and you don't know what you did wrong. Alice feels that sick stomach feeling coming back, the panic that makes breathing hurt. She keeps trying to figure out what she has done wrong. "Shoes!" she says suddenly. Maybe that is it. She never wants to wear her shoes. They pinch her toes and squish her feet, but she will sleep in them if Julie will keep loving her. "Shoes!" Julie gives Alice a sad, sorry smile. From outside comes a sound, like a car driving into the yard. "No shoes now, honey. We're inside." How can she say, "I'll be good, Julie"? Always, always. "I'll do everything you say." "Good girl." She whispers it as a promise, meaning it with every piece of her. Julie smiles again. "Yes, you're a very good girl, honey. That's why all this hurts so much." It isn't enough being a good girl. That much she understands. "No, leave Alice," she says desperately. Julie looks toward the glass box that holds the outside, the window. She is waiting, Alice knows, for something bad. Then Julie will leave, and Alice will be girl again, and she will be alone. "Good girl," she says one more time, hearing the crack in her voice. There is nothing else she can say. She runs across the room and picks up her shoes, trying to put them on the right feet. "Shoes! Promise!" But Julie says nothing, just stares outside. 26. Ellie saw the clot of news vans parked on either side of the old highway. A white police barricade had been set up across her driveway, barring entrance. Peanut stood in front of it, her arms crossed, a whistle in her mouth. Ellie hit the lights and siren for a second. The sound cleared the street instantly. Reporters parted into two groups and went to either side of the road. She pulled around the barricade and rolled down her window to talk to Peanut. "They're a roadside hazard. Get Earl and Mel out here to disperse the crowd. This day is bad enough without the media." A bright red Ferrari pulled up behind the cruiser. Ellie looked in her rearview mirror. George smiled at her, but it was faded, less than real. There was a sad, haunted look in his eyes. Reporters swarmed his car, hurling questions. "What are you going to do now? Will there be a funeral? Who'd you sell your story to?" "Get them out of here, Peanut," she said, then stepped on the gas. The Ferrari followed her down the potholed gravel road. Ellie kept looking in her mirror, hoping he'd turn around or disappear. By the time she pulled up in front of the porch, her stomach was coiled into a tiny ball. She parked and killed the engine, then got out of the car. George walked over to her. "How do I look?" he said, sounding nervous. He tucked a wavy strand of hair behind one ear. "Good." She cleared her throat. "You look good." He smiled, and it took over his face, wiping away the nervousness,
lighting those blue eyes. Then his smile faded. He looked at the house and said, "It's time." His voice was soft, seductive. She wondered how many women had been drawn into the darkness by it and left there alone, wondering vaguely how they'd gotten so lost. "I told your sister I'd pick up Brittany at 3. Brittany. With a sigh, she led him across the yard. They were almost to the steps when a gray Mercedes pulled up behind them and parked. "Who's that?" she asked George. "Dr. Corell. He's going to work with Britt." The man got out of his car. Tall, thin, almost elegantly effete, he walked toward them. His lean face showed plenty of lines, but no hint of personality. "George." He nodded at George, then he shook Ellie's hand. "I'm Tad Corell." He had the grip strength of a toddler. Ellie had an almost overwhelming urge to cold-cock him. "Nice to meet you." She was about to turn away when she noticed the hypodermic needle sticking out of his breast pocket. "What's that for? You a heroin addict?" "It's a sedative. The girl might be upset by the transition." "You think?" Ellie couldn't help looking at George. She knew it was in her eyes, the pleading, the desperate, "Don't do this." But she didn't say it again. "She's my daughter," he said quietly. There was no answer to that. Ellie knew that if she were in his shoes, no force on earth would keep her from her child. She nodded. The three of them headed for the house. At the front door, Ellie knocked. Anything to put off the inevitable. Then she opened the door. Julia sat on the sofa with Alice tucked beside her. At the foot of the sofa was a small red suitcase. Julia looked up at them. Her beautiful face glistened with tear tracks. Her eyes were puffy and bloodshot. She didn't move. Ellie was pretty sure she couldn't. At the knock, Julia's legs had probably given out on her. Max stood behind her, his hands resting on her shoulders. "Mr. Azel," Julia said in a shaky voice, "I see you've brought Dr. Corell." She nodded at the doctor and got to her feet. "Your reputation precedes you, Doctor." "As does yours," Dr. Corell said. There was no hint of sarcasm in his voice. "I watched the tapes. Your work with her has been phenomenal. You should publish it in the journal." Julia looked down at Alice, who looked scared now. "Julie?" Alice said, her voice spiking up in fear. "It's time for you to go now," Julia said in a voice so quiet they all moved a little closer to hear. Alice shook her head. "No go. Alice, stay." "I wish you could, honey, but your daddy wants to love you too." She touched Alice's tiny face. "You remember your mommy? She would have wanted this for you." "Julie, Mommy!" There was no mistaking the fear in Alice's voice now. She tried to hug Julia more tightly. Julia worked to uncoil the girl's spindly arms. "I wanted to be, but I'm not. No, Julie, Mommy. You have to go with your father." Alice went crazy, kicking and screaming and growling and howling. She scratched Julia's face and her own. "Oh, honey, don't," Julia said, trying to calm the child, but she was crying too hard to be heard. Dr. Corell swooped in and gave Alice a shot. The child howled at that, a huge, desperate wail that came from all the dark places she'd seen in her life. Ellie felt tears in her own eyes, stinging, blurring everything. Julia held on to Alice, who slowly quieted as the sedative took effect. "I'm sorry," Julia said to her. Alice's eyes blinked heavily. She coiled her arms around Julia and stared at her. "Love, Julie."
and I love Alice." At that, Alice started to cry. It came with no sound, no shuddering, no childlike hysterics, just a soul-deep release that turned into moisture and dripped down her puffy pink cheeks. She touched her tears, frowning. Then she looked up at Julia and whimpered 2 words before she fell asleep. "Real hurts." Julia whispered something none of them could hear. She looked ruined by those quietly spoken words and Alice's tears. They all stood there a moment, staring at each other. Then Dr. Carew said, "We should hurry." Julia nodded stiffly and carried Alice out to the Ferrari. She looked down into the passenger seat, then turned to George. "Where's her booster seat?"
"She's not a baby," he said.
"I'll get it," Ellie said, going to the truck. Somehow, that did it to her, after all she'd just seen. Unhooking the booster seat, Alice's seat, and yanking it out of the truck, made her cry. She tried to hide her face from George as she fit the seat into the Ferrari. Very slowly, Julia bent down and put the sleeping child into the car. She whispered something into Alice's tiny ear. None of them heard what it was. Then she kissed her cheek and backed away, shutting the car door gently. Julia stood face to face with George. She handed him a thick manila envelope. "This is everything you need to know. Her nap times, bedtimes, allergies. She loves Jell-O now, but only if it has pineapple in it, and vanilla pudding. She tries to play with pasta, so unless you want a real mess, I'd keep it away from her. And pictures of bunnies with big ears will make her giggle. So will tickling the bottoms of her feet. Her favorite book—"
"Stop!"
George's voice was harsh, throaty. He took the envelope in shaking hands.
"Thank you. For everything. Thank you."
"If you have problems, you'll call. I can be there in no time."
"I promise."
"I want to throw myself in front of your car."
"I know."
"If you—" Her voice cracked. She wiped her eyes, said, "Take care of our girl."
"I will."
Overhead, a cold breeze rustled through the leaves. In the distance, a crow cawed, then another. Ellie half expected to hear a wolf howl.
"Well," George said, "we need to go."
Julia stepped back. Ellie went to her sister, put an arm around her. Julia felt frail and too thin suddenly, like someone who has been hospitalized for a long time and had only recently gotten out of bed. Max came up too. They bookended her. Without their steadying presence, Ellie thought her sister might collapse. George got into his car and drove away. Dr. Carew followed. For a few moments their tires crunched on the gravel driveway, their engines purred. Then there was no sound left, no trace of them. Just the wind. "She cried," Julia whispered, her whole body trembling. "All the love I gave her. And in the end, all I did was teach her to cry." Max pulled Julia into his arms and held her tightly. There was nothing more they could say. Alice was gone. She is in a car. But it is not the kind of car she knows. This one is low, almost on the ground, and it darts around like a snake. The music is so loud it hurts her ears. She opens her eyes slowly. She feels funny, kind of wobbly and sick and tired. Her stomach might throw everything out of her mouth if she's not careful. Wetting her dry lips, she looks around for Julie or Lely. They are not here. She feels the panic start deep inside her and blossom out. The only thing that stops her from screaming is how tired she is. She can't seem to make a big noise. He can probably hear her heartbeat. It is so loud he will probably yell at her. She covers her heart with her hand to quiet the sound. "Julie?" she says to the man.
"She's back in Rain Valley. We're long gone, but you're with me now, Brittany, and everything will be good."
She doesn't understand all his words, but she knows gone. Her eyes start watering. It hurts, this crying. She wipes the tears away, surprised a little that they are clear. They should be red as her blood. That's how it feels. As if she has been poked with the sharp knife again and is bleeding. She remembers bleeding. "Julie, Mommy, gone. Alice, bad girl." The man looks at her. He is frowning. She knows he will hit her now, but she doesn't care. Julie can't make it all better anymore. Just thinking it makes her eyes water more. She starts howling, softly, though she knows there is no one to hear. She is too far from her place. Her howling grows louder, more desperate.
"Brittany?"
She says nothing. The only way to protect herself is in the quiet. She has no one to care for her anymore, so she needs to be small and still. She closes her eyes, lets the sleep come for her again. It is better to dream of Julie, to pretend. In her dreams, she is a good girl and has a Julie mommy to love her. Sometime later, Julia had no idea when, she had lost her grip on time, she sent Max downstairs and Ellie back to work. They'd both been smothering her all day, trying to offer a comfort that didn't exist. Frankly, it took all her strength, every bit she had, to stay here and not scream until she was hoarse. She couldn't let herself look at the people she loved, and who loved her. All of it just made her think of Alice. She stared out the bedroom window at the empty yard. Birds. Come spring, those birds would come looking for Alice. Behind her, the dogs chuffed softly to one another. They'd spent almost an hour looking for their girl. Now they were quiet, laying beside Alice's bed, waiting for her return. Every now and then, howls would fill the air. Julia glanced down at her watch and thought about how long they'd been gone. A few hours, and already it felt like a lifetime. It was 5:30. They would be nearing the city now. The majestic green of Alice's beloved forest would have given way to the gray of concrete. She would feel as alien there as any space traveler. Without her, the little girl would regress, retreat once more into her frightened and silent world. Her fear would be too big to handle. "Please, God," she whispered aloud, praying again for the first time in years, "take care of my girl. Don't let her hurt herself." She turned away from the window and saw the potted plants. Before Alice, those plants had been separate, placed as they'd been in various places throughout the house. Now they were the forest, the hiding place. She knew she should stay where she was, keep her distance, but she couldn't do it. She walked over to the plants, stroked their glossy green leaves. "You'll miss her too," she said throatily, not caring that she was talking to plants. It didn't matter now if she went a little crazy. She wasn't Dr. Cates now. She was just an ordinary woman missing an extraordinary girl. It was almost 6 now. They were probably on the floating bridge, crossing Lake Washington, nearing Mercer Island. Alice would see the snow-capped mountains in the distance and see where she'd come from. The air would smell different, too, of smog and cars and the tamed blue sound. Downstairs, the house was quiet except for the clang and rattle of Max's cooking. She went to the table that was set for 2, pretending not to see the blank space where the 3rd placemat belonged. "What are you making?"
she asked Max, who was in the kitchen chopping vegetables. At the sound of her voice, he looked up. Their gazes met. Stir-fry. He set down the knife and moved toward her. The phone keeps ringing. It's Ellie, he said. She wants to make sure you're okay. He put an arm around her and led her to the window. Together they stared out at the dark backyard. The first star of evening looked down on them. She leaned against him, loving the heat of his body against hers. It reminded her how cold she was. He didn't ask how she was or tell her it would be okay. He simply put his hand around the back of her neck, anchoring her. Without that touch, she might have drifted away, floated on this sea of emptiness. But with the one simple gesture, he'd reminded her that she hadn't lost everything, that she wasn't alone. I wonder how she's doing. Don't, he said softly. All you can do is wait. For what? Someday, when you think about her howling or eating the flowers or trying to play with spiders, you'll laugh instead of cry. Julia wanted to be helped by his words. As a psychiatrist, she knew he was right. The mother in her couldn't believe it. Behind them, the doorbell rang. To be honest, she was thankful for the distraction. "Did you lock Ellie out?" she asked, wiping her eyes and trying to smile. "I shouldn't have sent her to work anyway. I thought being with Cal would help." "Does it help?" Max asked. "Being with someone who loves you?" "As much as anything can." He nodded. Julia let go of him and went to the door, opening it. Alice stood there, looking impossibly small and frightened. She was twisting her hands together, the way she did when she was confused, and she had her shoes on the wrong feet. The sound she made was a strangled, confused howling. Seeping, bloody scratches lined her cheeks. George stood behind Alice. His handsome face was pale and seamed with worry lines she hadn't seen before. "She thinks you let her go because she was bad." It hit Julia like a blow to the heart. She dropped to her knees, looked Alice in the eyes. "Oh, honey, you're a good girl, the best." Alice started to cry in that desperate, quiet way of hers. Her whole body shook, but she didn't make a sound. "Use your words, Alice." The girl shook her head, howled in a keening, desperate wail. Julia touched her. "Use your words, baby. Please." The loss wrenched through Julia again, tore her heart. She couldn't go through this again. Neither one of them could. She knew that Alice wanted to throw herself at her, wanted a hug, but was afraid to move. All the little girl could think was that she was bad, that she would be abandoned again, just like before. And once more, she was afraid to talk. George climbed the creaking porch steps. Alice darted away from him, pressed her body against the side of the house. Her feet hit the metal dog bowls. The clanging sound rang through the chilly night air, then dissipated, leaving it quiet once more. George looked at Alice, then at Julia. "I tried to buy her dinner in Olympia. She went crazy, howling, growling. She scratched her face. Dr. Corell couldn't do shit to calm her down." "It's not your fault," Julia said softly. "All those years in prison, I dreamed she was still alive." Julia's heart went out to him. Slowly she stood. "I know." "I imagined finding her again. I thought she'd run into my arms and kiss me and tell me how much she missed me. I never realized she wouldn't know me." "She needs time to remember." "No, she's not my little girl anymore.
I guess you were right when you said she never was. When she was a baby, I was never home. She's Alice now."
Julia's breath caught. Hope flickered inside her, a tiny flame of light in the dark. She heard Max come up beside her. "What do you mean?" George stared down at his daughter. He looked older suddenly, a man lined by hard choices and harder living.
"I'm not who she needs,"
he said in a voice so quiet Julia almost missed it.
"She's too much for me to handle. Loving her and parenting her are two different things. She belongs here with you."
Julia reached for Max's hand, clinging to it, but she looked at George. "Are you sure?"
"Tell her someday that I loved her the only way I knew how, by letting her go. Tell her I'll be waiting for her. All she has to do is call."
"You'll always be her father, George." He backed up, went down a step, then another.
"They'll say I abandoned her," he said softly.
Julia gazed down at him, wishing she could tell him it wasn't true, but they both knew better than that. The media would judge him harshly for this. "Your daughter will know the truth, George. I swear to you, she'll always know you love her."
"I can't even kiss her goodbye."
"Someday you'll be able to kiss her, George. I promise you."
"Keep her close,"
he said.
"I made that mistake."
Julia's throat was so full of emotion she could only nod. If this were a Disney movie instead of real life, Alice would give her father a hug right now and say goodbye. Instead, she was huddled alongside the house, trying to disappear. Her cheeks were marred by scratches and streaked with blood and tears. George turned and walked away. In the driveway, he waved one last time before he got in his car and drove away. Julia knelt in front of Alice. Alice stood there, her little arms bolted to her sides, her hands curled into fists. Her mouth was trembling and tears washed her eyes, magnifying her fear. Julia's tears started again. There was no way to stop them, even though she was smiling now, too. Her emotions were almost too big to handle. Her whole body was trembling. Alice looked terrified. She watched George drive away, then turned to Julia. "Alice, home?" Julia nodded. "Alice is home." Alice whispered, "Julie, Mommy," and threw herself into Julia's waiting arms. They fell backward onto the hardwood floor, still locked together. Julia held Alice tightly, kissing her cheeks, her neck, her hair. Alice buried her face in the crook of Julia's neck. She felt the whispers of her breath as she said, "Love, Julie, Mommy. Alice, stay." "Yes," Julia said, laughing and crying. "Alice, stay." Epilogue. As always, September was the best month of the year. Long, hot, sunny days melted into cold, crisp nights. All over town the grass was as thick as velvet and impossibly green. Scattered randomly throughout the towering evergreens were maple and alder trees dressed in their red and gold autumn finery. The swans had left Spirit Lake for the year, although the crows were everywhere, squatted on phone lines above every street, cawing and squawking at passers-by. At the corner of Olympic and Rainview, Julia stopped walking. Alice immediately followed suit, tucking in close, putting her hand in Julia's pocket. It was the first time in weeks she'd done it. "Now, Alice," Julia said, looking down at her, "we've talked all about this.
There's nothing to be afraid of." Alice blinked up at her. Though she'd gained weight in the past 9 months and grown at least an inch, she still had a tiny heart-shaped face that sometimes seemed too small to hold those wide, expressive eyes. Today, wearing a pink corduroy skirt with matching cotton tights and a white sweater, she looked like any other girl on the first day of school. Only the careful observer would have noticed that she had too many missing teeth for a 5-and-a-half-year-old, and that sometimes she still called her mommy Julie.
"Alice, not scared."
Julia led Alice to a nearby park bench and sat down beneath the protective umbrella of a huge maple tree. The leaves overhead were the color of ripe lemons. Every now and then one fluttered to the ground. Julia sat down, then pulled Alice onto her lap. "I think you are scared." Alice popped a thumb in her mouth for comfort, then slowly withdrew it. She was trying so hard to be a big girl. Her pink backpack, a recent present from George, fell to the ground beside her.
"They'll call Alice Wolf Girl,"
she said quietly. Julia touched her puffy, velvet-soft cheek. She wanted to say, "No, they won't." But she and Alice had come too far together to tell each other pretty lies. They might, mostly because they wish they knew a wolf.
"Maybe go school next year."
"You're ready now." Julia eased Alice off her lap. They stood up, holding hands. "Okay." A car pulled up on the street beside them. All 4 doors opened at once, and girls spilled out of the car, giggling and laughing. The older girls ran off ahead. Ellie, in uniform, looking deeply tired and profoundly beautiful, took Sarah's hand in hers and walked toward Julia. "Of course, you're on time," Ellie said. "You have 1 kid to get ready. Getting these 3 organized is like herding ants. And forget about Cal. His deadlines made him deaf." But as she said it, she laughed. "Or maybe it's me, always telling him to listen up." Sarah, dressed in blue jeans and a pink t-shirt, carrying a Shark Tales backpack, looked at Alice.
"You ready for school?"
"Scared," Alice said. When she looked up at Julia, she added,
"I'm scared." "I was scared on the first day of kindergarten, too. But it was fun," Sarah said. "We had cake." "Really? You want to walk with me?" Sarah asked.
Alice looked up at Julia, who nodded encouragingly.
"Okay."
Alice mouthed,
"Stay close."
Julia nodded, smiling. The 2 girls came together, began walking toward the school. Ellie fell into step beside Julia. "Who'd have thought, huh? You and me walking our daughters to school together." "It's the start of a new family tradition. So how's the new bathroom coming?" "Cal ordered a jacuzzi tub," Ellie grinned. "It's big enough for 2. He's going to start on the addition next spring. 3 girls in our old bedroom is a nightmare. They fight every second." "Have you met your new neighbors?" "Yeah, a couple from California. They have 2 sons who already follow the girls around like lovesick puppies. I find it hilarious. Cal is not so amused. But I think he's glad Lisa made him sell the house. Too many memories. He always belonged in our house anyway." "Yeah," Ellie said, sounding like a woman head over heels in love. After 2 expensive weddings, complete with all the trimmings, she'd finally gotten lucky in a tiny chapel on the Vegas Strip. They crossed the street and climbed the steps to Rain Valley Elementary. All around them, women were holding on to their children's hands. Julia noticed the woman beside her, a beautiful redhead with bright, teary eyes. When she saw Julia look at her, the woman smiled. "It's my first time," she said, "walking Bobby to school. I hope I don't embarrass him by bursting into tears." "I know what you mean," Julia said. It was hard to let Alice go out in the world, but she had to do it. As they moved down the hallway, a bell rang.
Kids and parents scattered, disappeared into classrooms. Alice looked nervously at Julia.
Mommy?
I'll sit right out front all day, waiting for you. If you get nervous, all you have to do is look out the window, okay?
Okay.
She didn't sound okay. You want me to walk you in? Alice looked at Sarah, who was motioning for her to hurry, then back at Julia.
No. I'm a big girl, she mouthed. Come on, Alice, Sarah said. I'll show you to Miss Schmidt's room.
Following Sarah, Alice walked down the last bit of hallway to room 114. She gave Julia one last worried wave, then opened the door and went in. The door shut behind her. Julia let out her breath in a sigh. She wanted to smile and cry at the same time.
Yours can't stand to leave, and mine can't wait.
Yours didn't live through what Alice did. Maybe it is too early. Ellie looped an arm around Julia, drawing her close. She's going to be fine. Arm in arm, they walked out of the school and down the stairs and across the street to the park. There they sat down on the cold wooden bench and stared out at the town that had shaped their lives. The maple tree that had first welcomed Alice was a blaze of bright yellow leaves. "What are you going to do now that she's in school?" Ellie asked, leaning back. "Next year it'll be all day." Lately the question had arisen in Julia's mind, too. She'd had to ask herself who she was now, what she wanted. The answers had surprised her. For almost half of her life she'd been driven by her career. It had meant everything to her. Yet she'd lost it in a heartbeat. Perhaps she'd had some blame in that. She didn't know, would never know, if she could have changed Amber's future. But the blame wasn't what mattered. That was the lesson she'd learned. Life was impossibly fragile. If you were lucky enough to have a loving family, you had to hold on to them with infinite care. Never again would she be afraid of love. She turned to her sister. "Max asked me to marry him." Ellie shrieked. "It's about damn time!" She pulled Julia into her arms and held her tightly. "I thought I'd open an office here, too. Work part-time. There are kids who need me." Ellie drew back, wiping her eyes. "Mom and Dad would be so proud of you, Jules." That made Julia smile. "Yeah." She closed her eyes for just a moment, a breath, and remembered all of it. The woman she'd been less than a year ago, afraid of her own spirit and the danger of sharp emotions. The little girl named Alice she'd taken into her heart, and the man who dared to push past his own darkness toward the light they'd found deep in this old-growth forest. For years to come, she knew that the people of Rain Valley would talk about this special time, when a child unlike any other had walked out of the woods and into their lives and changed them all, and how it had begun in mid-October, when the trees were dressed in tangerine leaves and danced in the chilly, rain-scented breeze, and the sun was a brilliant shade of gold that illuminated everything. Magic hour. For the rest of her life, she'd remember it as the time she finally came home. Acknowledgements. Several people were instrumental in the writing of this novel. Thanks go out to Lindsay Brooks, Investigative Manager, Case Management Department, Child Quest International; Luana S. Burnett, Police Services Officer, City of Newport, Washington; Kanie Levine, Criminal Defense Attorney and friend; and Kim Fisk and Megan Chance, who both helped more than they know.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Magic Hour by Kristen Hanna, performed by Susan Torin, directed by Laura Grafton, engineered by Christopher Kessel. Performance copyright 2005 by Brilliance Publishing, Inc., all rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance audio titles, please visit our website at www.brilliancepublishing.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.